All right, everyone, welcome on in today. I'm going to be one of your hosts, Icdisis, and today we are doing the Resident Evil Relay. It's going to be a big series of Resident Evil races. To tell you more about that, and also to introduce my fellow co-host, we have...
Hello, my name is Catlink, and I am so excited for today. We have so many awesome runs, not only today, but also tomorrow, that are just back-to-back amazing with just talented runners, just so much good stuff. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. Would you like to tell us about some of the games we could be seeing today, Kat?
Well, we'll be seeing, right off the bat, we're going to be seeing Resident Evil 4 Classic, then going into Survivor, and we're going to be seeing some Resident Evil 6 into some Gaiden. For those who don't know Gaiden, you're in for a treat on that one. And also Resident Evil 2 Remake, and closing out the night, Resident Evil Village, which, oh boy,
we have
a good day.
A pretty stacked list of games today. As well, it's not enough that we have the games. This is similar to a previous event we had, the King of the Silent Hill. We're doing the Resident Evil Relay. And to throw some fun into the mix, we have 22 speedrunners among the 11 games. In addition to that, we have 2 teams formed from this, where on one side we'll be having Team Stars, and the other will have Team Umbrella. Whichever side wins will get a point, and since we have 11, we should see who wins by the end of this. Anyway, I'm quite excited. We have a lot to get to today. So with that being said, Kat, would you like to introduce our first game?
Yeah, so starting off today, we have Resident Evil 4 Classic with Pharaoh and Spartan Phoenix.
All right.
Let's introduce our runners. Pharaoh, Spartan, say hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
All right. Let's get some fun introductions here as well. That's playing for Team Stars, we're going to have Pharaoh. Pharaoh, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm Pharaoh. I'm streaming almost daily on Twitch, and I run this game for a good 7 or 8 years now. Around that. So yeah, it's been a while.
Right. Sounds good. On Team Umbrella, we have Spartan Phoenix. Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm Spartan Phoenix, and I run a lot of Resident Evil games, like the classic and the remake ones. And I'm glad to be here.
All right. It should be exciting to see how this is going to go. We have a couple of great runners, and we also have some commentators if they'd like to introduce themselves.
Hey, hi, I'm JTB. I've been around for a while. Not much of a speedrunner anymore, but I love watching me some RE4 Classic. Known Pharaoh for a long time. So I'm excited to be back here on GDQ to commentate another run.
Hi, my name is Mike. I go by Mike Wave on Twitch.tv, and yeah, I've ran this game for 3 years, I think. Known Pharaoh for a long time as well, and yeah, don't run it as much nowadays, but I still have 2,000 hours in this game, which is way too much. So yeah, really excited to see how this race plans out.
Alrighty, we have a wonderful cast of runners and commentators here. And with that being said, either JTB or Mike, if you would like to get the runners all counted down, we can begin on your count.
Yeah, best of luck, everybody.
All right, so all right, do we want to start on go then?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. All right. What costume are we going to get? Ooh, the special from Pharaoh. And then, is that normal from Spartan?
The gamer costume, in my opinion. I saw that quick switch.
I think normal is a little bit better than a special one.
All right, but yeah, here we go. RE4 Classic. Man, it's so weird saying RE4 Classic, honestly. It's going to be taking years to get that. Very, very well done game as far as the speed run goes. Everything has been mapped out from start to finish. And immediately we got the dog safe.
Yeah, I think it's the mutual agreement, respect right there. Yeah, doing the most important thing, saving the dog.
But yeah, this game has been just every single segment of it has so many strats developed for it. What is our ETA like? It's 120 or so right now.
Yeah, with load remover time, which is the time we use now over IGT. I think it's at 120. Or is it 119? I can't remember. I think it's 119 now, isn't it? Yeah.
It's pretty fast, yeah.
Yeah, I was running this game when like I think 129 IGT was the record, which is insane to think still.
Jeez, I started when it was like 140-ish, which just shows how long this game has come. But yeah, this game has strats developed for days.
So a lot is happening, by the way, and Pharaoh did just get hit, which kind of sucks. He had to use his first aid. Yeah, there is a little bit of RNG there with running to that house, but the strat both these guys are going to be using right here. Oh, is Spartan's doing the big boy zoomer strat right here. Is it going to work though? All right, he's going to grab an incendiary out of his box. Nice. So wow, cool.
I've never seen that strat before. Wow.
Well, yeah, that's a newer strat that's kind of come now with the newer timer that pauses on inventory screens. So you basically do. It's a similar strat where you're using a grenade to kill the villagers in that room. You need to kill 15 of them to progress, or you just wait out the timer. But killing 15 enemies is always faster. And Spartan did an alternate strat right there where he. It's a new strat like newer runners use so they can get that incendiary, basically, so they can use it as a running grenade. In this game, if you have a grenade equipped over a weapon, or like just a normal, like a gun or something like that, and it can also be like an egg or a rocket launcher, you run, I think, like 4% faster or something like that.
Yeah, it's a pretty small difference, but with, the pause timers being removed and just how fast this is on 60 FPS, it's usually a win. Oh, no tree skip for either runner, but
yeah,
looks like Spartan was pretty close to it.
So yeah, if you like do the QT, if you like just wait till the last moment, like to do that QT where Leon jumps out of the way, you can get in front of that tree, and it saves a little bit of time, but it is very risky because if you mess up the timing like at all, you just die. So I don't even wanted to risk that.
Yeah, and that kind of comes. It just shows just how this race is going to go. I mean, obviously both these runners have gone for world record at some point, so they would be doing those risky strats. But in a race, it's going to be interesting to see just the balance between what is fast and what is safe.
Yeah, both of them are going to be picking up that rifle ammo right there at the beginning. We're in the next chapter right now, which is 1-2. Yeah, this room could be a little bit like stupid sometimes. Oh, okay. Pharaoh got a weird pattern right there. Gonna be picking up the shotgun ammo as well. The shotgun ammo, pretty important, I would say. As long as the rifle ammo, we're gonna be using a lot of that later. And yeah, the line that you do to get out of this room is like basically the same every single time. The enemies, I think both Pharaoh and Spartan got lucky right there. There's like a thing that can happen where like an enemy like waits for you around the corner and just like grabs you. It's kind of unfortunate when it happens. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah,
he's
that kind of reacting there.
That enemy up at the top is kind of weird. So like ideally you don't want to have to, like, the game is optimized enough now that you don't really want to have to stop to shoot that one barrel off on the side, but there's a pattern you can get where that enemy can be in a spot where he is just like invincible to the barrel. I call it the Superman pattern. I don't know why it happens. Yeah, we're on to the factory now. I think a lot of people are going to remember this now from 4R with like how you do this part in like reverse and everything, but yeah, this is the way it's done in OG, in case like you haven't played this game in a while or you just haven't played it at all for like the younger people out there.
Pharaoh's getting a pretty clean room there. He got the good setup with the start with the dude that points at you instead of trying to walk at you. Meanwhile, Spartan literally got the exact opposite. A guy just kind of walked around in a circle ready to grab you, forcing you to shoot him and stagger him to get by him, but then also got hit too. So, both rooms still really fast, but it just shows how quickly, how south this game can turn just on a moment's notice.
But yeah, Pharaoh also picking up a green herb because he had to use that fast at the beginning of the run. Oh, we're doing a save right here? I don't know if that was intended or not. Oh, it was? Okay. Oh, is that a new strat or something? Or? Oh, okay. I didn't even know there was a crash here. I've had some weird crashes in this game before, but I don't think in that spot before. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
This is still mostly neck and neck right here, I think.
That's a pretty good pattern on both ends to get past him.
It is unfortunate that I don't know if Spartan's going to be doing the strat where he sells the first aid to the merchant right here. This is going to be our first merchant stop at a run right here. Both runners are going to be picking up a rocket launcher for the Gigante later. Which, yeah, in case you don't know how the 4OG run goes, basically, we're buying a lot of rocket launchers throughout the run to just insta-kill a lot of the bosses.
Yeah, one of the, if you played RE4R, one of the biggest changes between the two is just the cost of the rocket launcher. I would like to think that the devs watched a lot of RE4 speedruns and were like, hey, this rocket launcher is pretty strong for how cheap it is. We're going to go ahead and bump up the cost by an incredible amount. Because, we use the rocket launcher so much in this run because it just one-shots basically every single boss.
Someone can correct me, but I think the price of the rocket launcher in the remake is just tied to the difficulty. So it's like on Pro, the rocket launcher is like extremely expensive, but like on Assisted, I think it's like really cheap actually.
That might be, but I'm a bit of a gamer. I never played on anything other than Pro. Pretty slow segment here. We got the rocket launcher kind of just running through the graveyard. Every once in a while, you'll see both the runners pick up something. Inventory is very well optimized throughout the entirety of this run. So if you ever see like someone taking a hit, it's not just the fact that they have to heal and they have one less item. It also means that items are being placed in their inventory in a different spot generally. And when we do our inventory, it's like you're not even looking at what's in your inventory. You're just hitting the same inputs over and over. So you have to constantly be thinking about like, okay, where did this item go ahead of time? And then, adjusting for that on the fly.
Yeah, so like ideally you're like never really opening up the inventory like at all, unless you just like need to equip something. You ideally like just never want to open the inventory because it does count towards time. So yeah, really do not want to be doing that. So we're gonna be making our way right here to the first boss of the run, which is our favorite boss. I think like we can all mutually agree, Del Lago, which is the giant salamander that lives in the lake.
Everyone loves Del Lago,
Yeah.
There's nothing quite like having this RNG boss in your run, 10 minutes in to really dictate whether or not you're going to be on world record pace. Just a staple of a good speed game, in my opinion.
Yeah. So yeah, Del Lago is like notoriously like among runners, like just super RNG. So, there's going to be probably a time difference right here based on like what pattern both runners get. There's 3 different patterns you can get: an early dive, a mid dive, and a late dive, or a no dive as well. Right, so let's going to be seeing what we get here. Ideally, you want to get a no dive where he never like dives down and like stops the boss fight basically for a little bit. That is the fastest pattern. So based on RNG right here, there's potentially going to be like a 20-second difference. We'll see right here. Ooh, I think Spartan got an early dive. That is really unfortunate. So he's going to lose around 18 seconds or so based off that. Let's see what, all right, Pharaoh did not get an early dive. What is he going to get? Oh man, the game is being super generous to Pharaoh right now. He got a no dive. So yeah, the no dive is the fastest pattern by far, where the boss fight never stops like at all. So yeah, all right. So that's Pharaoh done at the boss fight. It's just like that. See if Spartan can close this out. Early dive can be super, super brutal, man. Like at a top level, like it's very common to see people just reset the moment they see the beginning of that animation.
Yeah, and
also,
I'm like,
go ahead. Oh yeah, so I forgot to mention this earlier, by the way. The runners are making saves at the beginning of every chapter. Actually, I forgot. This is a thing that they both mutually agreed upon. So they're both making saves at the beginning of every chapter, just in case one of them does get a game crash because of the way this game handles checkpoints and everything. if your game crashes at all, the only way to load in is from a save that you made, either at a typewriter at the end of a chapter. So out of fairness, both runners are just going ahead and making those saves.
All right, but yeah, now we're on to chapter 2. Bit of a change in scenery. Everything is a little bit darker now. Pretty straightforward chapter, in my opinion. We're just running through, trying to get back to the church now that we have the key item to get Ashley out of there. I'm also going to be speaking as people actually know the story, and this game is like 20 years old at this point, so you kind of know all spoilers here. Sorry. Yeah, but just running through, we're going to be seeing a bunch of dudes run out of this waterfall right here. But like I said, this game has been so optimized that there shouldn't really be any problems at all getting into the next major gatekeeper of the run, the cabin.
Yeah, the cabin is a lot more problematic, I would argue, than Del Lago. But yeah, we're moving on right after Del Lago straight to the next boss fight, which is the Gigante. However, you can see with what both runners are carrying on their back how this is going to pan out. This is how most boss fights in this game are going to pan out if you are not familiar with the run.
Yeah, definitely a blink and you miss it moment.
Yeah, there is a thing you have to be careful with here on this fight, though. With how close the Gigante is to you when you spawn in, if you mess up at all where you are shooting the rocket launcher, it is very easy to either miss or shoot the Gigante in a spot that actually hits Leon as well and puts him at 1 HP. So you ideally don't want that. I don't think either runner is carrying a heal right now. I think Pharaoh might have a greener, but I think Spartan sold his first aid earlier to the merchant for some extra money. But looked like it all panned out well right here. And we're being introduced to the dog enemies as well right here. The dog enemies in this game are nowhere near as threatening as they can be in other RE games. The dogs in this game, so long as you don't run directly into them or turn your camera up, they just don't do anything in this game. I don't know why. It's a big recurring thing of a lot of Resident Evil games where enemies like AI are kind of dictated by camera for whatever reason. Even like it doesn't even matter on what engine the game is running on. It's just like a recurring thing.
I would like to think, when they play tasted this, you run up to the dog, the immediate reactions for the player to just kind of like step back directly. Wait. And then, that's when the dog strikes and just jumps at you. But for speedruns, yeah, running at an angle diagonal to them, that just throws them off completely in.
Yeah.
But here we go. Pharaoh on to chapter 4-2. And we got Ashley with us.
Yeah, so this is where we're introduced to the president's daughter, Ashley. So yeah, very quick lore catch up. Leon has been sent to a rural part of Spain by himself to look for the president's missing daughter, and she's been kidnapped by this cult, and he needs to rescue her. That's basically the plot. And yeah, so this is the point of the game where, controversially, I think among some people, it does kind of turn into a long escort mission. However, I would argue in the run, Ashley, she can troll you sometimes extremely hard, but for the most part, she's like not a huge problem. And actually, we can use the mechanic of her following and like stopping to like use it to our advantage, basically. Because if you tell Ashley to stop following you, basically, all the enemies around you will kind of just aggro towards you, and that can be used in some rooms to manipulate how some enemies behave. You're gonna see it right here, so Pharaoh and Spartan can just get through this whole farm area like it's really fast.
Wait, follow me.
Yep, there it is on Pharaoh's end.
Yeah. Ooh, this guy. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh man. So yeah, that's a thing that can sometimes happen. That enemy behind the ladder inside the farmhouse can just be a giga brain sometimes. Just go around the ladder. It's incredible to think.
Yeah,
he either runs against the ladder and doesn't do anything, or he knows how to step around it like 2 feet.
It's definitely pretty cool, this tech, in my opinion, because it's not something you really see in a run itself. I mean, you kind of just see the runner. If you've ever if it's like your first time watching the run, you see the runner do that and you're not really understanding why. But there's just so many little things behind the scene when you actually learn to run the game that it's just really a kind of a cool mechanic.
Right here, we should probably give Pharaoh like a moment here. He's trying to do an audio cue. All right, I think Pharaoh got it. Let's see if Spartan gets it. All right, I think both of them are good here. We'll have to see. Yeah, nice. Okay. So yeah, sorry about that. So both runners were using an audio, like an audio notification right there, just to do a little strat right there. So yeah, the way the cabin works is you have to either, it kind of works like the village sequence at the beginning, where you either have to kill a certain amount of enemies or you have to run a timer out. And like the village, it's a lot faster to just kill the enemies. However, this time around, we need to kill 40 of them. So we're going to be abusing some grenades right here. Ideally, we're going to want the enemies to come inside the cabin, and then we're going to get them all grouped up and then just kill them all with grenades. Because the grenades in this game, like all 3 of them, are just extremely OP, basically. So we're going to be using a lot of them throughout the run. And Pharaoh right here is on the part right here where he's going to be camping at the top of the stairs. This is the ending part of the cabin right here, where you're just going to kill the remainder of the enemies with the shotgun at the top right here.
Yeah, it's really there's a lot of RNG with the grenades killing the appropriate people, and then how quickly they get to the stairs here. So we can see a pretty big time discrepancy between the 2 runners depending on what kind of cabins they get.
Yeah, I should also mention, since some people are asking, the reason you see them knifing Lewis is to basically make it so they're also aiming at Lewis so he doesn't shoot at any enemies at the beginning of the cabin. And you do that just so Lewis doesn't shoot any enemies outside. So all the enemies can just get inside the cabin as soon as possible, so you can just kill them as soon as possible. That's basically it. All right, nice. Pretty solid cabin from Pharaoh right there. Let's see if Spartan can close it out here.
I think Spartan's on his last shell. Yeah, that guy will murder you if he gets that close.
Yeah, that was scary. Oh no. Ooh. This is pretty bad.
All right.
Oh, nice. Okay. That was a close one. Yeah. Oh man, that was rough. Yeah, that's just how cabin can be like if you are new to watching this run. I would argue cabin is probably the most random part of the entire run. So it is, especially after Del Lago, it could just make getting out of the village extremely brutal with just those 2 segments combined. But yeah, cabin, very common to see just 10 seconds lost. Yeah, right here, by the way, both runners choosing to go in the Gigante path. The Gigante path is just way faster than the dual Chainsaw Sisters. Because all you need to do is just run to the end. There's nothing stopping you. You don't have to kill the Gigante at all, and you can just get a bunch of supplies for free.
You see Spartan switching to mouse and keyboard right there. Reason for that, if you bump up the DPI on your mouse, you can actually knife all those chains at once. So we're just kind of swoosh or slashing downwards to hit all 3 of them.
I'm pretty sure Spartan might be playing with, he can confirm for this if I'm wrong or not. I think he's just playing on keyboard and mouse completely.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Okay.
Dang, what a gamer. Yeah, there's definitely benefits to both control schemes. I think mouse and keyboard has definitely become a little bit more popular in the recent years, but it's hard to deny the feel of playing with controller as well.
But yeah, we're making our way right here as well to the Mendez fight, which is also very straightforward.
Yeah, you've been seeing our runners pick up those incendiary grenades throughout then village sequence. Here we're going to see all of them used at once. I'll wait until we actually get into the fight to kind of just let them show that off. Pharaoh's into the fight first. He pops one grenade, picks up another, and we're just going to be pretty much chucking them at the big cheese as they hit him and then dies down, and then using that last grenade to hit the barrel at the same time, which does additional damage to Mendez along with Incendiary, allowing for a very, very, very easy fight on professional difficulty.
Yeah, I don't know why they made it so he's like just weak to fire. Like it's just in a burning barn. Very interesting, but yeah. Should mention, by the way, the strat is different there depending on frame rate. On 30 FPS, I think you need 5 incendiaries plus a knife slash to kill him. But on 60, it's just 4.
Yeah, one of the nice benefits of playing on 60 FPS.
Yeah, just in general, the game, if you're curious about the frame rate differences, this is a very common thing with Resident Evil titles. The frame rate changes a lot, basically. That's why most Resident Evil games that come out, like when the rules come out for the speedrun, immediately it's just FPS cap. That is like the first thing everyone is talking about is FPS cap. Because, yeah, FPS changes like just everything. It just makes the game overall faster. Like everything goes faster. So yeah, like naturally you're gonna be wanting to run on like higher FPS.
Now, if you really want to, the real RE4 runners will go play GameCube RE4, which is just a terrible decision that no one should make. But that one's locked at 30 FPS, has some different tricks associated with it. It's unfortunate we don't get to see everything that is in the 30 FPS run because there's some cool things, but 60 FPS is just a better viewing experience in general.
Yeah, I mean, there's one skip, we'll talk about it later, that for a long time we thought was exclusive to just 30. But then, not even, like, only a few years ago, just a whole, like, a version of it that works on every single version of the game was found, which was pretty crazy. And it just shook up everything.
Wait.
Yeah, here we have the biggest merchant stop in the game right now. Still pretty close, still pretty neck and neck. But yeah, Pharaoh and Spartan are just gonna go ahead and just sell everything basically, except for those flashes and some of the ammo they picked up. And they're gonna be swapping out the pistol for a TMP. They're just selling the shotgun and picking up a semi-auto rifle, and then another rocket launcher, of course, the second one of many.
Yeah, each of these weapons have a lot of use associated with it. TMP is really nice for quickly staggering enemies because we only can kill enemies for the most part. We just need to be able to run past them. But when we do need to kill enemies, that's why we got the rifle there to just quickly one tap and get them out of the way.
Yeah, I should mention, like, a lot of people still sometimes wonder why get the TMP. It sucks. It does not suck. It's actually extremely good because one shot from it just staggers the vast majority of enemies in the game. It kind of functions like a pistol like that. But unlike a pistol, it has 30 rounds in it, so it's quite a lot. So yeah, you're gonna be seeing a lot of the TMP used. I think it's the weapon we use throughout most of the run, actually.
Yeah, and ideally, we don't need to pick up really any ammo for it.
Yeah.
It's very few enemies that we actually do need to stagger. It's more of like an emergency, like, oh no, situation. This guy's running at me, and he quickly stop him before he grabs Ashley.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
Yeah, we're going to see how some of the rooms later. Seems like Pharaoh has a little bit of a lead still. And yeah, they're going ahead and doing the sword room. By the way, that cannon room, unlike the remake, if you go ahead and just fire the cannon, it just despawns all the enemies in the room, which is why it seems like they're just walking out like no problem at all. It's just, the room is very, very simple compared to the remake.
Yeah, it's day and night.
Yeah. And here we have a room where we need to get the castle key right here. We also did that sword room where we went in and out of the room to delay the enemies spawning. Grabbing some extra herbs right here. Never a bad idea.
Yeah, definitely the amount of safety heals goes up once you hit the castle. It's just getting to this point is the hardest part.
Yeah, so we never actually, neither runner is going to ever like upgrade your HP with the yellow herbs. We're just going to keep it default as is, just because it's slower to heal, or like to upgrade it, I should say. So yeah, by the time you get late into the game, a lot of enemies can just very easily either one-shot you, or they just do one hit to you and you're in danger. So you just need boatloads of heals. At least for a marathon run. If you're doing like an actual like war attempt or something like that, though, you would obviously just gamba it really hard.
Yeah, just don't get hit. Forehead.
Yeah. And yeah, now we're going to be going on to Garador, which is the first mini-boss of Castle. This is an enemy you're going to see a couple of times pop out. We're out.
But you're not going to see it done as cool as this, so you better be watching.
So yeah, this is the scope cancel right here, where you basically go in and out of the scope to get past a rate of fire cooldown that the rifle has built into it by default. And yeah, if you go ahead and just scope in and out of each of those shots, you can just go ahead and kill the Garador like really fast like that by just shooting the weak point over and over.
Yeah, Pharaoh nailed it.
Wait.
See if Spartan gets it too.
Yeah, we saw a Spartan right there. Go ahead and swap the keyboard and mouse.
Oh, there was a little delayed on the third one.
Oh, no. All right, Spartan's still okay here, but this is going to be a little bit of a time loss, unfortunately. And Pharaoh right here.
It's not hard to
Waterhall.
get the
Let's see how
shots
that
off.
pans out. So yeah, Waterhall.
Yeah, at that point, you just got to reload.
Oh, no, man. All right.
Follow me.
Oh, no. All right. That is definitely going to be a bit of a setback for Spartan. That's really unfortunate. Obviously, there's so much of this run left. There's so much that can happen. Ooh. Oh, this is not good for Pharaoh either. So yeah, Waterhall, the most notorious room in the game, I would say. The one people's have nightmares of. The one people were speculating a lot about, I think, for the remake. Lot of
barely
enemies.
recovered there too, because all the dudes ran straight to him in the corner and caused Ashley to just kind of sit there.
There was a little bit of a delay there with Ashley.
That could have gone very badly if she got picked up there. Oh,
yeah.
oh my God.
All right, nice. Actually, is the red guy moving there? Ooh, that's kind of unfortunate. All right, nice. That looks good for Pharaoh. All right, now Spartan's going to be heading into the room. Yeah, as you can tell, just a million things going on at once that you need to keep track of how many enemies are on screen. So after that one cutscene of Ashley pointing, by the way, at the levers, you can just go ahead and reset the checkpoint, and that does count as a checkpoint, and it'll go ahead and just despawn all those enemies that's spawned at the beginning of Waterhall. So every runner will be doing this as they get that part. And now this is like the FaZe clan sniper reel right here, where you just go ahead and get rid of all these enemies right here. This is just going to show just how strong the sniper is in this game. Just one headshot each, even on pro. This is with like no upgrades. The sniper is just so stupidly strong in this game. Oh no!
Yeah, so we talked about just various segments of this run, which are just heavy reset areas. So Del Lago cabin, and then now we have the Waterhall, which is this room takes so long to learn from a new runner perspective. There are just so many different AI patterns that can happen.
Yeah.
So many little things that could go wrong. All these enemies are running around in the background while you don't see them. And your precise movement matters so much for having them in the correct spot that even just the smallest deviation could cause problems like we see here.
As you're going to be seeing, so after you kill a certain amount of enemies, by the way, this second part of Waterhall is like just very chill. You're just running around grabbing stuff because Ashley is just going ahead and pushing that crank by herself. So that gives us a little bit of time to go around the room and pick up some stuff we need. Most importantly is some money, a first aid, a grenade, and a flash, all of which are going to be needed later.
Great.
And
Burns through.
That was pretty clean. Yeah, that was pretty clean for Pharaoh as well, right here. And Pharaoh is going to be making his way to the end of 3-1.
How you feeling, Pharaoh? Mm-hmm. You good too, Spartan?
Yeah, again, some people saying it's over and all that. No. You don't understand how this game works. this game has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. So there is so much that could still happen, guys.
You know, speaking of tricks, we can see Pharaoh entering the sewer and being introduced to our favorite enemy in the game, the Novistador.
Yeah, the Novistadors, the invisible bug enemies that like to grab you and puke acid all over Leon's pretty face. You know, probably like my favorite death animation in this entire game, honestly.
They kind of went all out with the death animations in this. It's pretty wild to think this was on the GameCube originally.
Yeah. Also, like, man, I can't be the only one who is playing 4R and just going like, man, why did they put more Novies in it? Why did they put more Novies in it? There are literally a lot more Novies in the remake compared to this game, in which there are only 3 rooms with them.
Okay, so Pharaoh gets through first Novi encounter without any issues, but that's not saying much because the future ones are the real problems. And you'll see as we get a little bit further into the run. Meanwhile, Spartan finishing up his water haul, going to be heading out of 3-1 into 3-2 as well.
Yeah, so I think Pharaoh did the strat right there where he shot the red zealot, the TMP right there. There is a cutscene that can happen right there if you mess up, where like the red zealot points at you and then you have to see all the enemies like running around, and it does lose a little bit of time. So, and right here we're doing the gallery, which is so there's going to be a strat that Pharaoh is going to be doing right here, where he's going to be using an incendiary grenade on this red zealot right here to skip him like running around and stuff. We're just going to kill this red zealot right next to the door we need to unlock, so we don't have to chase him around the room. Pharaoh gets it right here.
That looks good.
That looked good. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
Just dancing with myself.
A little bit of cool history behind that. This was one of the key things that was in 30 FPS that we didn't think it was possible in 60 until it got labbed out, and now we're able to do that, which makes this room a lot simpler, because otherwise you're just trying to snipe them from across the room and chase them down, and things can go bad. So what used to be a kind of difficult room pretty much trivial now.
Oh, Spartan just grabbed by it. Novi. So long as he doesn't die, he'll be fine right here. Right, nice.
Yeah.
Did unfortunately lose the first aid, but he'll still be fine. There's backups he can rely on. And Pharaoh going to be doing the second part of gallery, which is another pretty can be a very troll heavy room right here, if all these enemies shooting rocket launchers at you. Ooh, this looks really clean.
Wow, yeah, that's just a clear path to the end there.
Didn't even get like the archer spawning right here. He does have a lot of guys kind of blocking his path out. All right, I think he's fine though. Yeah, he's good. Nice. All right, very good gallery for Pharaoh right there.
Yeah, easy TMP staggers there just to get through. But now the rest of the chapter should be pretty much free to go through. Hedge maze really isn't anything at all. Don't run at the dogs. All right, Spartan going through his gallery as well. See if he nails that red zealot incendiary.
But yeah, this maze, for those who are scared of it as kids, it's not too bad in the run. It's like a very, very chill part, so long as the dogs don't do anything dumb. You're just running around with that rocket launcher for the increased movement speed.
That looks good too.
Oh yeah, nice. All right, good. Really hoping Spartan has a good second half of the gallery right here.
Oh,
Ooh,
nice. Backup
Okay.
shot there. All right, now he just needs to get to the door.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. If you're not familiar, on the Steam version, the flail enemy hitboxes are so like out of this world. How far away they can hit you from. You have to be so careful with those enemies specifically. I don't know what it is, but the flail hitbox is so big that even with a glitch we're going to be using to move around faster later, they can still hit you. It is so crazy.
Yeah, if you ever played like an anime fighting game, it's pretty similar to that.
Yeah, it's the type of hitbox like fighting game fans would just be complaining about for the end of time, basically.
All right, Pharaoh gets through his 3-2, goes to 3-3. But still pretty much nothing going on that end as far as difficulty goes.
Ooh, he did miss the one. That bottle shot is so tricky.
I cursed
You'd have to reload, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not that big of a time loss. But yeah, 3-3, shortest chapter in the game. It's just 2 rooms, basically. And that's the first one right there. And then the second one is also pretty simple.
See, things are a little bit calm right now. You may think the run's getting a little bit easier. It's really just luring our runners into a false sense of security.
Yeah.
Because we have 4-1 coming up soon, and that chapter is a doozy.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay. He's
Dude,
there.
that was so close. Wow.
I saw it in just like the corner. All right, Arrow gets through, gets save in.
Ooh, he's going to be going for the trick shot right here. Does he get it? Ah, he didn't. That's unfortunate. So there's a pixel you could shoot right there for the Ashley chains where you could potentially just shoot like 2 locks off of one shot, even though it doesn't look like it on screen, just based on how big the 60 FPS hitboxes are. Saves a little bit of time. It's like a minor optimization for like the higher end runners, I would say.
Yeah, it's nice if you get it, but it's not like something you reset your run over.
Yeah. And then here, Pharaoh's going to be doing a strat right here, where he's going to shoot that red zealot in the leg, throw a grenade, and if he did this correctly, it's going to kill all the enemies in the room, and that's going to get Ashley to go ahead and just start moving towards the door. So yeah, this is more well-known, I would say, as like probably the Ashley chapter, where you play as her. Got to be I think he got the reload off on that TMP.
Yeah, it looked like it. Anytime you're in a reload and a cutscene comes through, it'll just go through automatically.
Yeah.
So kind of a neat little optimization for doing runs.
But yeah, the Ashley segment, it's a lot shorter in this game compared to the remake. It's just a couple of rooms. It's a puzzle that has a very static solution that you're going to see.
Yeah, puzzles in this game, I tell you, they're not Silent Hill quality, to be honest.
Yeah. It is nice for the speedrun, though, because it means there's no, in this game at least, there's no RNG with the puzzles. It's just the same solution every time, so you don't have to worry about it. If you're a runner, you just, as soon as you know the solution, that's it. That's all there is to it.
Yep, just press the correct buttons and you're good to go.
Yeah.
All right, see if Spartan gets through this. Oh, it's gonna be close.
I think he's fine. Yeah, the shield guy like went really far up. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to get comboed at that door. It's pretty bad. All right, let's see if he gets the double shot too. Oh, just the one. Yeah, it's kind of tricky getting that magic pixel. So it's cool when it happens, but not a huge deal.
Yeah. Ooh, did he miss a shot right there?
He did, but
it's fine. Oh no! All right, he'll still be fine. It is going to make a upcoming room a little bit tricky if you get some bad RNG. We'll have to see.
All right, gonna get the. Oh, we got turned around there. Throws a grenade. Is it gonna hit? Oh, Oh no, Ashley got picked up. Okay, yeah, that just has to be a reload, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like we said, like every room in this game is just optimized to a point where just the slightest mistake can generally mean a reload.
Yeah. So the ammo with the rifle is just so tight that like if you miss more shots than you can afford, then like it's just like it's really, really bad. So but yeah, Pharaoh going ahead and finishing up that chapter right there. And going to be heading into 4-1, which is the longest and I would say hardest chapter in the game.
Wait here.
Yeah, this chapter is like, I don't know, it's like 12, 13 minutes, something around those lines. It's a lot of rooms to go through.
I think with the load remover, it was around like 9 minutes or so. But yeah, it's compared to most chapters in this game, it's really, really long.
All right, Pharaoh on to the first part.
Did he...
I think
did he get that shot? Okay, yeah. So Pharaoh was going for a shot on that one enemy so he could pick up the pendant. He did not get it, unfortunately. So he's probably going to pick up the chessboard later in the Queen's Grail room. We'll call it out when we get there. But yeah, this is what we mean about like the treasure pathing in this game being so optimized at this point that like the chessboard is not that much slower than the pendant that Pharaoh is going to be picking up here, but he went for it anyways just because it doesn't really lose any time to go for it. So long as he makes that cycle on the carousel.
It's going to be close. Oh yeah, no, he didn't make it. So he's just going to stagger step here so the guy doesn't run behind him and grab him while he's waiting. All right, but out of the volcano or lava room and on to next series of challenges coming up with an interesting, I don't know if we call it a mini boss fight. I think you would, because it's the only area you fight the Armaduras.
Yeah, like fight them directly as Leon, I would say. They're a lot more present, obviously, in the remake. Like a lot of enemies, they're way more present in the remake than they are in this game, where like it's very common to just see a unique enemy just show up for like 1 to 3 rooms or whatever, you know. But yeah, so that's the Chimera wall right there that we just got past. Should mention right now, it's a funny bit of like RE4 speedrunning lore. I think the Chimera wall skip is like the most sought after skip in this entire game, or like one of them. It's one that we've been theorizing for a long time, where if we found a way at the beginning of the castle to get past that wall, it would save like 20 minutes off the run or something like that. But unfortunately, I've never found a way past it.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream. I don't think it'll ever get found, but you know, maybe in 2050, you know, after RE4 RRR has been, you know, released, we'll still have a group of runners lapping this game out.
Resident Evil 4 remake. Yeah, that's what some people want for RE1 right now. I've unironically seen it. People's going like, you know, we should just make another remake for RE1. Okay. And right there, we're introduced to those 2 guys who are just been in that wall the entire time with that drill, just waiting to ambush Leon and Ashley just to get shot by 1 TMT shot and just have their plans ruined.
Yeah, their whole life, you know, just led up to that moment, and just one bullet to stop it. That was their moment,
man. They were promised a promotion over that one.
All right, Spartan into his lava room does get the shot on the guy there. So he'll be picking up that treasure and not having to get the chessboard later.
Yeah, you saw it. You saw Pharaoh pick it up like 30 seconds ago in the Queen's Grail room. Right before he left, he went up to a little drawer and picked up the treasure, the chessboard, just for some money later on. But ideally, you do want to get that pendant that's in the lava room that Spartan just got. And right here, you're going to be seeing. This is why having a lot of rifle ammo is important. It's for this Armaduras room specifically. It's the last time we really use the rifle, so we're gonna be using it to like just get rid of all these guys really fast. Just 1 shot per helmet, ideally, and then using a flash grenade to insta kill them. Pharaoh got the helmet meme. That sucks. Okay,
he did have enough sense to wait and see if it was going to come off before burning through a flash grenade. But yeah, that guy is a joke. Like sometimes he'll just be like, "Oh, well, you shot me in the helmet. I know this took off everyone else's in one shot, but me, nah, I'm not about that." So you got to burn another shot and then throw that flash. So just something that comes with the experience of running this game, just knowing that can happen and being able to react appropriately to it.
For a marathon, it's not too big a deal. It's like a very minor time loss, but obviously if you're grinding for like a top time in this game, it does suck when it happens. And now that we got both grails from both those rooms, we're heading off to Novi's 2, which is another notorious room among 4OG runners. This room kills many hopes and dreams of runs that are on good pace. Because the Novis have returned, and this time they fly, and they're a lot more dangerous when they fly. So, oh man, this is looking pretty clean right now for Pharaoh. Hoping I don't jinx it right here. This looks good.
What's that guy gonna do? Okay, we're good.
Yeah, he's fine. Nice. Okay, very good Novis 2 from Pharaoh, right there. It's like half skill based, half like you hope. There's like literally RNG that can happen where like you spawn into the room and then a Novi just flies directly in your face as you have like entered your first frame of movement and just insta grabs you, and there's just nothing you can do about it. It's really brutal sometimes.
Yeah, like how dare you play this game?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Man, that happened. Didn't that happen last time you did a marathon run?
It did.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that pattern. A meme. Yeah, that pattern of the of that one enemy you saw Pharaoh kind of just neo dodging right there by backing up. Yeah, that's a super rare pattern. That almost never happens. It's like maybe like a 5% chance that happens, and that's the second time now it's happened on a marathon run. That's super cool.
All right, Spartan entering into his Armaduras fight. So I would say, yeah, pay attention to that sixth one he shoots. Most of the time we'll see that helmet get popped up, but see if he has to wait and get the same RNG as Pharaoh did. I think he should have enough shots. Yeah, he has ammo in his inventory, so he's not too worried.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that one crossbow guy specific. Yeah, I've never seen that happen before. Wow. I don't think anyone else has either. I didn't even know it was possible for that guy to actually shoot you. Okay. This is a pretty interesting 4-1 so far for Pharaoh. Now let's see how this goes right here. Oh, nice. Yeah, he went for it all right there. If you mess up that timing at all, that Scythe guide gets you. And there is a possibility, even at max HP, that the Scythe guys one-shot you. So yeah, it's pretty scary, but if you're at these guys' level, you go for it, you know. Ooh, I don't know if he got it. Oh, all right. Oh my, oof, that was so close. Wow.
That was a very good recovery. The hitbox for the parasite or the block on the back of the Predator, it's pretty huge, but you have to hit him before he just stands up and blocks it out completely.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the armored Gyarados can tank the rocket launcher shot. I don't know why. It's just he can. So you have to shoot him an extra time.
What are you selling?
And right here.
Oh no! Oh no!
What are you buying?
So, shout out to Spartan showing us just how dumb this room is.
Yeah. But we should mention right now, Pharaoh is about halfway into the game right now. It's marked by that merchant, and that merchant is a very important one because we're going to be selling the rifle, and Pharaoh went ahead and bought the striker, which I think a lot of you guys know. They're not everyone, but like if you've ever like kind of watched some speedruns of this game, you know about the striker glitch. We're going to be calling it the Ditman glitch. That's what our community has been calling it. Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, this is so bad.
Can't believe Stars paid off the Novistadors, man.
Yeah, I don't know if Spartan's audio is going through, but yeah, he mentioned it's because he's on Team Umbrella that he's getting this RNG. That is so unfortunate, man. Oh my god.
it's such a short room too, but it's
Yeah.
just every second counts. Every second, just a single Novi can come up and be like, "I'm gonna hit you," and it's just a domino effect. All
Yeah.
right, let's see if we can get past this one.
Oh,
okay.
no. He might still be fine though, right here. We're gonna have to
Yeah.
see.
He'll definitely heal and just.
Oh no, that was like instant. Wow. He almost got like frame trapped right there as well. Where you finish the grab animation and then right after you're like still in the recovery phase of the animation, but Leon loses iframes, an enemy just swipes you and then you just die and there's nothing you can do about it. But thankfully that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's not like a skill issue at all. The Novis in this game are just straight up RNG at times, and they'll just straight up shut down, any kind of good attempt you got going on. It's just something every single runner is going to go through at some point, and it's just rough to see.
Oh no!
He has one heal too. I think he's got the herb at the top.
Yeah, luckily. So he's going to be moving a little bit slower right here, but he'll go ahead and heal directly from that herb at the top of the room.
Meanwhile, on the other end, a lot of stuff has happened as we were looking at those Novis.
We haven't even... So a lot has happened on Pharaoh's end. So he's gotten access now to the Ditman glitch, which is a glitch that happens when you have the striker shotgun and you swap to another weapon or item to equip as Leon is in the middle of the pointing animation, like the aiming animation, and it makes Leon run like 1.5 times faster. So as you can imagine, for the speedrun, it's huge. It's by far the most important glitch in the entire game. It just completely changes the dynamic of the run. And as you're seeing right here, he's able to do the skip right here, where he goes for the zipline twice to get out of bounds. And that happens because you're riding the zipline, and the game doesn't expect you to get up to the zipline again fast enough before it resets by itself. And because you can do that with the striker glitch. Oh no! That is so unlucky on Pharaoh's end. So yeah, Pharaoh right now, third Novi room. Oh no!
The double.
Oh no! He's got a lot of heals to burn through though, thankfully. But yeah, I thought he was gonna get grabbed again. Oh my! Wow!
It was almost a frame trap.
The Novis are wow. They're going nuts this run. Wow, for both runners. Yeah, so some people have pointed out, in this room specifically, you will notice the Novis just going through walls. They just cheat. they literally just fly directly through a wall straight at you. And that is a thing they can do. It is as stupid as it sounds, but yes. A thing you have to be aware of.
Oh, he dodged the rocket there too. It's usually get through the get to the door before that dude shoots that rocket, but kind of a bad aim on.
Oh no, you have to reset the room here as well.
Not a terrible room to reset. It's right there at the start, but all right, we're through it.
Yeah, right. Pharaoh, by the way, at the finishing up Novi 3 right there, you can go ahead and skip that like the falling pillars puzzle kind of. It's not really a puzzle like part with the striker. You can like skip a cycle. Yeah, now we're going to be seeing Spartan getting his striker now. Hopefully his Verdugo will go well and all that. I'm very much hoping. I'm doing a run tomorrow, by the way, and I am also on Team Umbrella, so I think I am. So Spartan's my teammate. I know Pharaoh, but yeah, I gotta root for my boy though. I'm hoping this Novi 3 and all that goes well for him.
It'll be this is kind of an interesting situation too. I think if you're going for world record, like obviously you reset at this point, but in a race, using the Ditman during this segment, you could potentially skip the QTEs from him trying to hit you from under the ground. Yeah. So it'll be. I'm probably influencing his decision right now on whether or not he actually goes for it, or if he just does the QTE to avoid getting hit, since he doesn't really have a whole lot of heals.
Yeah, let's see if he gets it right here. Oh, right, he's just doing a QTE. Okay.
Yeah, just
not risking it. Okay. Yeah. The doing the doing the skips on the Verdugo QTs right there without doing the QT itself is like really tricky. It's a thing you only really start to learn once you have like enough practice, enough hours in the game, really, because it is super precise. And I feel like most people have like their own method for doing it, their own timing, because there's a bunch of different ways to do it. But yeah.
Hey,
Oh, wait, I
there's
think oh no!
What?
I think that did he move like very slightly to the right? I think.
Oh, it must have hit the wall.
Yeah, I think like Verdugo moved like an inch, and that caused it to miss. That, or it was like the classic Leon sway that is ever present in this game, where Leon, whenever he's like scoped into a weapon or aiming a weapon over the shoulder, you could see him like just moving his arms around quite a lot.
All right, see if he gets it on this attempt too. We didn't really get a chance to talk about it when Pharaoh was going through, but he'll probably take it a little bit slower, I imagine, this time to ensure that it goes through. Yeah, there he goes. He just zoomed in a bit just to make sure it would hit. And there's the instant Verdugo kill.
Yeah. So right now, Pharaoh is doing the biggest skip in the entire run, which is the minecart skip. So if you're kind of familiar with this run, you probably know about the minecart skip. It only works. Well, actually, no. The method that Pharaoh did only works on Steam 60 FPS, where he just clips directly into the ground while he's dropping into the minecart. And that allows you to just go out of bounds and just take this invisible pathing all the way to the end right here. Just skips that entire segment. It's way faster. There is a method of doing it on every platform as well as without Ditman, because the 60 FPS method requires Ditman on the striker. Or no, it requires Ditman on the TMP. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
cool that there's a lot of history associated with how that skip was found and just how it got applied to all runs or all the different consoles and that it could be run on. Won't go into it too much, but it really was like a turning point for speedruns in general for this game.
Yeah. But yeah, like I remember that. Like I wasn't there for it. That was like slightly before my time, but I remember when that skip was found. Like, ooh. All right. So yeah, this room right here is super tricky that Pharaoh's in right now. Oh,
How did that get through? I thought that was gonna hit.
This is gonna be tight right here. Oh no. Oh wow. Okay.
We're not even playing it. We're kind of we're panicking a bit. Like we were the ones going through the room.
So close. Wow. Yeah, this room is so tricky. In this QT right here, we're running away from the statue of Salazar right here. the Captain Crunch statue. This QT is really bad on 60 FPS, by the way. I'm hoping Pharaoh gets a no problem. I don't know if he's using turbo or not. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
Yeah, this game is just unfair with how much you have to mash, and honestly, just for our own health, we go ahead and allow the turbo for that.
Yeah, it's just the mashing QTs in this game on the Steam 60 version. I think most of this, like the 60 FPS versions, I could be wrong though, like the QTs are just really bad, and that's just tied to how a lot of inputs and stuff are tied to frame rate. It's really annoying in this game. I thought like Pharaoh was going to get hit by that sucker, right?
Ooh. So in a stark contrast from Novice 2, Spartan gets a really good Novice 3 there. Just turning the camera to run away from everyone, not getting caught in any frame traps. Definitely what he needed to save a little bit of time.
But yeah, Pharaoh
elevator.
right now, we're on the elevator right now. The elevator is like really tricky. It's super precise. You have to be standing in a precise spot right here to shoot all these enemies off as soon as they drop on. If 2 enemies are on, I think it's 2.
Yeah.
Then the elevator just stops, which obviously loses time. So ideally, you're just shooting these guys off as soon as they drop down, so the elevator never stops.
Yeah, that one guy got sent to the corner, which isn't a big deal, like if you're able to knock everyone else out, but
Really
yeah.
clean elevator, by the way. Super clean elevator from Pharaoh.
Yeah, that was real nice. You'll be headed up to the end of the castle.
Yes, the
Before we do
Salazar
that-
boss fight.
Yep.
Yeah, there's one thing we're missing from our inventory right now. Costs 30,000 pesadas. Yeah.
Any guess?
Yeah. A launcher of rockets of some kind.
Wow, this guy just gets to buy rocket launchers on every boss. Man, is this even a hard speed run?
I know, right? It's just so easy. You don't have to do any boss fights.
All right, he's gonna run up. He's gonna shoot the eye a few times to go ahead and get him staggered. Get Salazar to show himself, and then gonna pop a rocket right in his ugly face.
Yeah, really nice fight right there. I mean, it's really hard to mess this fight up once you have enough experience with it. But yeah, did mention there is a skip for Salazar, but it only works on 30 FPS, and because you have to go back into the main menu to swap frame rate, we just don't do that in this run.
Spartan gets his minecart skip. Very easy skip, you know, despite how long it took to find it. It's literally we're running at the first cart at a certain angle with the TMP, jumping down, and the game's like, wait, what? You jumped down? Let's just put you out of bounds. And then taking kind of like a path around some barriers that you can't see to be able to run straight to the end there. So yeah, running here on, not even running on the tracks themselves, definitely not an intentional part of your usual gameplay.
Yeah, right here we're gonna be doing the other really big skip now, I should say, which is the island skip. That looks good. Nice. Okay. So yeah, if you go ahead and just climb up right there at a specific angle, Leon just goes straight out of bounds. And then we're gonna be using this QTE trigger right here. That's gonna send us to the top of the room, like automatically, and that goes ahead and skips the entire room right there. So we don't have to do those. Yeah, but yeah, we used to have to do like the mirror puzzle right there, and the mirror puzzle was a huge pain because, man, if you like messed up the angle at all on the mirrors, it just cost you a ton of time. And yeah, like also the mirrors just move super slowly. So yeah, that out of bounds is huge when it got found.
For sure. And that's a pretty recent glitch I was found. Like, I don't even know how to do it.
Yeah.
And I ran this until like, I don't know, 2018, 2019 or so.
I think it got found in 2019, 2020. I can't remember. I think it was one of those years, I think.
But it's just nuts that a game that's been around for so long is still finding, you know, new tech like that to bring down the time even more.
Yeah, and we're seeing Spartan right here do his Salazar statue room right here. This room is always so scary. Oh man, this flail guy kind of griefing.
Yeah, it looked pretty clean for a moment there, and then it was like,
oh, nice.
What?
He risked it and it paid off. Unfortunately, this red zealot guy didn't climb up, but that's still fine now. Spartan played that correctly right there.
And mash that X button. And you can keep mashing it. And mash it some more. All right, surely we're done mashing. I'm just gonna go through this. Or nope, we're mashing again.
Yeah, and as you can see, Pharaoh is on a 5-1 right now. Like that's like the beginning of the island. This entire split is basically just very, very execution heavy. There's not really that much RNG now with the skip at the beginning. And we're also introduced right here to the regenerators, which I will say credit to the remake. I think the regenerators in the remake are like way scarier than they are in this game, because in this game they're really, really slow. They don't really do a whole lot. You just bait them out, and yeah, you just get past them.
Yeah, how do you make an enemy scarier? By making it able to run, which they knocked out of the park for the remake.
Well, to be fair, they can run in this game too. Actually, I think I was watching you at one point where that happened. I think you turned around at some point and there was a regenerator like running.
Was it? It was after the wrecking ball room, right?
Yeah, it was there. Yeah. Oh man. Ooh, I think the Pharaoh get hit by a crossbow enemy right there. So he's fine. Got a surplus of heals right here to work with.
Yeah, it's definitely nice at this point. You have a pretty good stash of healing items in case anything goes wrong. So it makes the island a little easier to get through, at least until like the climax of the run itself, when you're probably going to be burning through all those heals at once.
Yeah, it's good that Pharaoh still has a lot of heals to work with, because once we get to the 5-4, it just becomes a bit of a fiesta.
All right, gets the Iron Maiden there.
I think Spartan's mostly fine. He had a little bit of he's fine. All right, a little bit of a hiccup at the end there, but that's mostly a clean elevator.
Yeah,
as you can imagine, just like any minor mistake, like just either positioning or mistiming your shotgun for like not just the elevator, but a lot of rooms in this game could just cause you to like just lose a ton of time, like out of nowhere. This is like a very, I would argue this is like a really hard speed game if you're running it at a top level. It is like extremely difficult. And yeah, now we have Ashley back, 5-2. Pharaoh going to be resetting the checkpoint right there. This checkpoint, for whatever reason, when he reloads, it moves some enemies in this room, which he's going to be using to his advantage right here with a normal grenade. And that looks mostly good. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, pretty good RNG there. Brian gets his Salazar kill as well. He's going to be heading into the island here pretty soon.
Yeah, as you can imagine, by the way, with the striker glitch, rooms like that where you have tons of enemies, even with Ashley, you can just navigate around them just because that's how fast you're going. And now we're going to be moving on. I think this is the introduction to Iron Maidens, which are like a variant. No, that was earlier. Pharaoh killed an enemy.
Yeah, he just died.
It happens so fast, but yeah. Pharaoh just shot a rocket launcher at the first Iron Maiden that's introduced, which are like a spike variant on the normal regenerators. There's quite a lot more deadly than the normal ones. But yeah, right there, just using a flash grenade to get past that guy. And right here, Pharaoh is moving on to the Wrecking Ball room. This is a room that has undergone like a lot of changes over the years in terms of routing. There used to be a glitch we used with Ashley to stop the enemies from aggroing you, but it is a little bit slower to set up compared to what you're going to be seeing Pharaoh do right here. That was close. Pharaoh's going to be running around the room with the
what'd you call it? Like glitch. The home run strat or something?
It's called the home run strat.
Yeah, this is... So I did not know about this until I commentated Pharaoh's last run a few months back when RE4R came out. So this is very new to me. I'm used to the strat of just keeping her at the entrance, just having all the enemies kind of just do nothing at all. So, like I said, just more optimizations every year.
Yeah. It is kind of unfortunate we don't get to see the Ashley glitch anymore to mess with the enemy AI there. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. You got to do what's faster at the end of the day.
Truge. All right, Ashley's going to come back through the wall here. You know, just normal things.
Wait.
Spartan's also zooming through his part of the island. Like Mike said, just very execution heavy.
Leave it to me,
not a whole lot of RNG. So this is when your skill really does get to shine.
Yeah.
Gonna run to that corner. He's gonna make this. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, and right here, Pharaoh is entering the truck right now. The truck auto-scroller, which is the biggest auto-scroller in the entire game. This is also where Pharaoh is, like, both runners, I'm assuming, are going to be picking up a lot of money. They're going to need it for the upcoming chapter to get another rocket launcher.
I love that. It's always a meme talking about, you know, how Ashley suddenly has the skills to drive this truck. And it was just funny thinking about, like, how are they going to approach that in RE4 remake?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now she can use a wrecking ball. I guess she's just
I do like how they combined both the set pieces though, because it has both that wrecking ball room from earlier plus the truck combined into one giant like cabin essentially. But yeah, there's a lot of ways. I know there's like at least 2 skips for that room in the remake. There's like a legit one that was intended by the devs and then one that was not so intended.
Yeah, we'll be seeing plenty of that when we get to that run. But here we go. The truck, the truck's on fire, so surely you can't just start up and start chasing Leon again, right? Like, that's not how trucks work. Oh, wait. But what if the truck did start again and started chasing Leon?
Yeah, the ghost truck, the Ghost Rider truck.
It's about to hit us with that penance there, This game is ridiculous. If you play this game a lot, you learn just to laugh at just how insane the things that are going on in this game.
I'll never understand people who complain about like why is it so goofy all of a sudden? That's how RE is, my guy. That's just how it is. You have rooms like this.
All right, Spartan getting that Iron Mini kill that we talked about there. You only see half his body, unfortunately, because we're just launching that rocket into the corner that he's at. But makes it a lot faster. There's an ultra strat where you can go ahead and like get him in a knife stun lock, which is good for some other categories such as like no merchant.
Yeah.
But here, we're trying to go fast, and we've already talked at length about how accessible the rocket launcher is. So we just pop one of those at him, get the key card, and run back to Ashley.
So I should mention right now, after that truck stop, that Pharaoh is now officially on the second part of the truck auto scroller, and this is the much more dangerous one. This is the part of the auto scroller where there is a very real possibility of dying. Actually, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but yeah, like, so this is the point where the game just starts allowing the enemies to turn into Plagas, which are like those enemies with the giant tentacles. And as we mentioned earlier, the Plagas enemies can just one-shot you, and you're in this tiny little like claustrophobic space right here. So it's super dangerous if like one of those guys gets on the truck.
Yeah.
So we're hoping right here that Pharaoh can just kind of get rid of all these enemies. Like none of them are going to do anything dumb. This is pretty good luck so far.
All right. I think this guy's head will... Okay, no, never mind. I thought he was going to instantly go to a Plaga. All right, this is clean. Yeah, this part could be... What is that? That's a biohazard? I've never seen that before.
Wait, what does?
That sign you looked at. Oh, I gotta look on the restream. Oh, that... I've never seen that before, dude. Anyways, that
was a really clean truck right there from Pharaoh, by the way. Super clean. And now we're gonna be going straight into getting a rocket launcher. Yeah, Pharaoh picked up just enough money from some of the enemies that he killed on the truck to afford that rocket launcher without having to sell anything, which is optimal. And now Ashley gets kidnapped again. So we're not gonna get her now till like the very end of the game. And Pharaoh is going to be heading on now to the biggest unskippable cutscene in the entire game, which is kind of an iconic part.
Spartan getting through his wrecking ball room too. Pretty clean so far. Going to hit that last lever, destroy the wall. Everyone's done.
This looks good.
Yeah,
very nice.
She Ashley just takes the wrecking ball to the face, but we don't worry about that.
Yeah, now we're on the Krauser cutscene. I will say, I kind of prefer, even though like the knife fight in the remake is not that bad, for the run, I think most runners, from what they have told me, is the unskippable cutscene is a lot better than what they have to deal with in the remake, where it's like an actual boss fight where you have to knife him over and over again.
Comrade.
Yeah,
at least here, it's just like you watch the cutscene and you're done. There's like no variance at all. It's just watch the cutscene and that's it.
Yeah, a lot more setup goes into the remake fight, with just by nature of the game itself, like with upgrades and stuff. But this is just hit the inputs. It's always going to be one of two sets of inputs, so you can literally just mash both of them at the same time to ensure that you're not dying. Kind of a nice part of being able to run on PC is that it just instantly reads those inputs as opposed to like GameCube where you actually have to wait to see what it is. Otherwise, it's not going to read the input and you just die.
Yeah, thankfully the more modern like versions of this game allow more inputs per second. So.
Hey, look at all those dudes just chilling there on the truck. And knocked them out. Definitely a nice part, or a nice usage of the intended usage of the striker there. Just being able to quickly crowd control, a whole bunch of enemies at once, which is really just a segment in a nutshell. Just keeping enemies off the truck. And gonna pick up some money. Get a lot of team ammo. Wow.
All for umbrella's sake.
Inventory is not huge at this point now. Obviously you have like an optimal inventory, but compared to castle and village where it's pretty much you need to have the exact same inventory every time, it's kind of nice just being able to pick up whatever here.
Looks like we have the upper hand here.
Yeah, Pharaoh getting to the end of the movie right here. This is like always a very high, this is always a very like high point, I would say, though, whenever you're doing a run and you have a run at the cutscene, and I think every like RE4 runner has like got it through their head at some point that they're like, am I gonna say the lines this time? Am I gonna say the lines this time for the VOD?
Maybe some other time.
Subvert their expectations by not saying anything at all, not even acknowledging the cutscene. Especially on GDQ too, where it's become kind of a thing to always do the lines.
Yeah, and here we have the original. Did they get this from the original Resident Evil movie, like the 2000 one?
That was my understanding. Just they brought it back from this. But yeah, if you were upset by how campy this game was up until this point, you're probably just like fuming at this now with the lasers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Important point right here, sitting on the chair for Pharaoh. There's no time to rest.
I'm so glad they kept that in the remake. Like, I mean, you guys are gonna see the remake, when that run happens. But just from a person who's played this game so many hours, like it was really cool to see how many things they kind of threw back to the original. Like, hey, thanks for being a fan for so long. There's no time to rest. Spartan's kind of flipping out on the truck. Being on that truck for so long does things to a person.
All right, yeah, Pharaoh right here on the U3 boss fight. So this is like 5-3 is basically the boss rush split of the game, where you have to do 2 boss fights back to back, U3 and then Krauser, and both of these fights are pretty long at multiple phases. Yeah, a lot of the Zoomers who have only played the remake, you might not be aware because they cut this boss out for some reason in the remake. My guessing is still that they're going to put it in the DLC, that U3 is for sure going to be like a DLC boss or something.
Yeah, definitely separate ways, in my opinion.
Ooh, that was... All right, Pharaoh is still good. What strategy going to do here, though? Oh, he's doing it? All right, nice. I was going to say, man, I thought Pharaoh was going to be a gambling man right there. Yeah.
So, I just want to point out something real quick on Spartan's side. As he was approaching the end of the truck there was a Plaga that was straight up sprinting at him. That is probably the most dangerous thing you can see in this entire run, because Leon gets stuck in an animation with the truck crashing and everything.
Yeah.
That does not apply to that Plaga. He'll run up and just kill you as the cutscene is going on.
Yeah.
I've had it happen. It sucks so freaking much, man.
Yeah, even though like Leon on the truck at the end right there is like doing this kind of like scripted animation where like he gets staggered from like the wall like caving in and stuff like that. That does not apply to the enemy, and also you don't have iframes during that part. So yeah, Leon could just die. It really sucks, but it can happen, and I think it's happened to like everyone at some point.
But thankfully it doesn't happen here, so both our gamers rolling through the castle at a pretty fast pace.
Spartan going to get his ticket right now to the movie right here.
So what are you selling?
And Pharaoh right here, doing a final merchant stop right here.
Thanks.
Picking up a rocket launcher. And the Killer 7. Yeah, we're finally swapping out the TMP that we've had this whole time to the TMP. Or the Killer 7, I mean. Like a Magnum that they made, the name of is like a reference to the Capcom game. And we're moving on now to the boss fight, the Krauser boss fight.
Yeah,
this is like
both of them on the Krauser fight.
This is broken up into like 3 phases. We're swapping the keyboard and mouse here. Oh, did Pharaoh get that? I think he got that, right? I think he got it. I think he had to use 1 extra shot right there, but he did. So what he did was he shot Krauser right after throwing the grenade, and that staggered Krauser right after he threw the grenade, which made it so like the grenade just dropped right on top of Krauser and just did double damage to him, basically.
I didn't know that was a strat.
Yeah.
That's new to me.
There's some RNG there involving involving like what Krauser does, like if he throws a grenade or uses a crossbow or whatever.
All right, easy 1 tap. Oh, it misses that second shot though.
Yeah, he's still fine though.
Yeah, you have a good amount of Magnum ammo here in case that does happen.
Now we're getting
pretty
to
clean.
we're getting to the meme statue push right here. Does Pharaoh get it? Nice.
Oh.
Okay. Clean. Yeah, that statue push Pharaoh got right there is like, it's a lot harder than it looks, and it like almost every top runner goes for it. Yeah, I wouldn't say you need to get it to like get whir or anything, but like it does save quite a bit of time.
Yeah, otherwise you're having to do some extra pushes and
yeah, it just
really
ends up
kills time.
costing quite a bit of time. Yeah, so like nearly every runner goes for that. And it is very, very tough because if you mess up the timing at all, you either don't push the statue enough and you need to go back and push it some more, or you end up pushing it too far and then you need to push it again to readjust it so you can get it onto the pressure switch. But yeah,
For your death,
pretty good for pretty good.
Yo,
Krauser
what
so
a
far.
shot. We had the Blockhouse Krauser on the left and then the normal Krauser on the right, literally in the same exact pose. All right, easy fight though. You know, just like the majority of the enemies in this game, Krauser just susceptible to those knife stuns. So he's just, you know, hit him in the face, he gets staggered, hit him a couple times, then just rinse and repeat. Really easy fight. Or it looks very easy. It's easy to mess it up, do it too quickly so he doesn't get staggered. But when you do it correctly, it looks incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and right here, we're making it actually a very important save right here for 5-4. I shouldn't mention it because it's gonna jinx, but there is a crash that can happen though at the end of this room right here where the game crashes.
Yeah, it's we're really far into this run, you know, hour and 24 minutes now at this point. But by no means is it actually done because chapter 5-4, you know, you may be on like the perfect pace, man. You're on the perfect line. You're getting that Streets 123 and RA4, but you're going through 5-4, which can just completely ruin your run depending on what these enemies do. Pretty clean so far from Pharaoh, but now we're moving on to the actual problem segment in the second part of the war room.
This is pretty good so far though for Pharaoh. But yeah, this room is super, super tricky. Even though it doesn't look like it, you can just get hit at like any moment, basically. Ooh. All right. And yeah, we're just gonna be moving around, hoping no enemy hits us at all, and that everything goes swell right here.
And no crashes, hopefully. Burns getting a pretty lead.
Got it. As you're seeing right there, Pharaoh having to like do massive respect to those flail swings. Like I said earlier, those flail swings you cannot sleep on it. It is so bad. Like how bad that hitbox is.
Yeah, enemies basically have aim hacks, so they'll lock onto your position, even if you're running past them at with Ditman up, they'll be like, "No, we're still gonna hit you." Ooh, okay, that's fine.
I think we're fine. Oh no! Oh no! 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 He's getting 5 forward.
This is what we're talking about, man. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. Not saying anything. All right. Cool. No game crash.
All right. Wow.
This game is notorious for wanting to crash right there, in which, you know, an hour and a half into the run for that to happen is just like the most awful thing.
I don't know if it's ever happened to me in an actual attempt, but it's happened to me for sure in like a no reset before. And yeah, even in a no reset, it's such a letdown. Like, oh man, I don't even get to finish the run, you know.
Spartan got through his U3 pretty clean. There was a part where U3's thick cheeks kind of blocked him from being able to run past, but that was more of a time loss than anything, since he just jumps up and he's able to proceed without any problems.
Pharaoh grabbing that red herb, by the way, just because this room right here, I've talked to other runners about it. This is like my least favorite room in the game, or it's like top 3 like worst room in the entire game. This room is so bad. This is the war room. This is the room where like anything could happen here, basically. With how some of these enemies behave. All right, let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, and this looks good. We're gonna see right here. Oh, no! Around the corner, using that red herb to go to max health. It is crazy how fast you go. You burn through heals potentially in 5-4. It is crazy.
All right, still not out of it.
This looks good. This looks good, though.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. That's a wrap on War Room for Pharaoh.
And now the run is you actually have a run at this point if you got this far.
At this point, yeah, it's like if you're on PB pace now, it's like you're like 95% chance you're gonna get it.
Wait, follow.
Right,
yeah,
clean
Pharaoh,
Crowther from Spartan 2.
Pharaoh about to hit the final chapter right here.
He's eating at the statue too. Oh, he does. We got both runners. Got the statue in Krauser. That's sick to see. Wow, I wonder how hard this fight could be. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, Pharaoh.
I've never seen that happen before. Wow. Okay. It happened to something like that happened to Spartans, and now it happened to Pharaoh. Okay. Where the Leon sway got him.
I know. Realistic gaming in my my horror game.
If that happened in like an actual like run, like a PB pace run, that would just be tragic. Wow. All right, and Pharaoh shooting the final rocket launcher right there for Maida. And you even picked up the money. That's awesome. Nice, you get a 100K into your next playthrough.
Use that to buy even more rocket launchers.
That was a pretty long load screen right there. Okay.
Clean Krauser fight from Spartan as well. Got that. I think it looked like he went for the faster knife strat too. Just kind of YOLOing it to get the staggers with the knife or the face hits. And it paid off there. All right, he's going. Yo, Ashley, get on this jet ski. I'm going without you and the jet ski.
Yeah. One of the more well-known uses of the striker glitch right there. It actually does not save time. In fact, it actually loses time. But you always got to do it in a marathon, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the jet ski in this game is quite a bit easier, I would say, as well, than it is in the remake. And Pharaoh's going to be hitting time in just a moment here. Doing the jet ski tricks, also mandatory if you're on gamepad.
All right, and as you see him get to the end here, it's going to be time now for Pharaoh.
Pharaoh, yeah.
GG.
Really, really solid run from Pharaoh. I'm actually interested in seeing what that IGT is. That was overall a pretty good run right here.
Thank you.
Pharaoh.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with the very start, but after that it was pretty good.
Oh, no. Spartan did die, but it's okay because he hit the lever, which means he got the checkpoint right here. So he's just going to go right back there. Nice. Okay. Ooh. And as we're seeing right now, Spartan also going for the turret room. Ooh, nice. Okay. That's what Pharaoh was trying to do earlier, by the way, which is he was trying to like get past that shield enemy without stopping it all, but he did get the flail swing, unfortunately.
All right, burning through that magnum ammo. Might as well at this point. Helps you kind of get through it a little bit easier.
Yeah, he is gonna need. I think he's actually. Right, yeah. So Spartan's actually gonna have to reload before the end, which kind of sucks, but it's all fine now.
Oh, he only has one more heal. So,
Rage right here. This game is not kind to you at all with giving you heals, by the way.
oh, what the hell? That guy could just push you into the room? That's insane to me. I did not know that was possible.
And also, Spartan not getting the crash, by the way. Very nice. So thankfully, it did not happen to either runner. That's super, super nice.
Definitely a hype moment.
Yeah, because man, if the crash had happened to Spartan as well, like, that would be really, really sad, I would say. But yeah, Spartan gonna be moving on to the prison right here.
Does he have? Okay, yeah, he has enough magnum ammo.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if he's gonna pick it up or
yeah,
not.
he does. He's gonna have to reload before Sadler, but it's still fine. He'll have enough.
Yeah. This room.
Also picked up. Yeah, also picking up that red herb right there to go with the green herb in case he does need to heal the full right here. All right. See how this plays out. You ideally do not want to. Oh no, the door closed. That sucks. All right, that's fine. This is fine. So long as he doesn't get hit, I would say he's fine. Yeah, he's good, I think.
Yeah, but it depends on this guy right here, though.
Yeah, the top. Oh, no. Oh, he's almost getting frame trapped right here. No.
Oh my god, this
is brutal. Oh no. Oh. That was extremely unlucky with the enemies up at the top. Wow.
Yeah, we like I said earlier, like you don't actually have a run until you're through this room, and it's really like this is just showing how random it can be and just how quickly you shut you down. All right, definitely you got better RNG there. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, we'll see up at the top though. This is like the actual important part right here. That's a lot better.
Oh, he dodged the arrow too. Good. All right, and around the corner.
Oh no! I think if he had ran straight forward, he could have dodged that, but I'm not sure. All right, doing the full heal.
Yeah, I don't know if he had the room there.
All right, this is gonna be tricky though. There's so many enemies right here. Oh no. Okay.
Oh. God, I'm like clenching so hard right now.
Oh no.
Where the heck did that come from?
There are two crossbow enemies up at the top right there with this.
Yeah. Oh, good. Got the green herb drop from there.
Yeah.
And was like, hey, you don't got any heals.
So, unlike, Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, you do not run faster in this game while you're in caution or danger. You actually move a lot slower, so you never, ever want to be in danger or anything like that, so.
All right, but we're through the most troublesome
Yeah.
segments, thankfully. And we got a nice, clean path to the end.
Nice. So, yeah, he is watching a little bit of that cutscene. For whatever reason, if you skip that cutscene a little bit too fast, Ashley does not get teleported next to Leon. I don't know why it happens, but yeah. It's a little safety thing runners like to do right there, just so Ashley doesn't get, like, trapped in by those two, like, Mad Max hammer enemies. We're going to be doing Sadler right here.
All right,
Same strat.
clean.
Getting the Ada rocket launcher right here. Rocket launcher parentheses special. He is also grabbing the money. Nice.
Yeah, he's saying up for his next run too.
Surely runners don't just skip the 100 grand pesadas that are right there, right? Surely they pick it up every single time.
Exactly, you know. That's just being economical, man.
Got to save up for the next playthrough.
Are you gonna do? I don't think we talked about the reload here. Obviously, we're running way faster than Ashley. So if we run up to the jet ski and reload, then Ashley just teleports to us,
Hang on, sweetheart.
and we're zooming.
And yeah, also going to be getting the time in just a moment here with Spartan. Are we also getting some jet ski tricks? Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
I like how they added the jet ski tricks back to the remake. It's like, yeah, you know that thing? Let's just put it in again. Why not?
Yeah, like I said earlier, it was nice to see them keep these small little things as a throwback to the original game.
Same with those who know it. Yeah, same with the throne room and all that. And it's going to be time for Spartan. GG's to both these runners.
GG's indeed.
A lot of hiccups in those runs on both sides, of course, but it's still excellent job to both of them.
All right, GG indeed. What a couple of runs. Obviously, we're going to be...
That was quite the intense run.
Yeah. We're going to be talking a bit here. We do have our first run there and done. The first point will be going to Team Stars with Pharaoh's 130-21. As well, since we are done with RE4, let's just talk with the runners really quick, see how they felt about everything. Because I know we talked a bit during the run, but it'll be nice to get an idea of what was going on. So we'll start with Pharaoh. Pharaoh, how do you feel about the run?
Not too bad. I had a bad start though, because I got a hit in the village fight, which feels really bad. So I had to grab an extra green herb a bit later on and all. But once I got to the castle, I think it was pretty smooth sailing for the most part, besides like a couple hiccups here and there. Like the novice to the double grab, that was pretty annoying. But yeah, overall, better than I expected.
It was good stuff. As well, definitely big congrats on the first win of the day there.
Thank you very much. And shoutouts to Spartan, of course, for racing me. I know his run didn't go as clean, but it's a marathon run where anything can happen, so it's still great of him to like power through it.
RE4 is just such a brutal run to begin with, so, you know, hats off again to both.
We're definitely going to be having some questions on that side in one moment. But before we get over to Spartan, Pharaoh, if anyone did want to find you and watch more on your end, where can they find you?
On Twitch, under twitch.tv/Pharaoh0. I play all types of games, not just speedrunning, also casuals. But yeah, I stream almost every day, so feel free to check me out if you want. Everyone's welcome.
All right.
Thank you
and
very
then
much, Pharaoh.
on the other end, Spartan Phoenix. First, I would like to say I definitely commend the just going through all the way to the end of the game. You had some absolutely unlucky RNG throughout this run. Like it was brutal, just some of the hands you got dealt there. How did you feel about your run?
I mean, I feel kind of bad because the game really hates me. Since I got the early dive on the Lago, I thought I will gonna cry in the entire run.
I do want to mention there was one point early on where I think it was possibly after the village, like it started spreading a little bit, but then it was neck and neck for one moment, but it kind of just kept going. I definitely know the Novi's 2 was a brutal run.
Yeah, I get insta-grab 3 times in a row in Novice 2, and then in the fourth try I was about to die. And I was with only 2 heals, I think, after Novice 2. And then I get hit on the catapult before the clock tower. And after I get hit on the before clock tower, I get hit twice by an archer, and I have to restart the checkpoint to get the heal, because I can't go outside the clock tower in yellow, because I will die if I go in yellow with the yellow speed.
Right.
Yeah.
That being said, though, you did an absolutely great job being able to keep it going to the end. I know on your end, you're the Salazar statue room. Yours was very good. We had the close the hit there of the two guys with the flail. I know Pharaoh's room on that end was a bit trickier, but I do want to say you did an amazing job, and thank you for doing the run as well.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Pharaoh, for racing against me. It's really good to be here. My first time in the Games Done Quick event.
Hey, cheers.
So I'm really glad for being part of this event. And hopefully my other teammates on the Umbrella team won't get my bad luck.
Right, we have a long event.
I'm taking it. Hopefully I don't get that bad luck. We're crossing my fingers. But no, thank you for being here. You did such an amazing job, even with all the bad RNG. Like, I gotta say, thank you so much just for being here. It's fantastic.
As well, Spartan, if anyone would like to find you on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
Well, mostly on Twitch, because it's the only platform I really use for my speedruns, because the only thing I do is speedruns mostly. But right now I'm not really doing a lot of runs because of the school, but mostly I run a lot of Resident Evil 4 this game, and maybe I'm switching to RE2 OG again, but yeah. I am only streaming on Twitch.
Awesome.
All right. As well, if anyone does want to find it, you can find Spartan Phoenix at Spartan Phoenix 117. I put the link in chat for both of our runners here. Once again, our first point will be going to Team Stars. I want to thank both runners, not only the runners, but also our commentators, where we had JTB and Mike Wave.
For sure. Thanks for having me on. I know I'm a little washed up, but I always enjoy a good RE4 run.
You both did fantastic.
Yeah, it's the same for me as well. Always happy to be commentating an RE4 run. Even though I don't run it that much anymore, it's always fun to watch and commentate on it. So yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. And
yeah, thank you.
That being said, we're going to be getting ready for our second game of the day. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, everyone. We are back to the Resident Evil Relay. Once again, I am one of your hosts. I am McDices.
And I am Catly. Hello, everybody. Good to see everybody back.
So, Kat, what do you think about that last run of RE4 Classic?
That was some absolute moments back to back for both runners. Unfortunate for Spartan, but nonetheless, he finished the run all the way through, and it was just still pure talent with that game, because it is not an easy game.
Oh god, I think my favorite moment for good and bad, just watching the Salazar statue room and how both runners were able to just navigate past the flail, like just those last second hits is just wild to watch on pro. And it's pro, it's not easy at all.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I've tried that speed run, and oh no,
but
it's not easy.
Yeah, we are currently leading with Stars on 1 and Umbrella on 0 for our first game. But Kat, would you like to tell us about the game coming on right in a moment here?
Well, our next run coming up for everybody to watch is going to be Survivor. It is a treat in itself, so stay tuned. Just watch it all the way through. There's just so much goodness within this run, and we have two wonderful runners, Punchy and Sonic, doing some great things with it. I'm so pumped.
All right.
So if we would like to introduce our runners today, we have Sonic, if you'd like to say hello and introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Sonic. I'm an OG Resident Evil runner. And of course, I'm here to bring you this absolute banger of a game here. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be full of memes, full of RNG. And like Kat said, just keep an eye out, because you're going to listen to some of the greatest voice acting ever seen in a video game before.
So good.
It's incredible.
All right, awesome. And Punchy, if you'd like to say hello and introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, I'm Punchy. I run too many bad PlayStation and Dreamcast games. I have like a pile of them in my desk. There it is. There's Survivor. It was in the pile somewhere. That's what we're doing. Here we go.
Awesome. And I just want to say, Sonic, wonderful cosplay, by the way. You look great.
I thought, once I knew I was on Team Stars, I figured I had to, right? I mean, worst comes to worst, if I lose, I mean, we all know how Wesker's in Umbrella, so I can just switch teams, right? But play both sides, come out on top, right?
All right. And now just to introduce our commentators, which is the one and only Ecdysis and Carcinogen SDA.
Hello. I am also on the hosting, but weirdly enough, I really like Survivor and know this game, so I'm one of the few commentators for this game.
Hello, I'm Carsey. I'm just a guy. I've never played this game before. Never.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so I don't even know why I'm here. I'm just, I guess I'm just here.
Hanging out. You're
it's
vibing.
A fun one.
Spin off.
All right. That being said, Carsey, me and you are going to be handling Survivor here. So are both of our runners ready?
Yeah, well, good to go.
All right.
Yep.
Carsey, I'll let you do the
best
countdown
of luck to
here.
everybody.
What do you want to do? It 3, 2, 1, go? Do you want to do just 3, 2, 1?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go is good.
All right.
Okay.
On
Are
your
you
mark.
ready? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Let's hop into
good luck,
a
Andre.
wonderful run of Survivor, which it's kind of trippy going from RE4 to Survivor. Mainly because I don't know how many people know about this game, but Carsey, would you like to quickly just summarize what exactly is RE Survivor?
Okay, so Resident Evil Survivor is the fourth and final entry on the PlayStation in the Resident Evil series. It was originally meant to be a light gun game. The light gun functionality was only available in the Japanese version of the game, but really it just controls that much better with just like a regular controller. You don't want to use light gun in this game. But that is, the entire reason why it is in first person is because it was meant to be a light gun game.
You look familiar.
But otherwise, it's a just a straight up first person Resident Evil.
Can't remember.
Whether it's well made or not well made is up to debate. But I would say it probably has a lot more.
I know that this was no way.
Probably a lot more shoddiness and actual good mechanics. But it's still a fun time.
Speaking of fun times, we're on our first enemy fight here. This is one of the only gun surviving parts of Gun Survivor. Both runners take it out pretty quickly, get the key, and are making their way over to the restaurant. This game has a lot of freedom of choice. Some choices are faster than others, so we're going through the restaurant. The whole goal here, or I guess the diner, whatever it is, it's food. The whole goal here is me going to the freezer to get the first key, while also trying to, make sure you don't get grabbed, trying to avoid the enemies. For a game called Gun Survivor or Survivor, you don't do a whole lot of gun, you do a lot more survive, because you only want to kind of kill what you need to.
That being said, certain rooms actually do have randomized enemy positions. So far for both players, the two rooms where there have been enemies so far have had entirely consistent spawn patterns.
I do know we're going to see some wild ones later, and that's how this race is going to go, because there might be moments where you might get dogs or you might get hunters, and if you get dogs, it's a free run. If you get hunters, our runners are going to have to really adapt on the fly. We do have a slight grab on Sonic's side, wiggling out those quickly. Luckily, did not take too much damage, and kind of get through the diner okay here. This game is also weird that you can wiggle out of the grab quickly and you won't get damaged, so luckily health's not too big of an issue, but obviously if you get grabbed, you can lose just a couple of, a second through there.
Yeah, I mean, in most cases, the grab radius on the zombies, you can literally just hold down and just completely juke it, but otherwise if you get grabbed, I don't know, it's like you have to, you can jiggle forward and back and then just hold back and then get out of the grab pretty easy. But whenever a zombie does grab you, it usually snaps you around, and then after that, there's maybe if you don't get out of the grab fast enough, then there's maybe about 20% chance of getting bit, something like that. But you can get grabbed by a lot of zombies before one actually grabs you or actually bites you.
Also, as a quick note, I did want to make as well, you may have noticed both of the runners are playing on the Japanese version. There's actually not really a major version differences. A lot of them just like the Japanese version, and the voice setting is all English. Also, some cutscenes are unskippable, so you're going to be seeing the fun of this game. I'm kind of wondering, with the like slight differences in like when the runners are approaching, what it's going to like sound like potentially, because this might be a little bit weird. But we are kind of introduced to the plot of the game, which is, I guess you'll learn as we play it. Some cutscenes we can skip, some we can't. As well, okay.
Punchy-san, sono manga ariwa.
Oh, Punchy's reading a book.
What is it? What is he reading?
It's fun to watch how the runners occupy their time during the unskippable cutscenes there. We do enter the arcade, though. Like we said, there's a few choices you can make. We're entering the arcade just because it's pretty quick. You get a crowbar, you go in the sewers immediately. Pretty fast. I love the competitive waiting portion, don't you, Carsey?
Oh, waiting is no, there's a lot of very fantastic waiting going on. So one thing that it's like they just picked up the key in the arcade. There's a bit of movement that you can take advantage of. Like if you hold back after you take the key, and then you press L1, you just immediately snap to the door. So by pressing L1, you can actually cycle between like a bunch of different things to face. I think it prioritizes enemies. Like if there's enemies in a room, then it's going to look at an enemy. So if there's no enemies, then what it'll do is instead it'll cycle between any visible doors. So you can use that to immediately snap to a door, and it's going to be faster than just turning, than just pivoting, looking towards the door.
As well, we do have the enemy here, which is like, I think like the mutant soldiers. They're going to be a lot more fun later in the run, and that might vary as we see it. Also, I guess just a general speedrun mechanic here. The runners, how do I put this? The game is really weird, and you can arguably call Survivor like competitive peekaboo. If you don't see enemies, they can't hurt you. And just keep that in mind. It's a very weird thing to note, but if they try attacking you and you don't look at them, the attacks don't exist. Ark is a very interesting man, and that's how he works.
Sometimes that is the case. By the way, the soldier type enemies are called cleaners.
There we go.
But yeah. But as far as whether or not an attack can make contact with you or not, I think it's more so got to do with just sort of moving the camera at a weird angle, which incidentally is more away from the enemy. You know, you're not actually like looking at it.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, like for instance, there's Black Tiger later. Yeah, so Punchy going directly to the
Paradise
office on the left-hand side, and yeah, they both got different patterns, but both of them were able to clear that door pretty good. Punchy got zombies laying down, and Sonic got zombies laying down.
Looks like both the runners are getting pretty good RNG right now. But a weird thing about this game is that the RNG doesn't like hold, so you can get new RNG per room, even if you go in the same room twice. And we actually get Punchy with a zombie standing up, gets through the room pretty cleanly. Let's see how Sonic will be doing on the return. Zombie standing up.
Same pattern.
But right now, we're actually going to be hitting our first major, difference point. We talked earlier that, while a lot of rooms are set, they are going to be changing. And while zombies lying down, zombies standing up are pretty simple, our first major room is actually going to be it's like the outside, I don't know what it's called, but like it's an outside area, and you can either have hunters or dogs. Good luck will be dogs, bad luck will be hunters.
Yeah. So yeah, that previous room, Sonic got enemies in the hallway, only got grabbed once.
All right, looks like I think Punchy is approaching the room right about now. Let's see what he gets. Punchy has dogs. All right, pretty good RNG there. Should be nice and safe. You can just zoom past them, no worries to get up the ladder. Sonic has also dog. Oh,
Also dogs.
Lucky. Very lucky.
Yeah,
Okay.
very, very, very lucky. Yeah, hunters, basically hunters, yeah, they just keep jumping in front of you over and over again. And you have to do like a lot of very, very crazy zigzagging in order to prevent them from actually like blocking your egress and just generally getting damaged a lot because hunters are highly, highly aggressive.
That being said as well, one thing we're going to have to start considering for later in the run is going to be general ammo management and item drops. There is some RNG on what can drop, so depending on how the runners feel, maybe they take chances, maybe they play it safe. We'll have to see what they end up doing, just because obviously depending on what you get, it can really change the run. It does look like Punchy is going for the additional flame rounds. That should help in the event he doesn't get it, or it might just help in general, depending on, he might have a bunch later.
Yeah. So these flame rounds, one can be used against the first form of Hypnos Tyrant later on to kill it in one shot, and others are just used to just eliminate the other forms of Hypnos. But depending on if you decide to get those flame rounds, you can also potentially get another drop off of one of the forced Mr. X encounters. I believe it's the one in the Umbrella building here. There is a forced Mr. X encounter where you absolutely do have to kill.
Oh, wait a minute here.
One of the tyrants. Okay, we got
Punchy got stuck
lickers
a
on the
little bit
left.
on liquor. Lucky so far though. We got 2 liquors. Sonic does get through a little bit clean. Honestly, this run is pretty close right now. It's maybe about less than a room difference, or about maybe a room difference total. Punchy is slightly in the lead right now. But we have a few dangerous rooms coming up. The hospital here is one of the tougher sections of the game, I'd argue. We do have an enemy spawn, which, it looks like Punchy has hunters. He is having to deal with that. Just kind of runs through, gets to the door. Sonic going to the same room. We have also hunters.
Yeah, it seems that the easiest way to avoid damage against the hunters is to just simply keep grinding against the wall. Like you said, keeping the hunter like in the corner of the camera like that makes it so that the hunters would have to try to attack at an awkward angle. But as long as the hunters can't get in front of you, they generally will not damage you.
Answer me!
All right, Punchy gets the key card. Sonic's grab this as well. Funny enough, the same room is going to have different RNG getting back into it. So let's see for round 2. Punchy has hunters again. Does get through pretty cleanly, but getting body blocked at the... Oh, that's actually rough. Getting body blocked at the last second. Let's see what Sonic gets. Sonic also gets... What is with all the hunter spawns?
Yep. I don't know. It seems like they both got, like, aside from that one room at the start of the prison so far, for a couple of, like, zombie rooms in the prison, they've gotten, like, pretty much the same RNG so far.
That's weird, isn't it? Kind of like... Didn't they start at the same time? Like, and then just... Oh, finally, it's
okay. Here's where
okay.
we're starting to see something different. So Sonic's got lickers. I mean, like, lickers are generally going to be a million times easier to run around than zombies or hunters. Excuse me.
Right now, in terms of, I want to ask tech side, we can actually get the audio on Punchy's side. We're going to be hitting a boss fight in a moment here. We're hitting the first Mr. X fight. Punchy is going to go to the elevator right now, and he is going to be shooting Mr. X repeatedly. In this game, it doesn't matter where you shoot, you shoot. Sonic getting to the same fight right now. They're actually going to be going to the menu, because that's going to pause the IGT while they reload, meaning, you save time there. We'll be using the final tally of IGT here. Oh my god, Mr. X goes for a ram, but he is down on Punchy's side. We're finishing up the fight on Sonic's here. Pretty close right now, and Mr. X is down on both sides. This race hasn't gone too far away yet. We actually are pretty neck and neck as we speak.
I do believe it was that particular Mr. X that is supposed to, that could drop flame rounds if you decided to take the gamble on flame rounds there. Or is it a later? Is it a later one?
Yeah, the later one will. We'll have either shotgun or flame. We'll be looking when we're in the the whole area where there's a bunch of Mr. X's. But right now we are going to be hitting the like the only weapon grab in the game. Our runners are going to be opting for the grenade launcher because it's going to be quite powerful. They've been gathering the ammo for a reason. This is dogs, and normally they're not so mean, but it looks like our runners are doing pretty well here. Sonic finishing up the room with the dogs. Enemies in this game as well that are running can have a neat mechanic. We're going to see this very well in one moment, which the enemies can actually push you if you're lucky. Right now, we're going to be having our old friends, the hunters, back. It's always going to be blank, hunters, and then spiders. So let's see how they do.
Punchy side, it is a singular hunter.
Not too bad. Let's see what Sonic's going to do now. Same area with the hunter. One hunter. And pretty clean.
Yeah. So Black Tiger, yeah, it's just as simple as do zigzag right and left around both of these Black Tigers. Going into this house, there is a cutscene that you must trigger and skip before the gate outside opens.
So far, honestly, I'm kind of surprised how close this run really has been keeping up so far.
Yeah, so far it's pretty neck and neck. Like Sonic's about a door behind at all times up to this point. So Punchy zigzags, couple of kind of rough grabs on like the last zombie on the way out. Sonic gets grabbed once, allows him a little bit.
Alrighty, so we're going to be getting the cable car. A hunter will spawn, and he's not usually who's at you. He can be, but on the return, it's going to be a little bit rough. So let's see. Both runners get in pretty clean. They're going to activate the cable car, but getting into the cable car can just be a little bit rough here. So hopefully we're not going to have too many problems. And she just typed yeah in chat. How did you type yeah? How did you type yeah? Wait. Oh god! I guess he's waiting for the cable car. Looks like they're both getting the cable car nicely. That's how they're doing it. Let's see how they do here. Let's see how this cable car goes. Okay, Punchy going for the cable car first. Looks clear so far. Hunter's just waiting. No body blocking. Sonic will be going for the same. Punchy is in nice and clear. Sonic will be clear. All right, that was really clear cable car. Also, yes, it has been asked in chat. The runners can hear us. It is optional whether or not they want to either hear commentators or not. And yeah. Okay, so let's see how this is gonna go. Oh, well, we have Hunter immediately on Punchy's side. They're being pretty mean, but he does get through nice and safe. Sonic getting through these same Hunters. Pretty clean. All right. Doesn't eat there.
So next up, this Mr. X encounter over here. There's a Mr. X and two dogs in this room. You have to wait for Mr. X to come out a little bit before you can actually bait out the punch and run around him. Otherwise, his hitbox is going to be way too big. His collision box is going to be way too big, and you won't be able to get around him on that narrow walkway.
And right now, we're hitting arguably one of the most important parts of the run. So our runners are going to want to take the dirt path. This is going to have the cleaners, but the thing with the cleaners is since they're running enemies, they can actually just make you zoom. So our runners are going to be hoping that they just kind of get shoved up the mountain by the cleaners. We'll see how it goes. Also, I mean, they could body block too, which might not be good. We'll just see how much they can get carried here. Right now, it looks like pretty clean running.
Yep. Body blocking.
Dude, Sonic's zooming? Wait.
No, I don't. Well, he got a little bit of a boost off of them.
Right.
But yeah, like basically the idea is that because they're trying so hard to get in front of you, Punchy got slightly body blocked while he's running like on the left-hand side of the path. Basically, it's looking like one player is like committing to one side of the path and the other player is committing to another side of the path, and it's just like So like, but yeah, the idea is that they just keep rolling into you behind you, and sometimes it allows you to move a little bit faster, gives you a little bit of a boost, because the enemies are constantly trying to get in front of you so that they can actually like hurt you.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I think Sonic actually caught up a little bit there with that zoom. You got a really lucky zoom.
Yeah, and Punchy's got dogs over here. Same with Sonic. Okay, sometimes there can be hunters in this area. As far as I'm aware, the main difference between easy and normal is just mostly how much damage enemies do to you.
You know, I'm not entirely sure. Sometimes you just kind of run a category because other people are running it and it sounds fun. We do have our hunter here in the mansion entrance. Looks like both runners are getting in pretty cleanly, but like I didn't even see the one on Sonic's screen. Like he wasn't in there.
Yeah, I mean sometimes the second hunter might be there.
Let's see. Looks like
bit of a rough
Punchy
staircase,
has
bit of a rough.
zombie RNG here. I think it's zombie RNG for Punchy, and we have zombie RNG on both sides. Funny if I don't actually know which one is better. I think Tyrant might be like slightly better, but really
no. Zombies are definitely better. I mean, I don't remember if there's another zombie pattern here, but because of the Mr. X's, like you would actually have to like be juking back and forward, several times. But also they have the potential to like body block you.
In that case,
whereas with the zombies, it's like the switch is like right by the door. Whenever you like enter in through the doorway, you hit the switch and then you turn around and you leave. And sometimes maybe a zombie might snap you around or something like that.
All right, we're keeping it close. Now we have the upgraded like paler zombies. They just kind of hit harder, but that's really about it. We're going to be looking at the Ivy room here, and we need to see what strat we go for. I'm pretty sure both runners will go for the ammo, but let's see. Punchy grabs the acid rounds. These will be used against the final Hypnos that we were talking about, and Sonic also grabs the acid rounds. Normally the liquor enemy is kind of just run past him. However, this one's a little bit awkward. Punchy waiting, gets through. I'll be seeing Sonic go through the same room, waiting, gets through, nice and clean. Oh, we're good.
Yep, if done correctly, all you should have to do is just hug the right-hand wall, and it is a very narrow hallway, so those liquors do have the capability to block you in while you're trying to get out. That could have happened to Sonic, but fortunately it did not.
I'm still just in amazement how like the race hasn't been taken yet. It's been very, very close.
Yeah, so far it's been very close.
Oh, but we do have unfortunate zombie. Maybe we talked too soon. We do have an unfortunate zombie spawn on Sonic's side. Although I think that's just going to kind of put us back to where we were. So with the zombies, as we talked about, there is different spots they kind of spawn in, and obviously all the runners are going to want to run in a particular path to each room. So just kind of the way they move could lead us to some very unfortunate spots. Luckily as well, though, Sonic actually hasn't taken too much damage throughout the run, so he does have some health to allocate.
Yeah, neither runner has dropped into caution.
And then, as well, I think even health has been pretty spread. I think Sonic was ahead health-wise, they're probably more equal now. I do know Punchy's side did take a few more of the Hunter hits. But luckily, they have plenty of first aid in their inventory if they need it. It's kind of weird because all the difficult fights are right at the end game. So that's going to be fun to see when we get to that part.
Yeah, basically you're trying to hold on to as much health as you can so that you can tank as many hits as you need to from Hypnos 2 and 3, and possibly the cleaners on the way to the train.
All right, so we're now introduced to the Ivy enemies. These guys don't do anything; they just sort of exist. I mean, we already had them in the last room, but They're just going to be around. I think they can poison you if you're really unlucky, but like they almost won't ever do it.
Well, the only thing they're really good for is just pressing L1 to snap to and just do quick turns. It's a little known fun fact. Depending on which console you're playing on, sometimes you're going to have some weird audio glitches with the music. I think it's like the PS2s that emulate PlayStation 1 games via software emulation. So like the I think it's the 77,000 and the 90,000 Slim models that actually have this problem.
All right.
But I think the ones that actually use like the real PS1 hardware to hardware emulate PS1 games don't actually have this problem.
So we have the Mr. X fight coming on both sides. We're going to start on punchies and then be going over to Sonics. This fight's going to be pretty much the exact same as earlier, hopefully with less ramming. However, at the end of this, we will have an RNG drop. Both runners are looking for the grenades. Let's see what he gets. Punchy nailing Mr. X with the hits. Goes for the reload. Sonic is starting his fight at this point. Same deal. Let's see. Punchy almost has him down, and Mr. X is down. What will he drop? He drops shotgun shells. And for Sonic, we get
Sonic actually finished him one bullet faster. Also shotgun shells.
Well, I mean, at the very least, both runners grab the additional grenade launcher rounds. We're not going to be too worried there. You can actually see Punchy swapping over to the grenade launcher. Both runners will have to do this at some point. It's usually up to preference win. Sonic doing the same. We are going to have a Hunter here. Now we're going to be getting into what is rough with this run. Damage is RNG. We don't know why. Really, anyone could take this race right now. Like, I've heard Punchy mention in the past while watching him do attempts in this game. The Hunter here can just anywhere from 1 to 4 hits if you're unlucky. We're looking at 1. We're looking at 1. We got both of them just immediately tag the Hunter. All right, let's see what happens. Also, we're gonna have some of the greatest dialogue in the game here. And yes, that was a young boy screaming. That wasn't a grown man. I know it sounded that way. The help, but all right, here we go. There's the Hunter, and let's see. We're gonna start on Punchy's side here, and let's see. Punchy is 1 and done.
Good.
Going to Sonic. Let's see. Hope for the same. Oh, there's 1. There's 2. 3 shots. That is a little bit unlucky there. Still, luckily it won't make or break it too much here because really most of that RNG is going to be on the final Hypnos. But that does maximize the spread a little bit. And now I can just listen to...
It's not your fault.
We can listen to what makes Survivor here.
Well...
It's also really weird because our runners do need to keep an eye out. I know I've done runs in this game, and there's a cutscene that awkwardly ends where it doesn't feel like it ends, but it becomes skippable at a point. And, you know, obviously they're both good runners in this game. They're both masterful of their class. We're going to have to make sure they just do that. It's one of those things that while you're waiting, you got to keep an eye out. And then Punchy's on his phone. Sonic, deeply engrossed in the lore of Survivor.
A spy.
Got that Stars outfit on.
Thank you.
But yeah, this game does not have great hit detection at all, and it really like this aspect really does shine whenever you go into the Hypnos boss fight. But I think that in the case of Hunters, shotgun does almost guarantee a one-shot kill, probably because of the number of frames that the actual weapon ticks, as opposed to the grenade launcher, because the grenade launcher is an actual projectile-based weapon.
That's right. At the request of my friend Leon
Alrighty, and we're definitely going to be hitting a bit here.
Oh yes, I remember everything.
We get to hear the deepest lore of Survivor here, and we get to know why Ark is here. Lore-wise, Ark is here because his best friend, Leon S. Kennedy, sent him to die. We don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's a death mission. He just sent him here. And then Ark just forgot what was going on. That's the story. He's Ark.
Yeah, hey Ark, you want to be best friends? Go to this island here. Go to this island. Leave me alone.
Pretty much. And then Ark listened and then never came back. He hasn't shown up in another game
I'm
since.
not Vincent. I'm Ark.
All right, so we're going to be hitting the first Hypnos fight here. Well, after another cutscene, but we're going to be gearing that up. It just kind of requires a lot of like activating of like, oh, you gotta open the gate, gotta get a key to open the door, and then we'll be hitting Hypnos.
As for the Hypnos boss, at some point they got to swap in flame rounds.
Yeah, it's also going to be really weird because you don't have a unique mechanic in the way the Hypnos fight will work. You do see, as you mentioned, the runners are swapping over to the flame rounds. This is only going to be applicable to Hypnos 1, but the runners are going to want to attack his feet and then just try to look away. If done right, Hypnos will force them to look at him, which is kind of funny that, hey, it's the final boss. All right, you have to look at him now. No, you can't look away. No. But by doing that, he's just going to keep walking into the fire. It's going to be like the, as they call it, the spicy feet, I suppose. We also have a cutscene with Not Hunk. He's a character who you've grown to love throughout this game and definitely will be a lasting character in the Resident Evil franchise. Surely he won't be taken away. Or nothing bad will happen to him, right? Do you think he's Hunk's best friend if Leon is, if Ark is Leon's best friend? I like to think they are.
They got bigger hands than Donkey Kong.
Oh. Well, he's not. Oh, there it is. This can't be. He's literally got like stabbed back to back. Okay, we're hitting the fight on Punchy's end right now. Let's see how it goes. We're getting the flame round, shooting the ground. Punchy is doing the camera tech I talked about, looking away. And Hypnos is down. Sonic, let's see how it goes. Same idea. Perfect. Both runners got it pretty well here. Looks away. And Hypnos is down. That was an incredibly clean fight on both ends. It really is going to come down to the final boss here. Although there is a few rooms left in the game that might hit here.
Yeah, after firing that grenade round to the ground, it's just a simple matter of holding down and left so that, you know, they can actually like turn the camera at like the earliest possible frame after he dies, but also they're just like kind of slowly inching backwards towards the door.
Alright, Punchy entering the room with the cleaners. Looks pretty clean. Oh, minor hit. But we are out of there.
Yeah, these enemies actually change depending on the path you take throughout the game. Sonic takes a couple of hits through here, and the train is also another room that you could possibly end up taking a lot of damage in.
I don't know why. This, like you were saying, this one train room, you just get body blocked like mad. Like, it can happen.
Yeah.
It's me.
I actually found that you can despawn all these guys if you just like go back into the elevator and then re-enter the room.
Huh. Does it save time IGT?
You know, I actually don't know. I don't even know. Like, do doors actually count for IGT?
You know, I don't actually know entirely how the IGT works. We will be using that on the, the end of the game here, but like, I think like also depending on the platform, if it goes faster, it doesn't apply. Anyway, the cleaners are here, and Punchy is getting pretty badly stuck by the cleaners. We say it out loud. The commentators curse. Sonic going through the cleaners.
Okay, yep, Sonic's got a bit of a
better.
Yep.
Too good. They zoomed him past the door. All right, we're in. The cleaner wanted to help too much. And I can't believe it. This is literally coming down to the final fights. We have 2 fights left in the game. We can call it Hypnos 2 and Hypnos 2.5 if you want to call it that, or final form. I have asked before, just wondering about this game, because, you know, when you learn a game, you're curious. Hey, so there's a better way to fight Hypnos. Punchy just told me, just shoot it. I once had it die in 4 hits. One time it died in like 30. Just shoot it. So really, whichever runner wins here may as well out and test their luck. I don't know, buy a lottery ticket, do something, find out. Whoever wins here is all luck based right now. This is that close. We don't know how it's gonna go, or unless they miss shots. At that point, then that's not luck. That's just you missed a shot. Anyway, there's Hypnos perched, watching the run the whole time. We're beginning on Punchy's side. Let's see how the fight goes. It's gonna be fast commentary as it goes. They're just gonna shoot him.
Yeah, I don't know if like the flame rounds just like do damage on like if the flame rounds stack and they just like do damage on like different ticks, which allows them to die fast, which allows you to kill the boss faster or not. But either way, yeah, it's just get up in his grill and try to pop him. But you got to make sure that he's moving in a straight line towards you.
Phase 1 down on Punchy's side. Let's see. All right, phase 2 down on Sonic's side. This is pretty close right now. It's all going to come down to that final phase. And I will say, in terms of the scoring system here, we will be using the in-game timer at the end. I'm pretty sure both runners playing on the same type of game here. I mean, even keeping neck and neck, it'll make sense that we'll go it that way. Just because this game does have IGT shenanigans, and the leaderboard does decide based on that final screen. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But we can ask the runners at the end of this how it seems. Anyway, all right, phase 2 begins. Punchy begins by shooting. We got a couple shots here. Really, when you see those black bars indicating the cutscene, that's how it's going to go. It's going to be quite hard to comment on how it will go for the runners. But yeah, they're just hitting Final Hypnos 2 here. We do get some jumps. Pickup can be fun because it's a free hit. You don't want them jumping around too much. Let's see. We do have a heal on Sonic's side. Punchy is now healing as well. Both runners were getting into the red a little bit there. We're also having a ammo switch a little bit. We have Sonic on acid rounds, Punchy on regular rounds. Oh god, this is really close right now. It can go either way.
It really is.
Oh god. Where's it gonna go? Punchy reloading once again. He's going now to the acid rounds. It's like the runners swap, by the way. We have grenade rounds on Sonic, but Sonic did have to use more on the Hunter earlier.
Right, time Punchy.
All right, Punchy has the boss down, and we have, oh god, we have Sonic right at the end here. Oh my god, 1 hit! Dude, this is close. I don't know. This is really close. All right, we're gonna listen to the end here. We don't know what it's gonna be until we see that IGT, but both runners are, it's time right now for both runners. We can bring them back on comms as we talk about this race a little bit. At the very least, we will enjoy the final cutscene together. So can we have let us know when they're all back on. All right, cool. All right, you're all live once again. Welcome back. We don't know who won.
Why did it take so many hits to kill?
Punchy, you know
hang on one bullet.
It is a 9-second time difference RTA. We don't know who won. We will use the IGT because I'm pretty sure the board uses IGT here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll do that. As well, we'll see the grand finale. I'm pretty sure we'll be hearing it on Punchy's side because we have to hear what Ark thinks about this. But what a run! 9 seconds. That's just...
We're safe.
I'm just in awe.
See, I didn't think it would be that tense, so like I was listening to the commentators the whole time. I was like, I like zone out when I'm playing Survivor half the time. But it was like, it's neck and neck, it's neck and neck. It's like making me nervous, man.
Mistake. Like at one point, I thought like one of you would get caught on Hunters for the longest time, but like whenever one of you started getting hit, the other one started getting hit later. Anyway, here's our great moment.
Oh god, those Hunters for the Peacock were brutal. Well, they would not let me in.
Oh no.
They were pushing me all about.
What happened with the train at the end there because Punchy was getting blocked by the cleaners entirely, and then Sonic, you were like shoved by the cleaners way too far.
They were doing a real good job, but maybe too good of a job. They pushed me straight. I thought I was going to pick up the shotgun rounds at the end of the corridor.
Oh. Let's see what Ark has to say about it, everyone.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know, but don't worry. We can fly as long as we have fuel.
Riveting insight.
I appreciate
we
Ark
can
content.
fly as long as we have fuel.
Yeah, we'll be all right as long as.
All right. Anyway, we'll be seeing what happens in terms of the scoring system right now. It can really go either way. IGT is inconsistent in this game, but it is the ultimate measure of what's used. We have a 37-24 on Punchy's side. Let's see what we have on Sonic's.
Don't like that.
Drum roll, please.
37-30. It is a 6-second difference. That was close.
So close.
Punchy does take the win there, tying up the game.
My
It is now
goodness.
1-1 with Stars and Umbrella. That was wildly close. All right, we'll start. Terms-wise, we're going to start with Stars going over to Umbrella. So, Sonic, how did you feel about the run?
For the most part, I think it went really well. I mean, you know how marathon RNG can be sometimes. So I was fully expecting to get the worst RNG. I was thinking Hunters in the main spawn. You know when you go into the kind of Umbrella lab or whatever at the beginning, like the warehouse? I was expecting Hunters in there. Thankfully, those were lickers. Key card with the Hunters, as I mentioned, was a bit of a meme, but to be honest, I mean, we got a couple of cheeky boosts from the cleaners, so that was always
definitely
nice.
Almost caught
maybe
up
a bit
there.
too many.
Like watching between the two of you, it's funny because I think Punchy was on like the left side the whole time, while you were on the right the whole time, or was swapped, one of the two. I don't remember exactly. But the more important part was that you got like a huge zoom, and for a while the difference of race was about maybe a 1-room difference. So right when Punchy finished a room, you'd be entering the room. But at that point, he pretty much caught you up.
Honestly, I mean, as long as we put on a good show for everyone, I think that's what's important.
Absolutely.
I think, neck on neck race, can't go wrong with it.
I do want to apologize in advance, though, because I really think the deciding factor of that race was the fact that you just got Hunter RNG'd. Punchy having a 1-hit, you having a 3-hit, it really did come down to that, I think.
A funny thing, I've been running this game on and off for a few years, and until like yesterday, I've never had it where it takes more than 2 shots. And in today, when I was practicing earlier, I got 3 shots. And I even said on my stream, I was like, that's going to happen tonight, I guarantee you.
I hate to see it, really.
I hate to see it. And I mean, I missed a few shots on Hypnos, but otherwise, I mean, yeah, mostly a smooth run, few seconds off a PB. I mean, I'll take that. I'll happily take that.
Absolutely great race. While we do have you here as well, Sonic, if anyone did want to find you on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
Yeah, so you can just find me at Twitch TV/Sonic. Currently not working on Survivor, but I am working on a range mode, Chris. Currently trying to grind to see if we can get top 3 for that. So, I mean, if anyone's interested, feel free to jump by.
All right. And now to the other side, going to Team Umbrella. Punchy, how did you feel about the run?
I think it mostly went all right as well, but like the final boss took ages. It's not supposed to take your entire ammo supply. I picked up extra, and it still took all of my flame rounds. My PB, right? My PB has it die before I even run out of flame rounds, whereas I ran the entire... I don't get it, man. I've read the strategy guide. I've pored over the apocryphal gospels and obscure texts, trying to figure out why he does that. I got nothing. What is with this behavior? Out of pocket.
It is absolutely wild.
I think that short of being able to actually see the boss's HP via an SRT or via cheat engine, I don't think we're ever going to know.
Mystery game.
It's hard to say.
Incomprehensible.
I think we'll need to hunt for a dev and see if maybe they
as
can
well,
answer.
Punchy,
They know.
more of a cheeky question here. What manga were you reading during the run? Because obviously Survivor has downside.
Good question,
Yeah, no, he tried to ask the
He
question.
was reading a manga.
Oinari JK Tamamo-chan. I think in English this is called Tamamo-chan's a fox. It's a comedy manga.
Well, clearly you reading is why you got a one-shot hunter there.
Clearly, I read stuff. I do that like when I'm grinding this game. I read stuff during the cutscenes because there's like 2 minutes of unskippable cutscenes in this video game.
But yeah, honestly, this run was incredibly close. Both of you pretty much had the same RNG the entire time. The only difference was that hunter room. You both had incredibly long fights at the end. It could have gone either way. So, as well, though, Punchy, on your end, if anyone didn't want to find you, where can they find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Punchy. I was grinding out Survivor, getting records in New Game Plus and Handgun Only over the past week, but now I'm doing Dreamcast game nonsense. Ooh, Carrier. At some point I became a Dreamcast guy. I don't know why. Someone had to.
It's the way it goes. All right. And as well, I do want to thank my co-commentator for this run, Carcinogen SDA, once again, for joining on the Survivor.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. But yeah, that evens up the score 1-1. We do have all of that. So do make sure you check out our cool runners for this game. We have plenty more runs coming for you, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, we are back from the break. Welcome back. And once again, I am your host, Dictus.
And I'm Catlink. Hello, everybody. That Survivor race, am I right?
Neck and neck Survivor. I didn't think Survivor would be neck and neck.
Back. I know, right? It was like similar RNG throughout most of the run. It was just that one hunter.
It really just goes to show 1 shot, 3 shots. It was right there. However, that did right tie up the game. We are currently 1-1, 1 point on Team Stars and 1 point on Team Umbrella. Luckily, we'll be seeing who's in the head once again with our next game. Up next, we're going to be having Resident Evil 6. Before that, Kat, would you like to tell us just a little bit about what we're doing with that?
So next run, we're going to be doing Resident Evil 6 Ada, new game, I believe, and it's going to be between Solus Persona and the Demented Salad. Honestly, this is going to be a really fun race to watch, just because not that I'm biased or anything, that I've ran this category and this game before, but it just has so many interesting tricks. There's tons of RNG that can really make the run go one side or the other. Who knows? It's going to be a lot of fun, and Ada is just a really fun category to do. So,
absolutely.
We're gonna see.
That being said, if we're all ready to go, let's hop over to Resident Evil 6 and meet our runners. So,
Solus, if you'd like to introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Solus Persona. I'm mostly known for running this game. It's nice to be on, honestly.
All right. And Solus will be representing Team Stars. On the other side, we have Team Umbrella. We do have, some stuff on our end here. So, Kat, would you like to introduce Team Umbrella's The Demented Salad?
I'm going to be doing the introduction for Salad here today. So, Demented Salad, he's an amazing RE runner, and also, he's going to be doing Resident Evil 6 Ada here. So, stay tuned for that. Good luck, Salad. You got this.
And then we have our commentators, which we don't actually need to send this off to anyone. Oddly enough, the people who run RE6 are... Hi, I'm Ecdysis. I run RE6.
Hi, I'm Calic. I run RE6 too. Wow.
This was an easy one to plan. Funny enough, we've talked to both these runners while running RE6. I can personally say that the Demented Salad has helped both of us immensely with running this game. Solus done a lot of work with running the game as well, so we just know these runners well at this. So,
yep, and I think we're the only 4 runners in this category
for Ada New Game. We'll be doing Ada New Game as well, meaning our runners will have to possibly upgrade as the run goes. That being said, we can get the countdown all nice and ready. I will let Kat do that in a moment, but for our runners, are you all ready?
All right.
Alrighty, cool. Kat, on your mark.
So we're going to be going on go. So 3, 2, 1, go. Best of luck.
Alrighty. As well, just for an early thing, I think this run also has IGT, so we can... Are we going to use IGT or should we use RTA? It probably is RTA.
Probably just RTA. It is. It does go by level IGT, so it pauses in between levels.
Right. We'd have to use the math, though.
There's a whole thing behind it, so we're just going to go with RTA on this one. So immediately we're going to be jumping right into the ship here, which right off the bat we're going to be getting some RNG like pretty soon into the run, where both runners are going to be relying on pipe bombs or bomb arrows, if you will. That is very, very something we're going to be needing later in the run. So hopefully either or runner gets it.
This must be the new breed I've been hearing about.
Some weird general things for RE6 as well. I'm pretty sure both the runners here are playing on controller. The reason why is this game is just a lot better on controller. In many cases you think, aiming on mouse and keyboard. Yeah, aiming's good. But running this game's really weird because normally you're like holding the sprint button and then you're like aiming it kind of like in a really weird way using both camera and control stick. So we're kind of just be zooming through the early game here, which,
the way I kind of like to describe Ada's movement in this game is she moves kind of like a boat. She has a very odd way of swaying between like how you move her around, but it can be a little difficult to manage at first. So So immediately
It's
we're going to be
locked.
getting our first
This is
RNG
going to
here
require
for
a
our
little
puzzle,
effort, I
which we could
assume.
get a baby bird or a fish, I believe. So let's see what
The view's
Solus
blocked.
gets. We gotta unblock the view before we can actually see what we get first. It's a requirement. It's a little silly, but we gotta do it. We gotta check, unblock, then do it. So Solus gets a fish, and Salad also gets fish. Both we got fish.
You know, it's been really weird that like all the runners are getting the same RNG.
I know, right? It's like the chances of like both runners getting similar RNG is quite wild to begin with. So.
You know, I'd quite prefer that over the some of the brutality that RE4 had with that, in all honesty.
Oh, yeah.
Keeps the race fair.
Oh, for sure.
Well, that was
and
a pain
it's
in the
definitely
ass.
going to be a very interesting race
I'm
between the
guessing
two here.
teamwork isn't a strong point around here.
Right, so they tend to shoot that floor panel there just so the gun, and they don't get a cutscene, I believe. Just makes it a lot faster to go through this section.
Wonder what else he has on
So now they're going to be
besides my
going
prints.
and basically doing those little mini like cutscene. It's not really much of a cutscene. It's just watching this projector, and they just have to do a lot of menuing in between while they wait, and essentially just play around and do some goofy stuff. You know, kicks, slides, whatever you want. You're waiting on a timer here.
Wait.
has been located in the Republic of Edonia.
One thing to say as well, speaking of with the RNG, it's really going to be picking up. This game, like many Resident Evil games, does either have or suffer, whatever you want to call it. It has DA, difficulty adjustment.
Yes.
So as it goes, depending on how our runners are affected by that, it can make some of the fights very quick, or might just have to take longer due to that.
Yeah, you will see later in the run what we mean by that. There are certain fights in this game that could go one or two ways. Either they
was dated 6 months
play
ago.
nicely or
That
not
can't
so
be
much.
right. I don't remember those orders. Maybe they were passed on to someone else.
So now they finally get to exit here. Hopefully they don't get a body block, because sometimes that can happen, unfortunately, with this part. These enemies do have a high potential of just being in the way sometimes. But both getting out
I see you were expecting me.
perfectly fine. So a lot of the tech in this game has some slide tech, as you see. Solus did a little bit of a slide there. That is used commonly when you're going into vents or when you need to go into certain sections, underneath sections, that is. Sliding is just way faster, or rolling. You will see Ada roll a lot when she needs to go into like a vent.
You know, I'm just kind of in awe. I'm just kind of watching Ada do the same thing twice.
I know, like they're both neck and neck right now, and
He's trying to manipulate me.
I'm very excited to see how the later parts of the run go.
The rescue subs should be close. I've had enough fun here. Go make an impression. Follow
All
my
right.
lead. Wait.
I love the satisfying feeling when you have to like slide into like a
it's
drop
nice.
zone. It's so nice.
Also for general speedrunner knowledge and even casual game knowledge. If you're playing RE6 and there's a weapon, you don't ever need to grab it. All new weapons will just be given to you on the next chapter.
Yep.
So both runners kind of skip the shotgun there.
Yep. So they want to shoot that enemy there so they can trigger the cutscene faster. And now they just need to zip out of there.
The hull has been compromised. Prepare to evacuate
Go make an
immediately.
impression. Follow my lead.
See, they're spamming the commands. So
They're absolutely fun.
Yeah, so technically Ada is a solo campaign, which was later added as a co-op campaign. So that's why I find personally the Ada campaign is more fun to speedrun as a solo runner.
Oh, absolutely. If you play as a co-op, like you just have not Hunk teleporting the whole time.
Yep, not Hunk.
Odd.
Yep.
Also, just one neat thing really quick. You may notice on runner perspective here, but we were talking with Solus at the beginning of this run, and Solus is actually playing on the left-hand perspective, which that's not thematically like, you know, for the stream. Solus just prefers the left-handed hit. RE6 has a fun mechanic where you can actually change how you aim based on right-handed or left-handed. So if you're seeing the HUDs on different sides, that is why. I know Salad is mostly on right-handed, but Solus been doing a lot more swapping for the general nature, and we'll see some tricks. Speaking of tricks, it is now time for the rolling section.
The rolling.
Yeah, so, you know, there's a sprint meter and you can crawl faster in this game, which, you know, that's what you use casually. But for a speedrun, they found that if you just do a powerful roll, it doesn't cost any sprint and it's faster. So you're seeing a lot of Ado just kind of rolling here. And
it can actually be very easy to, like, go in the wrong direction with this roll. So it can be a little difficult to get used to the roll, but it's definitely a lot faster to get this cutscene. Like, insanely faster to roll. Like, it's kind of wild how fast it is.
We also got the first taste of QTEs there. We'll have some QTE tricks later in the run, but we can describe those once we get to them, because there's difference between buttons and analog sticks.
Yep. And thankfully, a lot of the QTEs that you will get are all the same. Yeah, they're not different at all. So you don't have to hope to God it's going to be one button or the other. It's just the same button every time, which is nice. All right, time for some funky camera switching over here, which can be very jarring for a lot of runners, especially when you're trying to go in certain directions. But so far, very close race right now. Very neck and neck, still back to back. But honestly, not until the later parts of the run is where it might get a little bit different.
We'll be seeing a lot more with some of the major actual fight sequences in some of the game's bosses, I think.
Oh yeah, especially when it comes to, I would say probably Deborah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Debbie. All right, still doing some sliding tech. Salad opted for like a rolled slide there, which is pretty cool.
Oh, so here's the tech we're talking about, the analog sticks. Also, fun for casual players. Those QTEs, you can use both of the sticks, and it goes twice as fast.
Yep. If you use both analog sticks, roll them at the same time, it's honestly way faster.
Sub is sinking fast.
Another thing to mention as well with the general movement of the runners, we did talk about you know, how they're going to be driving like a boat. In addition to that, the sprint button is also the activation button. So very often they might just run into something and it'll automatically activate.
Oh yeah.
This can be a blessing and a curse, because there are times you might just run next to something and then Ada will just like jump over it when you didn't want that. So you have to be a little bit careful, but our runners know how to manage this quite well.
I've actually lost a few runs because of that, where Ada was just like, oh, I actually feel like jumping over this. And it's like, oh, okay, thanks, Ada. All right, so this section, just kind of going through here. This part here a runner can easily get lost when they're first learning this, but once you get the general knowledge of where you need to go in this part, it's pretty easy to go from point A to point B from this point. But coming up here is going to be a little bit of a waiting section after we do a few things first. We got to activate the power.
Yep. Still gross.
So the swimming section here, thankfully, Ada has enough oxygen to pretty much get to where she needs to go. And thankfully, it's not too far from where you start to where you need to be.
That should be fine. Okay, power's on. Stand aside.
So far, no knockback there. No knockback on both runners' sides. Nice. Sometimes when the ship starts to shake, Ada can go into like a little bit of a stumble animation, and that can happen on occasion, but thankfully both runners didn't have that happen.
Just love the slides they're doing to get like closer to the drop-offs.
Oh yeah, the sliding in this game is actually super satisfying, especially when you get it right off of the ledge. So nice.
I know, what made me want to actually speedrun this game was just the zipping all around. Like you just do the hook shot thing.
Oh yeah, her hook shot is great.
Oh, it's fun, so fun to watch her just jump all around. And then Solus just like
I know this
collapse.
Drop.
Oh, there we go, the double drop.
Both of them, let's go.
Identify yourself.
All right, and now we are waiting. Really,
Yeah.
the main thing here is make sure they're going to be nice and good.
Yeah, so you don't want to take any damage here while you're trying to answer the conversation, I suppose, because you do need to press a button for to answer the questions, I suppose. There is usually a pause buffer move you can do with this, where pause buffering can make the sequence go a little bit faster. So as long as you don't take damage in this part, you should be more than fine. If you do take damage, it can interrupt the conversation, I suppose, which is quite a time loss.
I know everything about you, Miss Wong.
Oh, we got some red mist on Salad's side here.
Yeah, the gas zombies are really mean.
Yeah. Yeah, the enemies in this section can be quite nasty, especially the bugs as well. The bug boys, they can be a little mean.
Although, I could be wrong. Did one of our runners get a grenade?
I didn't. I don't think so.
Yeah, Solus got a hand grenade.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That might come in handy later. It's hard to say.
Hard to say, yeah.
So we have our first grabbing of skill points. They might use that later. Really comes down to if they have enough, which they might.
Whatever the hell.
Let's see.
And the virus always seems to.
Oh, Salad got a little bit of a knockdown. This section is very tedious to deal with because the enemies aren't exactly consistent with how they decide to behave. So you're just kind of trying to dodge as best as you can. Looks like Solus got some bugs on their end. But Solus is out of there. And so is Salad. All right, very nice. That is the end of chapter 1 going into
there's
chapter
the shotgun.
2. Yep, there we go.
Going along with that as well with the whole health bars, if you do run out of one block of health, normally you're going to be eating a bit of like a stun animation. So that's why a lot of runners were healing during that.
Yeah.
And we begin chapter 2. They have a point difference of 100 to 0. The skill points really do not matter right now. I don't even remember if you upgrade an Ada. Like,
I don't believe you do.
Yeah, you don't get nearly enough realistically.
I don't think you use skill points ever in Ada. It is more reliant in, say, Jake and Sherry and Leon, I believe. So rolling through here, there's going to be a little bit of a tech with a slide into this box, which is pretty cool. Sliding into that box will... I don't know what Ada's heels are made of, but somehow her heels were able to break that lock. That is just a little bit of a faster tech instead of shooting the locks.
Clearly it's steel.
Clearly steel. Titanium steel or something. So using that incendiary grenade to kill those zombies there because they need to die before that door opens.
Follow my lead.
And out of there.
Won't open.
All right, so now going into the next part of this chapter, we need to collect 2 more medallion pieces to exit or go through that door, I suppose you could say. Which coming up can be a little interesting.
I owe you one.
Ooh, slide. Again, you will see a lot of sliding from both runners with a lot of the sections. It's just so a lot faster, but it's also just great to see. All right. So there's another thing with items. If you slide while picking up an item, it actually picks up items a lot faster.
The same color
A little interesting on how it works, but instead of waiting for the item grab, you can just slide into it and it picks up way quicker.
Speaking of, I guess, some of the items in the game, we are getting the sniper rifle here. But with the ammo, it's actually quite beneficial to get obviously more sniper and shotgun ammo. Depending on what items are grabbing out of things like boxes, dead bodies, we can start seeing more of that. We already did see Solus get a grenade. That could come in handy. It really does come down to runner strategy coming into some of the areas, and they can get quite creative.
Go make an impression.
Yep, and they will be using quite a bit of the sniper as well later on. especially with certain boss fights. The sniper does come in handy. Well, let's see if this guy decides to behave. This little skelly zombie dude can sometimes be a little finicky. We need him to get on that platform to finish the circuit. Solus getting out of there first. Very nice. Salad really not too far behind, though. This is very close.
Pretty close race.
Yeah.
Yep, and there we go. There's the zombie on the platform. I think it really will come down to the fights coming up.
Oh, definitely. The fights in this game really determine, even like when you're running this game solo, not in a race, like a lot of runs can just come down to, do the boss fights behave? So for this part here, they need to basically they need to kill all these zombies here. You put them into the wall. Because if they don't put them into the wall there, then if Ada tries to jump on the platform will just collapse. So it looks like Solus got through that just fine. Let's see Salad's End. Waiting for that zombie to get on that wall. Very nice.
A little bit of struggles there on Salad's End. There was like another enemy creeping up on him, but we are out of there pretty much at the same time.
Yeah. So far looking good on both ends.
Which, for anyone watching right now, yeah, this run is very neck and neck as we speak. Movement has been pretty good on both ends. Outside of very minor deviations, yeah, they've been keeping up. There's probably at most, like a 5 to 10 second lead on Solus' side.
Yeah, give or take.
Wanna play, huh? All
I
right.
wanna play, huh?
Ready or not, here I come. Now,
I love a lot of Ada's lines in this game.
Let's see. Looks like we got some sniper ammo. Or was that sniper ammo?
We're going to be needing the sniper for this part here because we are going to have to kill that zombie there with the golden eye, or basically the golden glimmer in their head, or the tooth. Sorry.
Looking at it as well, Salad actually got shotgun ammo out of that one. So it'll be neat to see how they have to differ it up depending on what resources they have.
Yep. Alright. Looks like Solus is getting a little bit of trouble with these guys here. Sometimes they can be a little bit of a struggle to kill really fast. This is a kill section where essentially you have to kill everything in the room before you can proceed. So it looks like both of them are having a little bit of a hustle with these. But there we go.
All right. I do think that the shotgun ammo might come more in handy than the sniper ammo. Just because we will have some sections later that really need shotgun ammo.
Yeah, there is a section that will heavily rely on shotgun ammo. So hopefully we see some more shotgun ammo. The ammo drops in this can be quite annoying, to say the least, because they sometimes will only give you handgun ammo, sometimes you'll only get SMG ammo or something that you just don't need.
Funny enough, by the way, we mentioned earlier that there was I think one of the earlier fights, Salad's End did take a slight hits during, I don't remember which part it was, but we mentioned it earlier. Salad pretty much caught back up to where he was. That was a slightly better fight on his end, just a little bit faster there.
Yeah, now it's back to basically being on the wire.
Yep.
Ada's going to be doing some rolling here to get through this section a lot faster. Salad just zooming right through.
Oh, we did get a bit of an unfortunate zombie spawn there. Hopefully Solus will be able to make it out of this. You know, it'll be a little bit risky, but all right. We're now entering the next room. We have the big boy here.
Yep, there we go. Red eye on both sides now.
All right, and now with that room, Salad is slightly in the lead. We can probably hop audio over to his end right now.
Very nice, very nice.
I owe you one.
And just given how close they are, we'll probably just be swapping intermittently just to see how it goes. I think most of the audio has been on Solus' side so far for the run.
As twisted as they come.
Very, very good on both ends, though. Honestly, like, I was very interested to see how the race would go between these two, so it's going to be very interesting.
I think it's going to remain close for pretty much the entirety of the run.
Oh, yeah. All right, both putting in the rest of the pieces of the medallion now. God, this is so cool to see. I love seeing a close race like this.
Oh, yeah. Well, honestly, all the races today have been pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
The only problem was when RE4 got taken out of the way, which is how mean some of those rooms would get.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well,
speaking
RE4
of
is just a
mean
whole other thing.
rooms, it is time for Deborah.
So, for those who might not know this fight can go very bad very quickly. So they need to kill all the red glowy tendrils as fast as possible. But first they're just going to be putting in basically a clip into Deborah right there and moving on to get to Deborah. So that's just the first part of Deborah.
Phase 1 was pretty quick. We're pretty much neck and neck right now, even still. I do think Solus had a bit of recovery at that point, which is quite nice.
Oh, yeah.
But we have to run down the tower and get ready for the actual boss fight. As well, we'll be getting some of the game's QTEs. So Leon could play a factor here. It is unlikely he'll be messing up too much, but the AI is the AI.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Leon can take his pretty little time here.
Both runners get sniper ammo right there.
Nice. Yeah, again, sniper and shotgun ammo is going to be quite vital for...
You know, it's kind of funny, too. So, just watching how they're dealing with the zombies, you have Salad using the shotgun there and Solus using the sniper. It's just because during this run so far, I think Salad has been getting a lot more shotgun resources and Solus getting a lot more sniper resources.
Yeah, this run can rely a lot on thinking on your feet when it comes to ammo and what you get. But now we're going into the Deborah fight on both ends here. So Deborah is quite RNG heavy on how she's going to behave. We kind of want her to just stay up. We do not want her to fall down, essentially, because she will have a lot of jumping. If she constantly jumps around, that is not a good sight. You want her to stay still as much as possible so you can get the tendrils.
Also, tech side, can we really quickly get the audio on Salad? Let's see how this boss is going to go. Currently has the lead, pops the tentacle really quick.
Yep. Still have a bit more to go on this. All right, let's see how this goes. Looks like Salad gets the first tendril. She's doing a little bit of jump in. Looks like Salad's got, I believe, all the tendrils. So really good fight on Salad's side. Very, very nice. That was actually really, really clean.
Slight knockdown over on Solus's, but the fight's still going well.
Solus has been getting a little bit of a jumpy Deborah here, which is very unfortunate to see, but it's okay. She's got one more tendril. Yeah, like I said, if Deborah does jump around like that, it's just unfortunate. There's not a whole lot you can do when she gets into that sort of phase. Looks like Solus is now down with Debbie.
Alrighty.
Very nice.
Now we begin the minecart section. This part's mostly pretty chill.
Yeah, so they are going to be doing if I remember correctly, they do a little bit of DA manipulation. I don't know if it's still present in the runs these days.
Let's see what the runs we're going for. Looks like we're just staring over. Solus chilling
around
on their end. Salad looking around.
Salad's taking a peek. Yeah, so this part is just kind of like waiting around because you're just kind of...
Say he's going for a snipe on some of the guys by the switch you'll have to pull.
Yeah, so sometimes sometimes the enemies can stop Leon from getting to the bottom faster.
And when the runners have begun doing the DA manip, they're currently blowing themselves up here. Just wanting to watch Ano ragdoll while waiting.
Yeah, you do not...
critical.
Yeah, so when you go into that state, you will get revived, but that does bring the DA down, so that's going to be really useful for later in the run.
We'll have to see if Solus can get into critical here.
hope this is a non-stop ride out.
It looks like Helena is blocking Solus's view, by the way. That is weirdly unlucky.
Classic Helena.
She was just not standing in the... Oh, there we go. It's always fun to see just the runner, like, what is it? Like the runner's flavor, like how they play the game. Flair. There we go. Oh,
There we go.
critical. There we go.
Okay, I was a little worried there for a
okay.
second. I was like, Helena?
I like how Leon jumped in. All right, so let's see how we're doing here. By the way, the runners eating the hits here are in. This is intentional. We assure you, it's just DA manipulation.
Yep. So this part, they don't have to do anything to Deborah here. They're just going to take some hits. But they don't have to do anything to Debbie. So basically just enjoy the ride. Enjoy the view of the cave, I guess.
We're going to get picked up a lot.
Yeah.
One of the weird things, though, about DA manip is you do have to be very careful. You'll notice right there, actually, Salad and appealing. You can't chain critical hits too much. If you're on death hit, you go critical, and then on death hit again. If you get hit, you will die.
Yeah. So for those who are not sure what DA manip is, it is difficulty adjustment. So basically, how to simplify it is the worse you play, the easier the game gets. The better you play, the harder the game gets. So basically, the more damage you take and the more times you go into critical for this game is the more easy the game gets. So you'll see a lot of the times the runners will purposely take damage.
Yeah, like Ada's just eating like 20 bonks in a row here.
Yeah,
with the wooden pillars, pylons, and there we go again.
I love it.
As well, there's a few things on the tracks. They do need to play the game a little bit here. You can't just be blowing yourself up entirely.
Unfortunately.
Oh, there will be a lot of it.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, there, we get another critical. There we go. You know what? We should have been counting the amount of criticals. I actually don't know who got more so far. I think it's about the same.
Yeah. So DA is actually a quite common thing. It's been a common thing in a lot of Resident Evil speedruns since Resident Evil 4, I believe. The classic Resident Evil 4, of course. So you'll see a lot of Resident Evil runs doing very similar tactics with lowering difficulty adjustment.
Also, on Sal's end, we do have Deborah done as a fight. We did get the last hit there. It is a hit you must hit. You can fail that. We'll be seeing it again on Solus' side right now. As well, Sal gets a bunch of, looks like sniper ammo and maybe some bolts. Let's see how Solus is going to do here right now.
And hopefully we get the one shot. Oh, and miss. That's okay.
2 shot.
2 shots is more than fine. Very nice, very nice.
Hopefully Solus will be able to get some shotgun ammo here. Right now we will be hitting a point where the shotgun ammo grabbed will be quite helpful, I think. At least my memory serves correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, this part is where we're really going to be needing a lot of shotgun ammo. Oh.
Did Solus even get anything in those boxes? Like, I
did not see, unfortunately.
I don't think so. It's unlucky.
So? Yeah, sometimes you just get really unlucky in this game, and there's not a whole lot you can do. But let's see how this part goes.
Pretty quick avoiding on Salazan with the charging enemies.
Yep.
And now we're hitting the reason why we need this shotgun ammo.
Yes.
So this section is going to be dedicated to blowing up these enemies before they even spawn. If you go through level enough, they'll start molting into actual enemies. However, we're actually going to destroy them earlier. Bolt ammo also works here for the explosive bolts. However, you can see now we're hitting the other strat where Salad is kind of doing a shotgun swap to fire really quickly. Either the bolts or shotgun will be needed for these enemies, and they'll be killing particular ones. Also, luckily for Salad, he does get more shotgun ammo right next to the guy, too. That is wild.
That is very lucky.
And let's all pray for Solus right now. Hope we get similar drops.
Yeah, get some praise in the chat for Solus here. And that's the end of chapter 2 for Salad's End.
It really will come down to possibly a drop or two here. Although I did think that Solus might have more bolts in general.
I think so. At least it did seem like that. Doing some more quick swaps.
All right, let's see.
Quick swaps are so good.
Oh, we do get shotgun
we
ammo.
got
Okay,
some
so
more
that
shotgun
does
ammo
save
there
it a
too.
bit.
Nice.
And with the additional bolts, that might actually be a bit more helpful, especially having more shotgun ammo for later.
Oh yeah, and that's the end of chapter 2 on Solus side. Going into chapter 3. So chapter 3, it's definitely got its quirks. Basically going to be going from right now we're just going point A to point B, trying to avoid enemies and not trip, because you can trip over dead bodies in this game. If there's a body on the ground, you can trip on it. It's very silly, but it is something that can happen. So runners will be taking a certain path to avoid doing so.
Too bad I can't enjoy a night on the town.
Oh, Salad took a little bit of a wrong turn there. That's okay. That's a very easy turn to miss there, but he did get some bomb arrows there, which is really, really nice to see. So we are going to run.
So we are looking pretty good as we navigate our way through the level. A little bit of a dive to... Oh, we get a little bit of a trip there. We do avoid the first one. All right, we're going to begin the chase sequence here on Salad side. It is going to be just good movement running through these, like kind of the cinematic. All right.
Hello.
There we go. On Solstice, we do have a slight tripping, nothing too bad though. It's pretty hard to get through that without tripping. I don't know if we really can. I mean, if you like slide really well as Salad attempted, but honestly, tripping there at least once. As long as you don't go like a horribly wrong way, you probably should be fine. We have a Solus on the same area now, getting the, we'll call it like the chainsaw guy cinematic. We're gonna see all the fun of Ada just zooming around. This is one of those areas you have to be really careful here. If you try sprinting too much, you might end up getting unlucky. We do begin the fight with the Chainsaw Man. Salad takes him down quick using the shotgun swapping strat. One bullet left in the gun. Does get pretty good there. Luckily on Sol's end, they do have a lot more shotgun ammo because they have more bolts. So even if the fight does go south, it shouldn't be too big of a worry. As well on the Salad side, we'll be approaching the bus. This section's pretty easy. You're sort of just waiting for things to happen. So we'll just be chilling there. Luckily, we do have the audio on Solstice so far as we approach the boss fight here.
Yep.
Gets the key and...
Let's see how this goes.
Solus.
Oh, this guy can be a little terrifying because he can one-shot.
Bit of a meaner fight on Solus's end, but does get him down.
Does get him. There we go. Very nice.
Yeah, that charge immediately is pretty mean.
Yeah, it can be not so forgiving sometimes with that boss fight. Let's see. So on Salad's end over here, it's basically a game of avoid the bad guy. Just wait for him to come at you and then swing.
I didn't come halfway around the planet.
You don't really need to do any damage to this guy. You just basically gotta wait until he comes towards you and swing.
If he does get too close, it is a one-shot, so our runners do have to be careful. We are able to squeeze a hit there. On Soul's side, we do see a bit of a... getting some DA manip. Hopefully that'll come in handy. On Salad's side, though, we might want to get the audio over there. We are entering the fight. This is going to be a two-phase fight. Actually, I think... oh, no, here we go. Yeah. Get playing the damage. Phase 2 begins.
Yeah. Again, this fight can be a little scary if he does get too close, because he does have some pretty close encounters, but it seems like Salad took care of it because you're waiting for a certain dialogue to happen while you're avoiding the big boy just coming right at you with a chainsaw. Hopefully no... Okay, all good.
All right, looks like Sal is good to fight, and Solus begins the fight. That is a much nicer fight on Solus' side this time around. I will give the quick shotgun hits, gain a couple QTs for more damage, entering phase 2 quickly. And let's see. Quite the odd thing, and it might come in handy later. Solus has a ton of sniper ammo.
Yeah, that can be very useful, especially for a section where they will have to snipe enemies as quickly as possible to get through. So we'll see how that goes. Very nice on Solus' end.
Perfect. Hopefully we can get the audio back on Salad as we're dealing with the Jake and Sherry escort here.
Yeah.
Can't wait to meet this mysterious.
For this part, there is a checkpoint retry. We're basically waiting for Jake and Sherry to do a little bit of a leap here while killing these enemies, and as soon as they do the leap, they're going to do a checkpoint retry. Basically to make this part a little bit faster. I'm not too sure if they're agreed to do that, but I'm sure they are since I see Sally going into the menu. There we go. And there's the checkpoint retry. Basically warps you a little bit closer to this part here where the shotgun, where the sniper ammo, sorry, is going to come in real handy. So let's see how things go over on Salad's end as Solus makes their way over. Not too far behind, though. This is still pretty close.
Looking at the sniper ammo, it does actually look pretty even, in fact.
Oh, yeah.
Unless, actually, no, I see. No. Solus is ahead. Okay, they got a bunch right in the beginning there. Okay.
Yeah, they do get a lot of sniper ammo at that point, right before the checkpoint retry. Which is super, super convenient. Especially for this part here. But it seems like Salad is going in for the bombs there. That little pesky bug over here. You're making things a little bit more difficult, but it looks like everything's just fine. Gonna collect some ammo before moving on to the next part.
All right, we're now hitting the beginning of the section here on Solus' side.
Yeah. Hopefully, Chainsaw Boy decides to behave.
And luckily, Solus has a lot of room to play around right now, given the extra sniper ammo.
That is a lot of sniper ammo. They are chilling. And that's done right there. Very nice.
Absolutely. A big thing to mention as well about one of the techs here, we're talking about fast swapping on the shotgun. This also works on the sniper rifle. However, the runner has to make sure they stay scoped in before they shoot. If they just try shooting without scoping, it won't hit.
Yeah.
Looks like Solus does take out that bug that was bothering Salad a bit earlier there.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a bother on that one.
Up on Salad, we have DA.
DA, let's go!
I just looked to see Ada just getting flung with explosives, and it just. Boom.
All right. But right now, Salad is just waiting for the Chainsaw Boy to come back because
we're looking at Sherry.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Sherry, keeping an eye on her because Chainsaw Boy's coming in. Taking out Chainsaw Boy insanely fast. That was really, really good, actually. Very, very nice. Looks like we're coming up on the same instance with Solus.
Hope that's all she wrote.
All right, Salad's gonna play Save the Day.
This dude would be in pretty hot water if I wasn't around.
Yeah, so far this is looking really good on both ends, though.
Time to save the day again.
Oh, there we have the DA now on Solus' side.
Yep. It's just so funny every time you see it because it's just the ragdoll animation of Ada is just so ridiculous.
It's like launches.
Yeah.
I like how Solus is also just launching Sherry.
Oh my goodness. The fun part is just watching Jake get a little bit owned by that by that steel swinging the steel swings.
Oh yeah. All right, we're looking pretty good here. Salad ends chapter 3, and we'll be entering chapter 4 in one moment here. As well, we have 650 skill points. We can't buy anything.
Yeah, I don't believe they actually do buy anything for skill points, or they don't use any of the skill points in this category. As far as I remember when I ran this game, I don't remember we ever actually used them. Which is very handy because that way you don't have to prioritize, or you don't have to really think about the skill points that you need to get. You don't have to really plan for it or make sure that you remember to get the skill points.
Also, I just love Ada's dumb cube phone. I want a phone like that. I want the cube.
I don't even know how that would work, honestly.
How does she put it in her pocket? Like, she just jammed it in her back pocket. It's a cube.
I know, right? So this part here can be a little bit of RNG. So the first 2 codes that they get are going to be static, but it's the last code that they need to get, and hoping that this squiggly boy that runs away, technically it's the second code they should try to get, but it goes away. So hopefully it works out well on Salad's end here.
Solus does finish up chapter 3. We'll be getting the same chapter.
Very nice.
All right, we get the first of 3 codes on Salad's side.
Yeah, gotta go hunt down for that code because it does wander away. Sometimes it can end up right in front of you, and sometimes it can end up in a little room. Hopefully that one comes right up to them.
Oh, there's the cube phone again.
There's that cube phone again.
Let's see how you handle fire.
It looks like Solus is now starting to get those codes, not too far behind. Salad is in a little bit of a waiting zone here. You do have to wait a little bit, and looks like Squiggly Boy decided to go away. Unlucky, but that's okay. Just waiting to get past that fire. How Ada is just not able to set herself on fire, who knows?
It's the mother.
There's the Squiggly Boy.
All right, got the code pretty quickly there.
Nice. Solus getting this code getting taken away, and off they go find it. So far looking real good on Salad's end here.
Just one more around the goal.
Doing a little bit of a roll tech to pick up that code faster.
Does get some shotgun shells out of that.
Yeah, that's very nice. It's always nice when you can get some shotgun shells, or pretty much anything other than probably your SMG. Literally anything else other than that.
It's a nice weapon, but you just need other ammo. It can be anything else.
Yeah.
Almost too easy.
All right, and Salad has gotten all the codes. It does look like the little dude is chilling around Solus' side, not too far off.
Yeah, not too far from
2 seconds to ourselves around
off.
here.
You can see, the one nice thing is that you can see where they are going. So it looks like we got...
It went into the room that they need to go into.
It went into the room with the other one. So
okay, yeah.
That works out.
Oh, there's my evil twin.
There you go.
At first, you'll be afraid. But don't worry.
Doing the roll slide. There we go. Got the codes. Oh, it's a little bit of a squeeze to get out of that room. It sometimes can be a little scary because they can body block you like crazy in there.
Family may have shaped the world into what it is today, but starting tomorrow.
Yeah, the Salad's just kind of waiting around. There is some times where you do have to wait and listen and just kind of take in the lore. But it's not too bad. Thankfully, it's not too much of a long wait.
All right, now we get to a little. It's kind of like an espionage section. You need to get through each one and make sure you don't get caught. Make sure you don't alert the enemies, alert the cutscenes.
Yep. So there are going to be spotlights that both Salad and Solus are going to have to avoid. It can be very easy to get caught by the spotlights, but there is a little bit of a tech to avoid them very quickly and very stylish, I'd like to
Stay
say.
out of the spotlight.
Let's see how that pans out for Salad over here. The camera change can be can make it a little bit difficult to get through it.
I know for a lot of newer runners, there's gonna be a section here in the vents that can get a lot of people.
Thanks
Oh
for
yeah.
keeping them busy, fellas. I'll
Doing
see
a
you
little bit of
around.
rolling to get through this vent. You have to crawl first because for some reason the game is just like, oh, you need to look what's down here first. Alright. There you go. Now we can squeeze through that vent there. Moving on to, I think this is upcoming right now is the spotlight section that gets a little spooky. Alright. Let's see how it
More
goes.
searchlights, huh?
More searchlights, huh? Salad's gonna opt in for a little bit of an interesting tech here. Ooh! And it worked out for him. Oh my god, that is honestly so cool because that is very difficult to do that kind of tech with the rolling into a back shimmy there. Usually you'd have to wait in between the little panels there so that way the spotlight can go over and you can continue. But that was a really, really cool little tech there. Rolling, rolling, rolling.
There's a lot of rolling.
Oh yeah, lots of rolling with Ada. All right, so Solus coming up on the searchlight section as well. Let's see what they end up panning with, or going up with. Let's see how this goes. Don't get caught. You got this. Looks like Solus decided to do a little bit of a waiting part there, because sometimes it gets a little spooky, because if you do get caught, you get a cutscene that happens, and when the cutscene happens, you get a bunch of things shooting at you, you get enemies coming at you. It's just not a very fun experience, so sometimes it's just better off to wait.
We've confirmed that Wong
But
was
very
telling
nice,
the truth.
getting through there.
There's a fully armed aircraft carrier.
No,
in
the most
open
important
water
part is
far
not
from
getting
your
caught.
location. Satellite imaging indicates they're getting ready to fire missiles on the mainland. It's imperative that you stop even a single one.
She must have injected herself with a powerful dose of the sea worms.
All right. Time for the Mayo monster, as we like to call it. Gets a little claustrophobic in here. So we're actually going to be coming up on our Salad's going to be coming up on a boss fight, and it's going to be probably one of my favorite boss fights in this entire game, just because of the tech that you have to do to get past it. It's very, very quick. Blink and you miss it kind of deal. So Salad's going to be making his way over there. Solus is not too far behind. Oh, that coming out of that cutscene can always be a little tricky. All right, so there's a little bit of a tech here, using both analog sticks to squeeze through that real quickly, because there is a kind of an instance where the monster will come out and you have to shoot a canister, but instead, as long as you do that really quickly, do a little bit of a tech there, and you're right through it. But now we gotta run. Hopefully there's no bad grabs here. You do get grabbed once, as long as you don't get grabbed again. Very nice on Salad's end. See how it goes for Solus. There's that canister. Now for the boss fight. This is where explosive arrows are very, very handy. So basically, Cloud's going to be shooting the canisters from behind with the explosive arrows and hoping with good luck here, because the hitbox doesn't activate until a little bit. There we go. It's Blake and you missed it. It's so hard to explain.
Fight.
That was really clean. Very, very good. Solus not too far behind, coming up on that boss fight as well. It's just such a cool fight because the hitbox doesn't activate immediately, so you have time to shoot the explosive arrows behind the head, which ends up exploding the canisters and explodes the boss before you even can do anything. Before the boss can even do anything, really.
All right, let's hope for good luck on Solus's side here, having the same fight.
Yeah, hopefully. It can be a little bit of a tight timing on it, but with a lot of practice, should have no problem. So let's see how Solus does.
I think that's...
Oh, unfortunate timing on Solus's end, but that's okay. Shouldn't take too long, as long as you can make a hole. There we go. Hey.
Luckily, I think Solus had like a ton of explosive arrows.
Yeah, having more, like if you have enough explosive arrows, you're more than fine with that fight. If you don't have enough explosive arrows, it's very, very unfortunate if you don't get the tight timing.
We are now taking a ride in the helicopter on Salad's side. Just, you know, shooting down the choppers. We do have some missiles. I don't even remember if missiles really get used.
No, not until the
one fight. Like,
the
there's
one
like a boss fight.
Yeah, at the very end of this fight here.
They're getting desperate.
And it's mostly just good shooting. Make sure you can actually tag the helicopters right when they get in. And then want to make sure you kill all the enemies that spawn. I think they do have like wave properties.
That's a nice model.
While this race is a bit further than when it started, it is not over yet entirely. We do have a lot of boss fights that can still happen.
Yeah, Chapter 5 is a lot of it's a lot of helicopter for the first little bit. This boss fight.
Yeah, speaking of helicopter, we've entered the Simmons fight. We'll be in the chopper for this one.
Yeah, so this fight you want to make sure that you don't go into, I believe, the second phase of this fight. There is a way to essentially one cycle this fight.
It's also really trippy if I remember correctly, because I know there's only some portions where you can damage Simmons, like right here, there's like tiny body.
When he's on his knee, you can damage him. But if he's not on his knee, then he's got like these iframes that you can't really do much with him.
And the T-Rex is just a T-Rex. Like it's just dead.
Yeah, this fight can it can take a little bit of time to get used to, especially with how difficult Simmons can be, but it looks like Salad got through there just fine. Going into the next part of the fight.
Get in.
Glad to see you're safe. Speed up!
Soul's getting the rockets on that copter, getting them down fast, hopefully. Oh, he's being a little bit tricky on Solus, and that's a little unfortunate. That's okay. Sometimes it just happens like that. Now Solus into also the Simmons fight, which honestly, this run has been super close between both of the runners.
While we do have a bit of a lead here, I still think Final Simmons might pose some problems. That Simmons fight, I do know, has a lot to go with it.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a dino crisis here.
You mean an exoprimal?
Oh, sorry, my bad, my bad.
I think we pissed them off.
Sorry to the Dino Crisis fans in chat. Hopefully you'll be able to get something soon.
Maybe one day. Crossing our fingers, right?
It'll be fun.
Looks like Simmons is being a...
Oh, and there is Salad going absolutely wild with the
just
missiles
going right
there.
in with those rockets. Yeah, there is a point in this fight where you do want to use all of your rockets. I believe this is technically the point here. Seeing how this last part goes for Salad.
I got booed for me referencing Exoprimal.
And that is it for that fight on Salad's side. Very nice. Solus is not too far though.
Left a lot of misery in your wake, Simmons. I'm gonna make sure it all ends here.
So on Salad's side, we have a section where we are saving the civilians, kind of. So we have to shoot all of these zombies here to proceed to the next part. Sometimes they can be a little bit sneaky, but you have to make sure you get them all before you can proceed. And it looks like we're moving our way to the next part.
They've got insurance. I'd like to do more. I really would.
Looks like Solus is almost done with the Simmons fight here. About to put in a bunch of rockets into him. There we go. There's those rockets. Let's go. You babbled your last buoy, Simmons.
Oh. Hey.
Nice, there we go. And that is the end of the Simmons fight on Solus' side. Very nice.
Now, time to clean up the last of Simmons' mess. Okay.
So chapter 5 in RE6 for Ada's campaign. It's not as eventful as the earlier chapters because it's a lot of using the chopper, kind of a railgun simulator, I guess you could say, on rail simulator.
It's really going to come down to that one boss fight.
Yep, which is the final boss fight.
But I think there's a good amount that can happen here that might be able to turn the tides. Now, it would have to go pretty bad for too much to change, but you never know.
Back for more? You really are a glutton for punishment.
You never know. Someone's using his banana gun.
Welcome back.
So for this fight, it's a little bit of just avoiding Simmons here, basically just kind of getting out of his way, letting him do his thing. Because the first part of this fight is just basically on a timer. There's not a whole lot you can do. You just kind of wait around and let him run rampant. Kind of just fun to just let Ada, I guess, get bonked a bunch.
It's called DA manip, right?
True. Take as much DA manip as you possibly can in this game, I swear.
Yeah, the section's just kind of dedicated to hopefully Leon and Helena doing their thing for a bit while you're like distracting. It's lore, the deepest lore of the game.
The deepest of lores.
I can't believe the whole time Leon's planning for his life, Ada's just doing DA manip.
she's just ragdolling all over the place. Leon's climbing for his life. No big deal.
So we do get some hits here, and I think we are gonna get some of the fight going about now.
Yep,
there's Leon.
Where the damage starts mattering for a lot of the fight.
Appreciate
Speaking of DA manip, if you're a big fan of DA manip, look at Solus' side right now.
Woo! Bonk. Bonk. It's so good every time. Alright, Salad going into the weapon swapping to get as much damage as possible into Simmons. Get him to...
He just backed up a bit.
Basically just bullying Simmons at this point.
Why did he walk backward like that?
I don't know. This is very interesting. More DA manip. There's a lot more.
You really
DA
gotta get
manip.
all of it as you go.
Yeah, there's a lot more. Like the DA manip in this game, for this run specifically, is a lot more recent into the route. Oh. Salad's having a bit of a moment on the ground right now. It's fine. Because Ada just magically gets up.
It's a power move.
Yeah, girl boss or what have it.
Alright, there we go. The only real thing to do here is make sure that he doesn't get too close. If he doesn't get too close, he might knock down Leon. If that happens, that is bad.
Yeah. Basically just playing keep away for the time being. Solus going in and doing very similar things. Gonna bully Simmons a little bit. More weapon swapping. Oh, he just, that
dodged.
was very unfortunate with the iframes. That's okay.
Oh, hey, the boss is actually going to begin on Salad's side in a moment here. Once the Leon is down and starts shooting, the boss can officially start being damaged. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure Leon actually can damage the boss for you, but also Leon can't aim.
Yeah, Leon's not very good at his aim. You'd think he would be.
He tries. He might.
He might. He's doing his best.
A couple shots in there. He has to reload. He's not swapping. Oh, he back to the pistol. Oh, and no, he just doesn't want to do anything. Okay, thanks, Leon.
If you're really
He's
very,
giving up.
very cool.
pull through this. We both can.
I like how Ada's just lying down on the ground on like all hands.
And bulletproof Ada, bulletproof Leon over here.
Well, it's all in the spine.
Oh yeah, he's got a titanium spine like.
Well, that's why
Ada's
Leon always
titanium
says
heels.
lift with the back, not your legs.
I guess that's how that works, huh?
It's all in. Oh, yeah. All right, boss fight begins. There we go. Okay.
All right, damage, go, 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 go.
Yeah, we're just watching the shotgun swapping like mad right now.
Trying not to get knocked down
hit
too
on
much.
that one. Now we don't want to get hit. Getting hit is bad.
Now we want to avoid it.
We are doing some of these sniper swapping here. We want someone to be on me once again on the ground. There we go. Big hits right now.
More bullying.
I should also be mentioned that Leon can do damage while this is happening, but Leon's not.
Yeah,
Where did he
I
go?
believe Helena can also do damage here, but sometimes she just cannot.
Where is he? He's not even around anymore.
He gave up.
He's trying to melee. Good job. All right, let's see what Leon does on Soul's side.
Pistol. Got, he decided. He thought about the sniper.
There. Okay, sniper.
There we go.
Oh, reload immediately. That was one shot, Leon. Okay. Got
he's
that's
trying.
okay. That's shot like 5.
Leon.
Back to the pistol. All right. Yeah,
My
he's trying out
goodness.
here.
Leon's really having some interesting decisions on his weapon choices. Alright, Salad just waiting to stick that arrow in. End the fight.
Let's call this
All right, I'm pretty sure at this point it probably will be going to Salad, but we will be finishing up the run here on both sides.
Yep. But honestly, just both really good runs from both sides. Honestly, this game is a lot of fun to watch with the amounts of DA manip and RNG that can happen throughout. So seriously, GG for both runners.
Carla did her experiment.
Yeah, both were pretty consistent the whole way through. Not a whole lot lost. Really, it just Deborah jumping around really did make an impact on this race.
Yep. And honestly, it does come down to Deborah quite often with runs in this game.
But we can probably finish up with the audio on Solus here, since Solus still is in the boss fight. We can get the action going on right now. Salad time will be coming on in 1 moment here.
Yep, and Salad is time.
All right. Go. Oh, what? Almost done with the fight on Solus' side. Honestly, I think Solus actually did have the better boss fight on this part.
Oh, yeah.
It just Deborah had enough of a spread to where, yeah.
Yeah, Solus was able to catch up quite a bit there, but once you put that arrow in, it's pretty much done. But still, very, very good show from both runners.
You really should have moved on.
Big GG's. Congrats to Salad.
I think Salad's actually checking the IGT as we go. Solus is right at the very end here.
Salad is doing the math.
Salad can tell us later what they got for IGT. Time will be coming up on Solus in 1 moment here, just coming right at the end. Honestly, really good boss fight. Just while we're summarizing what's going on, it just got beat entirely. Just really good damage.
Oh, yeah. Definitely get some GG's and congrats in the chat for both runners.
Bring me another subject.
Very well
Why do you
played.
think we had this lab built
And
here in the first
Solus's
place?
time will be coming up now.
Time. All right, GG. We have our runners back with us here. They can talk once again. I do believe. Well, we'll see how much Salad might type to us on his end. But how about we start on the star size? Solus, how did you feel about the run?
I hate Deborah.
Yeah, the Deborah fight
and the
was
thing
mean.
is, I knew the race was going to depend on how Deborah went for both
Yeah.
of us. And when I saw I got a bad one, I was like, yep, I already know, but hey.
I mean, there's so many that could have happened, but you played it out well. And like we said, there's a few parts. Unfortunately, as well, I think that the real sinker at the end, like the thing that just decided it, was also the not Ada fights. Just the arrow not going through, I think, killed any chance of the comeback at the very end.
Yeah, I missed timed because I went to get the pipe bombs in that area. I was like, whoops. But hey, it happens.
Hey, that was a good run nonetheless. Your final boss was really good. Like, I was like ready to all right, let's hop over. Wait, it's done. What?
So we get the pipe bombs, baby.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it
those
was
pipe
good,
bombs
though.
definitely came in handy.
Fun times though. Had a good time.
Fun to hear it. It was a good run, and honestly, it was kind of neat just seeing how the ammo varied between you two. And it's just one of those things where it was just really close all the way to the end. It really did come down to really can't decide with the player. It's the game. That being said, if anyone did want to find you on Twitch or anything, where can they find you?
Basically, I'm trying to think. Yeah, for the most part, my username is the same except for Twitter, but it's going to be Solus_Persona, and Twitter is just Solus Persona, all one word. And I'll generally stream this game, some other like casual games, or I might do like Rev 2 for my runs. But otherwise, yeah, that's where you'll find me.
Alrighty, and then let's hop on over to the umbrella side with Salad. Salad, I'm not sure how much you're feeling voice-wise to talk right now. If you would like to type to Meerkat, you can.
Yeah, Salad wrote some stuff.
If you give me a hot second, I can whisper.
All good, no worries, no worries. Yeah, if you want to answer how you feel, that's fine, but definitely good job on the win there.
Yeah,
Okay, so it was a fun run. I just got better Deborah RNG, unfortunately.
Yeah, your Deborah fight was almost immediate, and unfortunately on Solis' side, she just hopped around
She
everywhere.
was jumping everywhere.
Yeah, but GG all around.
Absolutely. I will say as well, like, for a while until Deborah, it was neck and neck. Like, there were little things that would boost one of you forward. Like, for a while, Solus is, like, maybe 5 seconds ahead. At one point, you got a better fight, and then you just caught up, and then it just got out of control with Deborah.
Yeah, she's ruined a lot of runs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Go. But that being said, if anyone wanted to find you, we can type your link in chat. But if you want to say as well, where can they find you?
I'm over at twitch.tv/The Demented Salad. I do a lot of speedruns, and I'm currently doing a Metal Gear Solid story playthrough.
All right, perfect.
Nice.
Thank you so much once again. We don't want you to have to talk too much considering all your end, but I do want to say thank you to both of you for doing the run.
Yeah.
You're welcome. It was
Good job to both of you.
And with that as well, Team Umbrella takes their second point with Resident Evil 6. The Demented Salad has won this race. Pretty fun race overall. I do want to say thank you again to both of the competitors. I would say thank you to the commentators, but that's just me and Kat again.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Kat. Yeah, there we go. We have plenty more fun games for you. Up next is going to be Resident Evil Gaiden.
Gaiden,
I'm sure it will get more normal after Gaiden, but really quick, we will be right back as we set up for that. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back, and the races will continue. Alrighty, everyone. We are back from the break. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that wonderful run of RE6. I have been your host, Icdices.
And I have been Kalink. Hello, welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, there's Koopa as well. I can see it now.
And also, here's other host, Koopa.
It's the dog host.
The dog host, yes. We always have to have a dog host, of course.
Yeah, that being said, we have our next game coming up. RE6 was close. A lot of the runs have been pretty close today, and I'm kind of hoping we can keep that energy going forward. We still have plenty of games. I think we've officially hit the halfway point of today's show.
Yeah, we have officially reached the halfway point, and that RE6 run was quite something, especially with the Deborah fight kind of really ruling it out. But all in all, both very, very wonderful runners. I think Salad was only 25 seconds off a world record, which is quite crazy.
That is wild. But yeah, I think we are ready to take a look at our next game, which continuing the trend of, I guess, interesting Resident Evil games, let's say that much. We're going to be showing you RE Gaiden, which, to tell you a little bit about that game, Resident Evil Gaiden was a game for the Game Boy, was it the Color, or was it the... I think it's a Game Boy Color, yeah.
Game Boy Color, I believe.
Which, that's just a way of putting it. It's probably one of the most unique Resident Evil games in that capacity, and the fact that we had enough runners and commentators to make this game work is beyond me. That being said, let's go dive on into RE Gaiden and see who we have.
Yeah.
Alrighty, to start things off, we're gonna meet our runner on Team Stars. We have Ms. Scarlett Tanager. Would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Hello! I am the mother of bunnies, as you can see. They are very adorable, and I have a treat for chat because this is my controller for today. I do a lot of horror games, a lot of shenanigans like that. You may know me for playing Kuon at GDQ 2 GDQs ago.
Alrighty, we also have on Team Umbrella, we have Chris Naga. Chris, would you like to tell us a bit about yourself?
I concede the defeat already because I do not have a chainsaw. I do not have that special thing, but no, Gaiden's what would we call it? A guilty pleasure of mine. So this is pretty interesting. But I do run other RE games, RE remake or remaster, I should say, and a lot of crowd control things as well, just to kind of spice things up. So,
all right. As well on commentary, we have Starwin. Starwin, you'd like to tell us a bit about yourself?
Oh, hey, everybody. It's your boy Starwin, here again doing some commentary for what is probably the greatest Resident Evil game today, in my opinion. This game is going to be super neat. It's going to be really awesome. Looking forward to this race with two great runners. And when everybody's ready, I'm ready to start sharing some info about this great game.
All right. We all ready?
We are.
All right, Starwin, on your count.
Best of luck.
Awesome. Runners, are you ready? Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty, so this is Resident Evil Gaiden. So since this was made for the Game Boy Color, so Ecdysis was correct. This game is going to be just like it's going to be mostly 2D for the entirety. It still plays like a Resident Evil in terms of like you have to find items and keys and a bunch of backtracking and whatnot. But there's also this really interesting fighting system when you run into a zombie, like we're going to see from Chris right here. Sadly, didn't get past the zombie. It's a little annoying kind of how it can be set up. Your main objective is trying to stop the little rectangle in the center of wherever the enemy is, and that will be a critical hit. So if you do get in a fight, you want to try to get crits or run away. For the most part, we're going to try to be avoiding a lot of these encounters. Like what both runners have just did right here is that when you hold your gun really close to an enemy, the zombie will get aggroed and get pulled, and they'll start running towards you, and it gives you more of a chance to get past them. So, throughout the run as well, you're going to be seeing in the bottom right-hand corner a bunch of symbols be popping up. So, if you see like a green door, the door means it's you're close to a door that isn't locked. If you see a red door, that means it needs a key or some kind of item. If you see a green exclamation mark, that means an item is close to you. If you see a red exclamation mark, one of the zombies on screen somewhere is holding an item. You need to kill them and then approach the body and actually grab the item. And then a flashing skull means, oh man, you got grabbed. And at that point, you kind of want to start mashing to push the zombie off of you, which will trigger a fight. There's also poison in this game as well, which can happen with the blue zombies. We'll get to blue zombies later. Right now, we're just going to be focusing on green, basic green zombies. But so far, you can see that, especially on Scarlet's side, getting all the appropriate dodges right here. This is one of the first mandatory fights that Scarlet's about to do, just because this zombie has a item that we need to get. And right here, we're trying to get into that little blue square to get crits. And that's going to give us a key. And unfortunately, on Chris's side, what can happen sometimes, if there's any zombies on the screen when you start a fight, you have to fight those zombies. And I'm pretty sure this is RNG. Don't quote me on this. But when you are about to start a fight, or if you get grabbed, there's a chance that other zombies that weren't even on the screen before can just randomly spawn. So kind of gives you more of a struggle. So like right here, we're going to manipulate this guy on the right on Scarlet's side who has the crowbar. Gets past him. We had an extra zombie spawn at the bottom, which is fine. As long as it didn't spawn at the top, you're going to have a good time. And Chris got the same thing, so very good. And then we have yet another mandatory kill that we have to do because we have a card. This game is a confusing mess. I'm telling you, because you don't get to actually visually see the item. Randomly, you're just going to be going up to things and being like, oh, I need to, maybe this is a thing I need, or maybe not. This game does have a really cool system with its inventory where you can get body armor pieces and whatnot, and you can buff characters. Right now, we only have Barry, but later on, we're going to get Leon and Lucia, I think is her name. She's this little girl character that can sense the BOW that's on the ship. Also, this is the first Resident Evil game on a boat. Revelations wasn't the first. You can actually equip everybody with items, and then you can switch to those characters during this fight phase. But we're not really going to be doing that. Takes a little bit too long. We are going to be, for the most part, trying to conserve ammo. The more crits you get in this game, the better. If you get crits, Fights go a lot quicker. Most things go down in a couple of shots with the handgun. We're going to be getting an assault rifle in a little bit. But first things first, Scarlett's actually coming up to the first BOW boss fight. And the cool thing about this game is we can skip boss fights in certain phases. Like there's going to be certain boss fights we can't skip, but this is going to be the first one that we can. We're going to lure a zombie over here to this door, trigger this cutscene, and once we go through this door up here, it's going to trigger the boss fight with the big BOW. But as you can see, the crowbar zombie's still coming. So you know what's going to happen? The crowbar zombie takes prio over the boss fight. So we just kill the crowbar zombie and completely skip the boss fight. So that was very, very good. Sometimes it can get it, and Chris got it as well. We got ourselves a race. They're maybe like 5-6 seconds behind each other. This room can be kind of annoying. We're running to fight this zombie up here, but we're not trying to fight these other zombies. So we're making sure that we start the fight with no other zombies on screen because we need to get this key and we need to get out. And there's a really high chance that you can get grabbed right here. Good. Got a dodge right there. Can Chris get the dodge as well? Those doorways can be a bit of a pain sometimes. And good. Both runners getting out of there scot-free. And I do believe we have Lucia now in our party. Yes, we do. As I said, we're not going to really use the other characters. This game gives you a lot of items, like straight up. Like it's so, like there's like we could have already. I think there's a room up here that we could get the grenade launcher and everything. But no, we're primarily going to be using handgun, the assault rifle, and the gas launcher later on the run. And when we get to the gas launcher, woohoo, boy, we're going to have a good time. So one of the annoying things that can happen, which thankfully has not happened yet in the run, is when you try to go to a door and open it, if a zombie is getting close to you, since you only have 2 buttons like on your Game Boy, 1 button is just your action button. If a zombie gets too close to you as you're trying to open a door, it's going to prior you trying to shoot it, and it's really, really lame. So hopefully thankfully, I should say, that has not happened yet. This crowbar zombie can be kind of aggro, can be annoying to dodge, but nope, we're good right there on Scarlett's side. And it's looking like pretty even. Both runners are about to use the lockpick right here, that big green gun. Jump scare zombie right here. Oh, Chris is going to fight it while Scarlett's going to lure it out of the room. I'm not sure which is actually faster. I think fighting it is quicker if you get crits. But yeah, that's the main reason, because the zombie's going to come back into the room. But now both runners are going to have the assault rifle, and we just picked up an extra clip right there. Assault rifle ammo is very, very, very important to conserve, because that one clip that we just found is the only one that we're going to get. And we have to do like 2 or I think it's 3 boss fights with the assault rifle before we get the gas launcher. Also, if you I know you're not going to see a lot of the portraits in this game. Oh my god, the portraits in this game are hilarious to look at. If anything, Igdices, I'm pretty sure, has the Leon emote in his channel. That face is only a face a mother could love. I'm sorry. Oh, and they get the aggro on that crowbar guy. And that's going to be the first instance of a reset. Scarlett's deciding to reset instead of actually fighting that zombie. Because like I said, it is very, very annoying to have to use your assault rifle ammo when you're not having to use it for a boss fight. But Chris is now going to be at the boss fight. This is a mandatory boss fight. I think it takes 4 crits in a regular shot. I can't remember. He had good fight. I think that was like 2 or 3 crits in a regular shot. If you ever do want to pick up this game, this game is really expensive, which is kind of lame. The good thing is there's a lot of good guides. Like they're old guides, but man, they're still there. There's like really good boss fact. Like, man, this game is actually a lot of fun and easy to pick up. All right, got the fight coming on Scarlett's side. Very nice. I like how she decided to move the cursor to the right. Maybe that just maybe just a feel kind of thing. And trucking along. I think we already. Yeah, this room is a lot of fun that Chris is about to go into. There's 3 female zombies in here, and as you can see, the game will slow down if there's too many things on screen. It's an old game. It's the Game Boy. What are you going to do? This one zombie specifically has the item that we need. Very good fight. Getting that in one cycle, like one left to right cycle, that was really, really good. Again, both zombies were on screen, so sadly you have to fight both. And just, it's like walking through sludge until you get out of this room. And we're already back at the main foyer that we were in at the very beginning of the game. Like I said, you're kind of just making circles. It is a back and forth game, just like Resident Evil, any normal PlayStation Resident Evil. Oh, unfortunate. Gets the spawn right there and doesn't get grabbed. That was weird. Or they got grabbed. It just, huh. Oh, and then even worse, RNG. There's a chance when you fight a zombie, you'll get grabbed. You'll get grabbed, you'll fight the zombie, you think you kill it, and then guess what happens? It's laying on the ground still blocking your path, and you have to fight it again. So, this is really interesting. So far, Chris has been primarily not resetting, actually taking the fights, banking that he actually, has really good boss fights, while we have Miss Scarlet, who's actually taking the resets. Now, you may think Scarlet's behind because of that, but that can come back. Like, if bad boss fights can completely destroy a run. Same thing happened to Scarlet, too. My goodness, that zombie is just being a jerk. Yeah, and it's really weird. The farther away a zombie is on that screen, the little reticle gets smaller, but it's so silly that you're just right in front of him and it's on the ground, but all of a sudden it's standing. It's kind of silly. Oh, gets an extra zombie spawn. Oh, but that was... Yo, Scarlet, that was sick. That was super sick. Oh, wow. That's a... If there was a clapping moment, that was a clapping moment. That dodging in close quarters like that is so hard. Alrighty. So both runners... I would say there's about a 20-30 second discrepancy at the moment. Like I said, this can change at any time. Bad boss fights, getting grabbed randomly. Chris is just in this room right here. We're going to have to kill a zombie to get a key. Hopefully just getting one crit. These green zombies will die in one crit shot, just like that. Very good shot. Going to grab that key and move on. Scarlet catching up. So, like I said, there's a lot of... when we get the assault rifle and we do this backtracking part, there's a lot of mandatory fights. Like, a lot of the fights in the early part of the game, you don't actually have to do. All right, and Chris is choosing to go down right here. There was a task recently where they go up, so maybe going up is the faster option, but this still works too. I think they go up in the task just because there's less... it's a lot riskier in terms of like having to dodge zombies. If you go to the bottom path, it's less risky. And honestly, in a race setting, that's probably the safe route. Scarlet's about to come up here and get this key. See if they get the crit. Just a little off. So it takes a couple of shots right there. And going back into this room where we fought the first boss. The boss is the same boss, by the way. And what's really cool about this game is it's kind of like a Mr. X kind of thing. It chases you throughout the boat and everything. And then as the game goes on, it starts to mutate. Yeah, don't feel bad about that one, Chris. That is one of the harder dodges to get in the game. Really good fights. Chris is nailing a lot of crits, like a lot of clutch crits. And as you can see right here, Miss Scarlet's actually taking the task route, actually going up. Gets past that zombie, so we're good. When you take that bottom path that Chris took earlier, you don't have to do any kind of gun manipulation to move any enemies, but on Scarlet's side, you definitely have to if you go up. And on Chris's side, Chris is actually coming up to the third boss fight. It's supposed to be really exciting because, like, you have Leon in your party now, but, like, we're not giving Leon anything, so it doesn't matter. Like, right here, I'm pretty sure it's 4 or so. Don't quote me. It's like 4 or 5 crits or something. Oh, are they trying to skip? I don't think if you can skip that, I've never seen someone try to skip that. I don't think you can skip that. Now, see, I was going to go play Street Fighter 6 later. Now I got to go test things. The fact that Chris just attempted that, I'm like, really? You can do that? That'd be really cool if you could. It'd be a nice skip. You could save the ammo. Alrighty, now we have the whole trio, Barry, Lucia, and Leon. Except, guess what? We're about to just become Leon right here. The boat's going to explode for some reason. Now we're Leon. We're basically the same sprite, but just blue. Oh no, Scarlet is now poisoned. That is not good. Poison just means you're just going to keep losing your health. And I don't think she's going to take... I don't think she knows. There is actually a purple herb in that room she just passed above her. She could have gotten that to actually help her. This is going to be a really tough run if she can't get an herb. Because poison doesn't go... It's just like any other RE game. I'm pretty sure poison doesn't go away. Also, sick dodges again. Having an extra zombie spawn right there. Alright, Scarlet's on the boss fight. Decides to aim the other way. Classic. See how Scarlet does in this boss fight. Good. Good. Not bad. Just got to make sure you have enough ammo. That's all you have to do is worry about that ammo. On the side of Chris, we are in the basement, I guess the bottom deck of the boat, where all the freights and stuff are. We just got a bunch of we got a crowbar and like another key item. Essentially, we're going to be going up and down these elevators and just grabbing things. There's going to be a fire that we have to put out and just, you know, story stuff. Also, the poison... I guess the poison applied to Leon too? That's weird. I feel like it should just be Barry, but you know. Who knows? Maybe they both got attacked at the same time. Chris taking an unfortunate fight right there. It's really, really hard to squeeze past that one zombie. The second you actually have the ability to go into the door, it'll aggro the zombie, but there is a chance that you can actually make it through. Oh god, that Leon portrait. We didn't talk about this on Chris's side earlier. So right here, Scarlet is actually manipulating the zombie to come out of that corner. She's going to go grab the crowbar, and then go into this corner and actually grab the key, and then she can start moving on to the other floors. So this game, like I said, can be very, very confusing. Casually, I think this game is a nightmare, especially if you don't have... The one thing, if you don't own the game, you don't have the manual, it is such a pain. Oh, an extra zombie spawn, and it gets the dodge. Very good. Just because this game doesn't explain much, like in game, like you really, it's one of those games where you need to have the manual. Like for the longest time, like even when I was speedrunning the game, I was like, I have no idea what these little symbols are popping up in the bottom right-hand corner. I have no clue. Alrighty, now I think we're at the part where Leon has to go. It's gonna go down right here, I'm pretty sure. No? Okay, no, we're going to go back. Are we going to go back to the bottom and use the fire extinguisher? I think that's what we're doing. Yeah. To get into this room that is blocked off. Good dodges on Scarlet's side. That poison is going to be a big... It's going to be a big problem because while you can live throughout the run with no health, if the game decides to have the zombie or whatever you're fighting attack first, you're just going to die immediately. And then you have to take, you know, whatever autosave it gives you. And Chris is looking really good on ammo, assault rifle ammo. Having 5 left, I think there's only 1 or 2 more mandatory fights that we need to do where we need to use that assault rifle. And unfortunately on Scarlet's side, taking a grab right there. And especially with being poisoning, having that issue and having that much health, you really don't want to take any unnecessary fights. And again, I don't think on Chris's side, I don't think Chris has reset yet. And like I had said before, it's beating this game without resetting is very difficult. It's very, very difficult. Chris is just having a really solid run right now. Getting nailing a lot of crits and then having the good dodges. And Scarlet, speaking of dodges, Scarlet has been killing it with dodges. Like some of the most Like, you don't get to see this game like run in this kind of setting that often. This is probably the first in like ever that this has happened, and we've seen dodges that I've just that have blown my mind. So actually, Chris ran out of assault rifle ammo, and I know there's going to be one more spot where I think you're wanting to have just like a few shots. Thankfully, they should have the pistol still. You can still use the pistol. It's just fine. That's exactly what's happening to Scarlet over here, having to switch to the pistol. It's good to grab extra ammo for the pistol just for that reason. Oh, no. Hopefully Scarlet can get past this guy. No. Oh, okay. Very, very good. That would have been really rough because the blue guys are they're so aggro heavy, and they even after you knock one of them down, they still take like 2 shots to kill. Hey, and Chris is about to go back into this room for like, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time we come back into this room just to go to this like control panel. And this part's really, we're going to backtrack a little bit, and what's really crazy, we're just going to walk into a room and it's going to trigger a cutscene and it's going to teleport us somewhere else. It's wild. Real quick, I'll go ahead and explain this right now since we're going to just be doing a little bit of backtracking, nothing too serious. One really crazy thing about this game is like the glitches that we've had these boss skips, right? Don't quote me on this. I can't remember if this is 100% true. It's either you can't do that on the Japanese version with the boss skips, or you can't do the trick that we're about to be doing later in the run. I know that for sure you can't do on the Japanese version. I don't know if you can do these boss skips. I think you can. It's just I don't know. It's been a long time since I've de-rusted this game recently, but like I don't remember like the exact things that would like I could help describe like the history of the run and why we play on certain versions. And it's one of those unfortunate things too, where like, you know, usually a Japanese copy of a game is cheaper, and and you would want to get the Japanese version. It's like, but we can't do it in this game because we need to have the English version so we can do tricks. Ooh, all right. So Chris seems to be at a very pivotal moment right here. We're actually coming up here to get a key, but there's a very, very, very important weapon in here, and that is the gas launcher. So when we throw the gas launcher, it's a really interesting weapon. When you shoot a grenade with a gas launcher, it'll make gas go on screen. I think like every second it does damage. I can't remember the value. But you only get 3 shots of that. Well, we're going to be doing... This is the silliest trick in the game. And sadly, Chris died right there. That's fine, but you saw where the autosave was. So we're good. Scarlet's catching up. About to be in the same exact area. About to be able to use that gas launcher. So right here, we're going to pick up the gas launcher. Having to dodging these guys in literally like 10 frames because it's so laggy in here. So now that we have the gas launcher, we're going to abuse it. So we're going to fight whatever's in here right now. We do not care. We're going to go to the escape part and just start mashing fire. For some reason, it lets you fire the gun without using any ammo. So we're just firing like infinite shots of gas. And so it's going to kill pretty much everything in the game really quick, except for like the bosses. Fighting the tyrant, it doesn't go so well. There is a boss fight where we could actually we can use like 2 gas grenades. It's like the second to last fight you would do with the boss. But for the most part, we're going to probably just be skipping most of it, sadly. The boss, the tyrant or the BOW in this game is really, really crazy. Like, very, very difficult later on in the game. Like, this game really wants you to pick up the ammo, or the armor pieces. The armor pieces are really, really good. All right, Scarlet's about to be up getting the gas launcher. Chris is just going to be clearing a path later on in the run as we're going to be coming back through this area with Barry. So it's really good to actually clear a lot of these zombies. So we're going to stand in this corner, go to the escape, the run option, and then just start firing. Yeah, it's a... I just saw someone in chat say it's jank. It's very jank, but it's a lot. It's a lot of fun. Just know if you're wanting to do this casually, you can. Just know that you're still going to have a bad time if you're just trying to beat the game this way casually. You still need a lot of stuff to beat this game casually. Nice. I like that. What Scarlet just did there. All 3 zombies were on screen. Was able to manipulate all of them with just one gun manipulation. That was really good. I like that. Yeah, I'm about to say, like, because I do it a completely different way, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I mean, you're going to be right there picking up the key anyway. You might as well. So from now on, we're mainly going to be seeing the blue zombies, the super aggro heavy ones, the ones that have a higher chance to like poison and just be a nuisance in general. Oh, this guy didn't. That poor guy Chris just killed just didn't even know. It just became green, and they disappeared. Alrighty, so where are we going? Okay, we're going to the engine room, and the engine room's going to have another boss fight, but we're going to be skipping that. And right here in Scarlet, on Scarlet's side, going to be starting to make the trek to the engine room. Hopefully, we're going to be clearing that path for Barry. Right now, earlier we had triggered a cutscene. Barry actually is not on the ship anymore. Barry got on a submarine with Lucina because I think the submarine is like being run by it's like Umbrella or something, and Barry's like, "Aha, I'm Umbrella now. You come with me, little girl. Time to go back to prison." Because Lucina is like a project from Umbrella. She can like sense the BOW on the ship, and she has like crazy regeneration properties inside her. But Barry was tricking the captain of the submarine, so later we're going to actually be fighting the captain, who could be really annoying because it's a zombie with a gun. I mean, what are you going to do? All right, so we are now in the engine room on Chris's side. Gonna opt to actually fight these zombies. You can actually, I'm not sure if it's quicker to manipulate them to get them out of the way. It's just that you're gonna have that chance of just them laying on the ground, and it's really, really frustrating. So, Chris's side, we're gonna be hopefully manipulating the zombie to the left to start attacking us. You have to get kind of close to them, and you really don't want him to like swing the crowbar because he's not gonna chase him right here. Like this will probably be a reset on Chris's side, yeah. Or is he? Oh no, just gonna go for the other way, just firing the grenade. Essentially, you're just gonna fire 2 grenades and sit here, and it'll kill the zombie or kill the BOW. It should. All right, gonna switch to pistol. It usually, like I know in the TAS that's what they do, but okay, there we go. That's fine. That was actually probably quicker than doing a reset. And now, immediately after doing a boss fight, you have another boss fight. So you saw how Leon had the gas launcher, right? Well, Barry has it too. All of a sudden, for no reason. Can you escape from this fight? I don't. Can you escape? If you can escape from this fight, again, another thing I didn't know. And Scarlet's about to enter that engine room. We're gonna have to be fighting the BOW. I don't know if you can skip this fight. Scarlet's gonna be able to make a lot of leeway right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to gas the guy. I don't think you can escape. Okay, there we go. Takes him out. Yeah, that was a. I don't know. Like I said, if you can, I have no idea. But it looked like every time Chris was trying to escape, it would just kill him, or the escape wouldn't happen. But that actually closed the gap a little bit for this race. And let's see if Scarlet gets the skip right here. I think he swung. Yeah, you can't have him swing the crowbar. You have to. The second he swings the zombie swings the crowbar, done. Did he just pick up is that where gas grenades are? Is that where you can refill gas grenades? Yo, you obviously can see I never played this casually. I just did a speed run. But I think Scarlet got the skip right here. Let's see. He's walking away. It could still happen, though. Oh, unfortunate. All right, on Chris's side, Barry's back on the ship. Gonna be taking that same route that Leon took earlier to the engine room. Pretty much the exact same route. Some zombies are still gonna be there, and some zombies are definitely gonna be dead thanks to what you were doing earlier. And there we go. Scarlet got the boss skip right here. All they get to do right here is just walk over here. Boom. I think you can actually walk to the left and it's a little quicker. Don't quote me on that either. I don't know things. I casually speedrun. All right, so Scarlet's immediately going for the gas grenade setup. Don't know why Barry has the gas launcher when Leon just had it, but you know, what are you gonna do? And then I actually didn't get to talk about the submarine too much. I was focused on other things. That room's really annoying. You have to dodge 3 zombies. And then there's a zombie right in front of you right here. It's crazy. And because that zombie was in the other room, you don't have to fight him. And then we have to dodge, of course, the BOW right here. Usually you just have to walk around and be good. Both of these runners are picking up ammo that I never knew was there. And that's blowing my mind. If they legit have a backup strat for the final boss that I never knew about, I'm going to laugh. Like that's really cool. That's the beautiful thing is when so many people are running a game, you just see things sometimes you just never think about. Like, oh, this is convenient. This is right here. Alrighty, Scarlet is now making that long trek back, and Chris is pretty close to making it back to the engine room. All right, can we get a dodge here? Ooh, dodge first try. Yes, you pump that fist. That's a really hard dodge. That's supposed to be like a mandatory boss fight, but you can kind of manipulate where the BOW's gonna go. Honestly, that's a big reset point where if you're doing a run, you can just fail like 3 times in a row and just completely lose your run. Good dodges again on Scarlet's side too. Those are usually you want to fight right there, but nope, just decides to dodge. And we actually are coming to we're really close on Chris's side to being at the final boss. And I hate to disappoint everybody, or it's going to be really exciting for everyone that we're not going to be fighting the final boss because we're going to skip the final boss. Because we're going to be doing the same thing that we've been doing throughout the entire run. We're going to manipulate a zombie to come closer to us. It's going to trigger the boss fight. And that'll get us past the first phase. When we trigger the second phase, we're going to kind of bug the game out a little bit, and it's going to make things a little janky. The game can crash a lot when you try to do this. It's kind of up to chance. The game does have a pretty forgiving autosave feature, but like I said, it could be a big turning point because I don't think you can... Unless the ammo that they picked up earlier is going to actually allow them to beat, like, the boss, I don't think you can beat the final boss with what equipment both runners have right now. All right, Scarlet's side. Let's see if we get that dodge, that super sick dodge. That was bad. That was just bad RNG. Oh, is this what we do? Is this what the extra ammo's for? You just fight this guy instead of resetting? Are you kidding me? I'm learning things today. That's so much faster than having to fight him. Or having to reset, I should say. Holy crap. Okay, cool. Apparently, if you want to get those as backup, you can just fight the guy. Cool. I've learned things today. Alrighty, we're getting really close to that final boss fight. I think there's 2 zombies there that Chris is going to have to dodge right here. Can we get some sick dodges? Oh, that stupid zombie just didn't want to aggro. What are you going to do? Scarlet's now on the final trek as well, trying to get back to this this part of the ship. And as you can see, the final boss is waiting for us. We're supposed to just walk up to him and, trigger the fight. We're actually going to pull a zombie into here. They're going to grab us first, but for some reason, since we're in like a hallway, it doesn't trigger the fight, which is really weird. But this is what sets this up. And didn't get it right there. Usually, from what I've seen, you still want the zombie to be closer to you. Like you want to still manipulate it to come close to you for the fight. But as you can see right here, forgiving, super forgiving checkpoint system. But at any point, this could keep happening to Chris. Like the gap can close a little bit more. It's going to be up to chance if we get this or not. And does not get it again. But it looks like they're just going to be going for the, I guess this is a backup. I didn't know this is a backup. I didn't realize you could just get gas grenades and be like, I'm not going to skip this anymore. I didn't know this. Can you just fight the boss? Can you just fight the boss? No way. I'm sorry, my mind's being blown right now. Scarlet's getting closer and closer to the final boss fight. You can't just fight the boss. Oh my god. Time isn't will be at the end screen, but it's looking like Chris is taking the run, taking this race. I've learned things today. There's things I didn't know you could do. That's good to know, especially in a marathon setting for sure. And Chris is coming up on time. Time on Chris's side. Very, 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 very good. This is what happens when you have one commentator. The person, you get the guy that hasn't run the game in 3 years. No, I de-rusted this recently. We're good, but I love it. I love it when I learn new things from other runners. It's one of the great things about the speedrunning community. The fact that you just pick up 6 gas grenades and you can like skip fights, you don't have to reset. Like that's super cool. But I really hope Scarlet gets the skip right here. It would be really cool to show off because the game just bugs out. It's really crazy. All right, gonna get the grab. Oh, another zombie actually spawned up here. That might be good. That might be good. Oh, she got it. That extra zombie spawn was really good. You're supposed to walk back into the left. Yep, or that works too. That triggers, you skip the fight and that triggers the credits. You kind of see how everything was jumbled up and crazy. So that's kind of, we actually got to see how you can fight the final boss and how you can skip the final boss. Very good. And time will be coming up soon on the side of Scarlet. And time. Great race. Oh man. If there's one thing I like is when you get to see a bunch of different strategies, because we got to see a bunch of different things there. That was awesome.
All the bad zombie luck.
Jeez.
You had some sick dodges, Scarlet. There were some times where you had bad zombie spawns. You're like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, but like
I'm not gonna lie.
I got so many double zombie spawns and so many like you beat the zombie and they're on the floor in the middle and like in your way and I'm like, what?
No, it happened to Chris too.
Yeah.
A lot of the ones that happened to both of you. It was crazy.
Yeah.
So I am glad that you're here to commentate because I have been hearing zombie moans and like Game Boy Color music for the past hour and I'm just so confused.
Sadly,
I had to take
the power of the
my headset
chainsaw.
off.
Yeah, the power of the chainsaw could not help me this time.
I just want to say really quick, thank you both of you for showing me things that I never knew.
Actually, that zombie, the final 2 tyrant, that method of skipping that I just did, I found that last night and it can be 5 to 10 seconds faster than the method used on the world record.
So
I'm about to say that's sick, and even like I didn't know you could pick up extra ammo and then actually just fight the guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
Actually, Chris told me about that one yesterday because I was practicing the dodge, and that dodge on the Leon tyrant is so neat.
brutal.
It makes this game marathon friendly.
Exactly.
I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
That's
All
very
right.
awesome.
Yeah, so that
Really
one's on
awesome from both of you.
I do want to say, since we are talking with both of you right now, I want to take a look at the runners here. Starting on the star says Miss Scarlet. Miss Scarlet, how did you feel about Gaiden in your run?
I love Gaiden. It hated me today. Like, I'm not even joking. I was getting, I was about 37 minutes was my time. I was getting 35 in the one before this. I got literally all the bad zombie spawns.
Yeah, you had some unfortunate ones, especially early. Luckily, the race did close a little bit on the back half of the run. But you did have some brutal early game.
Yeah, there's a couple, like, you can't really tell when the game's going to spawn a second zombie when you're aiming the gun or when you're...
Yeah.
And you also can't tell when the game's going to, instead of actually getting rid of the zombie after a fight, it just spawns it on the ground and you can't go past it. And on some areas of the game, you then have to fight it 2-3 more times in order to get through the hallway.
That being said, it was fun. I'm glad. Thank you again for doing the run. While it was mean, we did get to the end there, which is always good to see.
Yes.
For sure.
The bunnies are laughing at me.
Especially since you did it all on a chainsaw controller.
Also that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You might have seen me messing up on the menu a few times. That's because the
You used a chainsaw controller.
The directional buttons and the joysticks are at an angle, so I was hitting diagonals instead of up, down,
Oh, they're
left, right.
awkward. I know that. I tried going to Evo with the chainsaw controller. I jumped off a cliff immediately in Catherine because the D-pad doesn't work.
The downsides of the chainsaw.
Really quick though, for Ms. Scarlett, if anyone did want to find you on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
You can find me on twitch.tv/Miss Scarlett Tanager. My rabbits have a dedicated webcam. It's pretty cute. I stream on Sundays from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time because I'm busy and I have a full-time job. But yeah, that's where you can find me. I do a lot of horror games. I'm the world record holder for Kuon, Xenosaga, so lots of horror and RPGs.
All right. Nice. And let's hop on over to Team Umbrella. Chris Naga, how do you feel about RE Gaiden and the run?
I thought it was a pretty good beginning. I think with the exception, I knew everything was starting to go downhill during the second pass to the west when that green zombie, like that, I killed it. Then another one either spawned or it was on the ground, and then another one popped like back up, and I was just like, all right, I give up with this game.
Yeah,
I definitely know.
I went for the dodges.
At one point during the run as well, I didn't know Miss Scarlett was coming back a bit. It was that one boss fight. It just kind of kept getting you. You had to keep hitting continue.
So with that one, sometimes it's easier to run. I think it just depends, right? But he's talking about the boss as soon as you get back into the ship with Barry. It's easy to run and then like either eat a hit, but sometimes, which what I was getting was that he was hitting me, like he would hit me twice or 3 times, and he
hits like a truck.
Yeah, you don't have any armor.
Did you get got by the sub tyrant? Which tyrant was it?
No, it wasn't the tyrant. It was the
captain. The captain.
Oh, the captain is such. You can soft lock yourself with the captain if Barry doesn't have enough health going into that fight.
Yeah. No, I had full health at one point, and he was still KOing me.
Yeah, I spent almost the entire run in poison status.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the poison was just mean.
I got a hit early. I saw that poison. I went, well, there goes all my time save because the
good for you. Good for you for trucking through that. By the way, that's the
as well. Chris, if anyone did want to find you on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
Find me on Twitch /Chris Naga. I do Gaiden runs. I do a lot of RPG playthroughs as well, though, and a lot of crowd control. So I'm definitely planning on a crowd control month for the month of August. So if you guys like to troll me, come on in.
I do have some good news. I technically PB'd.
Hey! Congratulations!
Awesome. So even though I had all of the bad zombie spawns, I still PB'd.
What was that? Congrats! That's awesome.
I got
you had a 35-34 apparently, and Miss Scarlett had a 37-06.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a PB. I'm looking at it right here.
All righty. As well, Starwin, thank you once again for doing commentary for this run.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All righty. That being said, RE Gaiden ends with a point for Team Umbrella. Chris Naga takes it, and we have a couple of more runs here for you tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Chris!
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Resident Evil Relay. I am one of your hosts, Igdisis.
And I'm Catlink. Good to see everybody back. That Gaiden run was surely something. Seeing that game and hearing the music, it brings back some nightmares, but it's always a good time to watch.
I have been hearing zombie moans and the Game Boy Color music the whole time. And also, I thought I'd whip out my chainsaw controller because I know Miss Scarlet had hers out during the run, so it's quite fun there. But yeah, Gaiden was a fun run. It was definitely neat to see how it went. But we are going to the last 2 runs of the night, and we have a couple of powerhouses for you.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting into Resident Evil 2 Remake Claire A, which is going to be quite a treat. I used to run this game, and it was always a good time. Sometimes it gets a little messy with the zombies, but you know,
absolutely.
What can you do, right? Classic zombie action. So yeah, we're going to be starting off the run here.
Yeah, it should be going good. Also, once again, before we do that, just to bring everyone up to score. Right now, the spread is Team Stars has 1 point, while Team Umbrella has 3. Hopefully, we can close that gap soon, but we still have a long show ahead of us and tomorrow's games as well. So that being said, how about we jump on into Resident Evil 2 Remake and meet our runners.
So starting off, let's start off with CB Item Box. If you'd like to introduce yourself and say hi.
Absolutely. Hey, so thank you, Catlink. I'm CB Item Box. I'm a Resident Evil streamer and speedrunner. I've been running RE2R for about 3 to 3.5 years now. Can't get enough of this game. I always end up going back to it. So I'm very excited to be here at GDQ and showcasing Claire A.
Awesome. And over on the other side, Deshane, if you'd like to say hello and introduce yourself as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Deshane. I also run RE2, probably around 20, 22 categories. I don't know. I play too much of this game. But mostly I've been doing Dark Souls lately. But I'm happy to be here, happy to showcase Claire A and race one of my good homies. So.
Heck yeah. I'm very excited to see both of you go to head-to-head here. It's going to be quite an interesting matchup. And off into our commentators, Seven Ray D and Captain Ezekiel, if you'd like to take it on from here.
Hello, everybody. I'm Seven Ray D. I'm one of the commentators here today for you guys. I have put way too many hours into this game during the first 2 years. I have up to 4,000 hours at the moment. So I'm here to commentate this run a little bit for you.
My goodness, I forgot how many hours you had in this game.
Way too many.
Trey's played a lot.
Our other commentator is Captain Ezekiel.
Hi everyone, I'm Captain Ezekiel. I too have ran this game, not nearly as much as Trey. I don't think anyone has, but I'm also here to commentate this category and these fine runners. So I'm excited for this.
All right, if you guys want to take it off here and count down.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the runners get to the cutscene right before we skip the last cutscene, right?
All right.
So we can give the countdown.
All right.
All right.
On your count.
Are you both ready?
Yes, sir. Good luck, Des.
3, 2, 1, and start. And here we are in the Resident Evil 2 Remake, and both the runners are starting it at the gas station.
Are you okay?
What can we talk about this run?
Wait here.
So let's start with the DA stuff that have been mentioned in some of the previous runs too. This game has the dynamic difficulty system called DA, and it gets affected different ways in this run. So taking damage lowers your difficulty score, but dealing damage and picking up items increases your difficulty. So in some cases, we're basically, the runners are gonna try to avoid picking up anything that is unnecessary. Obviously in this marathon run, we're probably gonna have a little bit of safety heals, but we're We're also gonna maybe see some intentional damage happening, at least in the very beginning, because there's a one major mechanic that is only applies to Claire in this run.
Yeah, like Claire is one of the few characters ever in the RE franchise to suffer from a good thing, a bad thing. I'm not sure how you'd really want to say it, but when she's in caution, she is faster significantly. So you saw the runners both there go to an unarmed zombie and take 2 short animation bites. They use that zombie because he has the fastest of the hits to really get through it. And they also dumped some ammo out of their inventory to also bring the DA down and free up some inventory space at the same time. So as you can see, they're both going to be running around in this caution state. Trust me, it's on purpose. And it makes for Claire to be a lot better in terms of dodging zombies, but it is also risky because you're now one notable hit, for the most part, sometimes 2 hits, from going right into danger.
Yeah, the armless zombie actually puts you on very high caution, so early on you can like take 1 hit and still remain on caution, but if it goes any bit further, like out of the RPD, then 1 hit will put you into danger. So yeah, so Claire runs like about, I think it's 5% faster, which doesn't sound like much, but it actually like speeds up the run like 3 to 4 minutes in total compared to not doing it. And we're actually about to do our little bit of a pause skip here. For some reason, when you pause your game after this first door knock, the zombie comes through faster through the door, just basically abusing the in-game time a little bit, causing the game to go faster. When you run between the zombies, this is only doable on caution speed. It's like very tight timing. The zombies like activate a little bit too late because of this extra speed.
And that's one of the biggest benefits you'll see. There's a lot of lines the runners can take being at caution because of this. That let them squeeze by zombies in just narrow amounts of time is because of that 5%. So it makes a really big impact on the run.
Yeah, so far so good. Nobody has been getting any unlucky zombie behaviors. The RPD is like filled with a lot of enemies, so every bite, like this is the point where you're most likely gonna lose, I guess, decent amount of time if you do, because there's a lot of enemies in RPDs compared to any other sections. But there are also other scary spots later, obviously. But yeah, this makes RPD scary because there's a lot of enemies in here.
Yeah, definitely the biggest reset point of the run would be RPD here. A lot of runners come here. There's a lot of stuff to account for. There's RNG to account for. I guess we also really haven't talked about stair skating, actually, now that I think about it. You'll see the runners aiming as they go upstairs, kind of like a rhythm, like a rhythmic interval. It's because you can cancel the slowdown that the characters get. So when you go up and down stairs as Leon or Claire, you enter like a stair walking animation. But if you aim to interrupt it, you kind of get this little speed boost that avoids it. So very, very valuable time save to use in this run.
Yeah, we're about to get to one of the kind of scary moments. When you drop down here at the library, there's a scary zombie named Eleanor. She can sometimes be kind of a menace at this door. But it looks like Eleanor's behaving for both, so we're getting a free pass here. We're about to go to one of our first puzzles. The puzzles are RNG. So the starting location of each dial is random, but the solution is always the same. So usually you can like save seconds, few seconds here and there, depending on what RNG you get.
And in a run like this, this run is actually very optimized. RE2R has a lot of very, very clean runs on its board, so those few seconds do matter a bit there. And you'll see the runners kind of move their camera to face Claire to the right there as that crash happens. It's so that Claire gets knocked towards where they need to go instead of away. And as well as you'll now see their very first bit of menuing. So they're going in and deleting a key and moving their gun out of the way so that they can have their bolt cutters be the first item in their inventory slot. Because anytime you use your inventory in this game, it'll always use the very first slot item. And when you open it, it'll always be the first thing it's hovered over. So they do this intentionally to save time so they don't always have to move their cursor in their inventory.
Yeah, especially here we're gonna be using the bolt cutters quite a few times in a row. So it's important to have the first slot be the bolt cutters. Or picking some more key items up in back to the west hallway, where there's gonna be a lot more zombies. There's one particular scary yellowish zombie who's a bit random with his location. Like the enemies in this game they have kind of set spawns, but once you enter the area, they start moving a bit randomly, so their location can be a bit different depending on where they are.
Yeah, as you just saw, Deshane had to shoot the zombie, and so will CB here. When he's in the hallway like that, you kind of have to, which is not the worst thing. Sometimes he's right around the corner camping, and you kind of run into him and you get owned right away. So not too bad to go down there and have to just shoot him one time.
Yeah, so again, early game, you can see either running by the zombies or sometimes shooting headshots. Headshots are guaranteed stagger early game, but later on, when the DA score goes up, their difficulty is gonna go up, and it's not gonna be a guaranteed headshot anymore after that. But that's gonna be a bit later on still. So during the early parts, we're still just guaranteed headshots, staggering enemies. And we're heading near the Stars office, where you can see our first licker. It's funny enough, if you keep your camera on the licker, they behave slower. So you can see both of the runners looking at the licker while they're running in the hallway, because that makes the licker usually behave nicely. But in both cases, CB this chain got slashed by the licker. CB and box got only licked, which is less damage, but yeah, both took a little bit damage. Still in caution.
Yep, and that licker right there can be very brutal. Because while you can put your camera on them to influence their behavior, it's still ultimately a bit random. Sometimes they can jump to places you don't want them to be, but it's good that they both got through there without getting hit too hard or getting put into critical. And that's the big ticket, is not getting put into critical.
Yeah, the only scary part now is now they're both one hit away from danger, and I think both runners are probably gonna be soon getting some safety heals to hold on to, but yeah, here on out, hope to not get hit too much. And we're doing our last million puzzles, and this allows us halfway to the first boss fight.
And you saw the runners face their camera up. This is kind of a similar thing to what we just talked about with cameras, facing your camera up allowed the licker to miss when they ran by. This ladder is kind of scary as both runners come down. As you can see, the zombies kind of camp it. But thanks to iframes of the ladder animation, we're able to get down. You can get unlucky sometimes, and the zombies will delay and not be close enough, and they'll get you coming right off the ladder. So pretty good for both runners not to get touched by anything there, which RPD1 not too shabby now as we move on to our first boss fight.
Yeah, so these runners are currently running a category that is 120 FPS. There's a reason why there's few categories divided by FPS, because there's a lot of things that are affected in this game by the frame rate of the game. And 120 FPS, you're gonna see our main weapon is actually gonna be the knife, which is like a lightsaber almost. It's gonna absolutely destroy these bosses. Ideally you get like 14, 15 hits here, so let's see how this chain does here. Clean kill
Nice.
by this chain.
Nice.
CB and inbox.
This way.
And there we
Nice.
go.
Yeah, nice shot. So that's those fights go so fast with the knife, which is why we had to impose the 120 FPS cap in this game. Because when you uncap and you're at like 300 or something, one knife breaks instantly because you slash right through the enemy and it registers a hit like a whole bunch of times, and it's really, really strong. So that's why that cap exists. But really nice fight by both runners. That was super nice.
My mom's always at work.
Yeah, clean fights by both. I'm assuming both runners are going to be picking up. There's an item back here, which increases your inventory space just for safety. I think in general in runs you would not pick this up, but this allows you to hold on to heal item constantly, which is good for safety. And we're
inventory space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say inventory space definitely becomes an issue later in the game, where having that extra hip pouch definitely matters.
Yeah, so we're officially done with the first part of RPD, and we're entering, I guess, the RPD 2 part, and we're at the scary part of the kennel liquors. There's a lot of liquors here, and the runners are gonna try to manipulate these liquors by just, I guess, more so the specific lines, but also kind of looking away at the first part. We gotta get a key out of the morgue here, and then get back past all the liquors as well. The getting back is a bit scarier part.
See how Des says here he did a shot to manipulate the liquor's behavior. He's getting around them the first time pretty nice. Like, he hopes one doesn't jump on him here. Nice.
Yeah, CB item box doing the exact same thing. And the CB item box, if you look at him, he's gonna do like in this thing where he's walking backwards at aiming. This actually forces the liquor to jump in front of Claire, which actually lets you pass the liquors, the last liquor that is on the ceiling, waiting to pounce on you.
Very nice by both runners getting through there clean. That area is really, that's where a lot of runs go to die too, is those liquors right there. So it's actually handled really well.
Yeah, so basically whenever you see liquors, all the camera angles are more likely done on purpose, because the liquors are really the camera angles matter a lot, and the way you move and all that, but obviously they're still ultimately a little bit random, so yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good on that end. Now we're moving more towards getting a couple pieces like for the heart key and getting a couple clock tower pieces to essentially move on towards the Sherry section of the game not too long from now. So there's a lot of cleanup being happening here, which is grabbing keys, going through doors. Now we're back into RPD a second time, which can get a little confusing if you're new to the run, but obviously these runners have been running the game for a long time. So we're going through some areas we've been to before and going out here to meet a special friend, right? A fella that's going to hang out with us a little bit.
So both the runners are getting one of the main key items here, which is the electric part that's in the orange box. It's required. You need 2 of them to get to the Sherry part. Both you dealt with the zombie very nicely in this room, actually. Can be an annoying one sometimes, but yeah, we're closing in on the special someone here.
Both runners very close right now, actually. They're like neck and neck.
Like really back to back here. It's actually...
And even in-game time, you can see there at the top left is like identical for both runners right now. This is actually like crazy close.
Both are doing, at the same exact ammo count to the weapons, and yeah, this is to remake it. To some extent, it's very consistent run, but yeah, obviously there's slight things that can happen wrong. And we're gonna be doing a aim manipulation, Mr. X. It forces the Mr. X to do this like lunging punch attack. But if we after he starts the animation and we start running forwards, the hitbox happens very late, and we can just run past him. And you might see this happen. Well, actually, you might not see that happen anymore at all, because depending on how the luck goes here, both the runners are actually taking a safety shot here, which is kind of manipulates Mr. X's position a little bit, coming out of here a bit later.
Yeah, there's a bit of... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Just saying, there's one liquor here in the hallway. Both managed to clear it nicely. Had to do a little bit of manipulation here, and now they have to get back. And the shot is supposed to manipulate Mr. X in a way where he won't be blocking the doorway coming back to the main hall. But let's see. Mr. X is behaving nicely for both.
Nice, yeah. It's like we're working. It feels like I'm looking at the exact same run, just with a different costume, right? Like they're actually doing everything exactly at the same frame.
Yeah, this is actually insane.
This is actually just same frame. Like these cutscenes are synced. Like I don't know.
IGD is exactly the same here. That is actually.
That is so crazy. Oh my god! Like it. That's tripping me out a little bit.
Yeah, that's actually. Oh man.
To explain something, if you're looking at the top left, you're probably wondering, if you're not used to it, why you're seeing these health bars and the in-game time and the items on the screen. This is a tool that we as runners use sometimes. So I guess maybe you might not be able to see, but there's something. Oh no, that is a very unlucky bite from that zombie there. But that's why Deshane has the safety heal. But runners are using something called the speedrunning tool. You might not be able to see it on the overlay, but it essentially tells them things like their DA and their health and stuff, because otherwise you won't be able to track that kind of stuff, which is why it's super important to use for games like this. But yeah, that bite there, really unfortunate for that zombie that camps that door.
Yeah, Deshane was trying to do a manipulation where he like aggroes the zombie but runs into the doorway. That guarantees that zombie won't be in the way coming out of the room. But unfortunately, the zombie just barely managed to grab before the chain got in the doorway. CB Ironbox is actually just gonna hope the zombie is not there. He is there, but he's trying to do the headshot, and nice. CB Ironbox gets out nicely.
Yeah, that line to take the guarantee that zombie's not there is kind of a trade-off if you don't get it, versus if you do. If you don't get it, like CB did there, you do have to deal with him coming out of the door.
Yeah, but bites are like, again, there's not like movement matters, but it's very minimal, like time save in a way. But the bites are like each bite is 5 seconds. As you can see, the timers are just getting one bite is like put CB Ironbox around 5 seconds ahead. And here both are actually doing a first electric box puzzle. This one is actually one of the fastest one the whole game out of all the scenarios. And yeah, we're about to enter the sherry section.
Big chunk of RNG here at the very start of this sherry section with her puzzle. You can sometimes get a really, really fast puzzle with the blocks here, because its starting position, the blocks' starting positions could be very close to the solution, and sometimes it's not. So it's kind of a gamble on it.
Yeah, so you always, in this puzzle, you always have to move the first block to the third spot, and then you have to rotate things. But this is one of the only puzzles where it actually can be instantly solved. If you just move the first block to the third spot, it actually can be solved. In my 4,000 hours, I have seen that once in my own playthrough, like own speedruns. So yeah, it's rare, but it can happen.
Yeah, it's very interesting when it happens, because it's a gold you will never beat again, and you're better off deleting that gold, because it's just going to bother you every time you see it.
Yeah. Yeah, Sherry's movement is kind of floaty, and he likes to get stuck everywhere, and yeah, it's a bit odd. So a lot of the runners usually tend to hate the Sherry movement part. Actually, all the runners are gonna do this little wiggle on stairs. Just actually make sure we run tiny bit faster on stairs. But this is considered a little bit of an auto-scroller part of the run, because you're gonna have to wait a lot in this part. Try to grab the keys to get away, but if Iron sees us, and now we just gotta hide for a little while.
This whole section in the speedrun seems like it might be kind of close. I mean, if you're new to it, but it's really easy to get away from him for the most part. The only time you sometimes get caught by irons is if you mess up going too early, because you're kind of on a timer here. You're waiting for irons to walk around the room, and you're kind of just crouching around, hiding from him until you go and progress the cutscene, and then you get out and end the Sherry section. So it's a lot of sitting here, crouching, waiting, kind of moving based on his dialogue, but is this very consistent? None of it's really random. So you're basically just waiting for the same cues you would anytime you come through here.
I almost thought this chain was gonna do a little bit of a show off and stand this whole section. You can actually do this whole section standing if you're if you know the positions to stand on. But yeah, both are just playing it safe and crouching around and avoiding Chief Irons here. I'm gonna see one hilarious spot soon. This is actually one of my findings very early on, because I spent too many hours here just to try to figure out stupid stuff, and you're gonna see soon a funny position. They're a little bit more crouching behind.
Bitches gotta be here somewhere.
Language.
Yeah, let's relax, Chief Irons.
Yeah, sometimes just standing in plain sight is the best hiding spot.
Yeah, Chief Irons is a little he's a little unaware of his surroundings here.
Yeah, if you look at this chain, CB Ironbox is still playing it a bit safe, but crouching, but you can actually just stand here if you're near this like round green block here. When they're both readying up their lineup, because Chief Iron is gonna stumble past Sherry soon here. Neither of them is actually showing up. It's kind of funny just seeing Chief Iron stumble past here, but and both have the key, and now they have to try to escape. Really,
Where the fuck is my key?
Yeah,
it's actually funny. Go ahead.
Go ahead. As to say, this whole section here, after grabbing the key, is a lot of just holding W and closing the door and locking it behind you as you just progress to the end of this. It's really unlikely for Chief Irons to catch you here, because it's all very scripted. He can. It's not impossible, especially coming out of like this little cutscene here. The camera is a little weird, but otherwise it's just run to the end of the level.
Yeah. There's actually a funny bug that can happen sometimes where the key duplicates when you pick it up. I really don't know why it happens, but it can just happen sometimes. Like the game just double picks up the key and you have two keys in your inventory. But yeah, with that, we're back to Claire, and now Claire is trying to get to where Sherry was. And we're about to leave RPD for the first time.
Yeah, now we're coming up on dogs. Personally, one of my least favorite interactions of the game are the dogs in it, especially as Claire, as you're close to being put into crit at this point. Like, getting hit from the dogs is not going to do you any favors, that's for sure. So it's going to be interesting to see the runners handle it, but Mr. X spawns here too while we're opening up the door. You can basically just bait a hit from him and dodge out of it. Ooh, CB took a hit.
I think CB is taking a hit on purpose to manipulate the DA here, the difficulty. But
okay.
I think he might have forgotten that he already was hit. So I think usually you do that if you have not been hit before. But yeah. With that, both of the runners are of RPD, try to shoot the zombie to get past here. And indeed, the dogs are coming up.
Looks like the only way
As we RE2R runners started saying, dogs are free, right? They are very free. There's actually, for the most part, the dog section is pretty nice. There's only one very scary dog that comes after the boss. And let's see. Again, once a blue moon, these dogs can do something out of nowhere where, like, you just never see it again. But for the most part, let's see what happens here for both.
Yeah, there are some lines here that the runners will take that will allow them to avoid the dogs. There's one dog up here before the bus that the runners will take a different line based on the dog's behavior. And it varies. Like if they lunge attack, determines whether or not they should quick turn this corner. So as you see, that Des didn't because the dog lunged. They're going to shoot this zombie and grab that grenade. And now this dog is the tricky one. Oh, that's
scary. Yeah. That one that hit Des Chain
Hang on, Sherry.
is the actual scary one. And now, not only did Des Chain first get hit by the dog, he got grabbed by the zombie. He had to use the defensive item, otherwise he would have died. And Des Chain lost a knife. Knives are worth everything in this run if you want to go fast. So that is definitely gonna hamper the future or like the later parts of the run, because this run has a very calculated amount of knives we want to use. So ideally you would not use any knives. So defensively, actually, well, you would not use anything defensively ideally, but the Chain just had to because he was too low on health. So definitely this puts CB in slight lead here, just having all his tools for the whole run now.
Yeah, definitely super unlucky to that dog to hit Chain before he even got out of the bus, and to knock him right into the other zombie too. Super unlucky.
Yeah, I wonder what this change can do because of the lack of knife. And the option is there to pick up the weapon from the sewers, the spark gun, which used to be the weapon of choice for a long time in the speedruns, but eventually the runs just, a lot of the runs started using knife only because it's just that strong. But obviously CB Des Chain being low one knife can mean that he might go for the actual spark shot.
There's as you can tell, like there's still less than a 10-second difference between the runners right now. It's still really close even after that. Like this is going to be very close, I think, of this race. So these decisions, the spark gun, grabbing an extra backup knife if one's even available, and how they play the remainder of the run is going to be super crucial to determining who pulls ahead and who actually wins, because there's still a lot of the game to be played. Now that we're in sewers, it's not going to get any easier, right? Because now we have G adults to deal with, and they are an experience.
Yeah. While there isn't as many enemies in the sewers, the G adults themselves, like if they hit you or grab you, you're automatically losing like 10+ seconds. You're most likely gonna be poisoned or critical health. So it's never a good thing if you get hit by any of them. But yeah, this Chain is actually CB item box is going down the stairs, shooting one of the zombies. Luckily, none of the other zombies managed to grab him there, because there's another zombie on the left that can grab you. This Chain did it cleanly too.
Yeah, both runners grabbing the safety herb there. Very smart to do that, especially in a marathon or a race sense, so that you don't accidentally get put into critical.
Yeah, this Chain actually shooting one of the zombies' leg off there, because you have to go back through that same section again, so crippling one of the zombies can guarantee a bit easier pass on the way back. But in the sewers here, basically, your main goal is to get these chess log pieces, which are used to power up this door. Don't ask me why, but that's how this one door works here. A beautiful puzzle, casually. And yeah, both got the first chess piece here. As CDP item box is now heading back. Let's see how he deals with the zombies on the way back. Just one zombie here. Very nice. And obviously this Chain too probably has only one zombie here. Yeah. Both runners are doing just fine here.
Yeah, Chain not opting to shoot the zombie as it was turned a little bit more away than CB's was, so he's able to just round the back of him to get up without having to risk getting bit.
Yeah, now both are entering the scary part, the Raccoon Trail, or whatever you want to call it. This part is filled with G adults, and the slightest mistake or bad luck in some cases can cause you to get grabbed here. So the other box shooting the Geralt out of the water and then just running and hoping the other one doesn't grab. Well done. The Shane doing the same thing, shooting the Geralt out of the water and running. Let's see if he can get past the other adult. Yeah, both have passed
nice.
the scary first pass of the G adults, eh? There's also the way back.
Still on the way back, it's just as scary, as then you have to account for some more RNG on the position of the G adults. I believe it's random, and you have to react based on it. So we'll see how the runners handle that after they're finished getting the plugs they need through this room.
Yeah, both are in this like mini puzzle room where you have to get these chess pieces out. It's like a interesting like movement section in general, but I'm actually curious to see if this chain goes for the spark shot. No, he doesn't. Okay, so I think he's opting to either get the backup knife from the labs, I think, or we'll see what he exactly does here, but...
Yeah, I believe there's a backup knife in the server room in the labs.
Yeah.
That's the only one that I can think of, but yeah, being down a knife, you really have to plan around that. It's a very big part of the run.
Yeah, okay, CB Iron Box is heading back through the GL trail. Let's see how he passes first GL. He baits the grab. There's a chance they do an attack which gives you a free pass. And this chain is actually getting lucky. There's no GL on the way, so that's very nice.
Shane had that attack that Trey was talking about, where that first G adult just try to basically spawn other G adults, and you're able to pass for free when that happens.
Both runner, there's a last G adult spawning at the end here, and he can just climb up and climb back down once he's done his attempt at the attack.
Due to the good RNG, Deshane was able to close like a 1 or 2 second gap there because he did not have to juke any shots or hits rather from the G adult. So those kind of things definitely help.
Yeah. So now both players have the 3 chess pieces they need, and now they're heading for the puzzle section where they have to input these chess pieces in the correct order to get to the second boss fight of the game. And this can go wrong if the boss decides to troll a little bit, but we'll see.
Yeah, G2, definitely an interesting fight that is hard in theory, and it can be if the boss does troll, like Trey was saying, but if a mistake is made in this fight, it's pretty substantial because the fight goes off the rails really fast and it almost forces a retry. It basically does if you're not able to kill him within the allotted amount of time, basically while you're waiting for him to die.
You can also see CB Iron Box throw a grenade here because he triggers the boss fight, and actually the boss is actually basically in the ceiling, and when the claw attack comes down when you're trying to exit this room, so when you throw the grenade, it actually damages the boss that is basically above the ceiling, instantly triggering him to come through the door so they can quickly get on to the next phase of the fight, which is on the main platform. The only way you can kill G2 is by hitting him with the crane, but you can one-cycle him with the crane if you get him under 50% health. So that's what you can see. They're gonna press the button, put the crane to go away, and then gonna knife the boss into under 50% health, and then gonna try to get the boss hit by the crane afterwards. So both are just knifing. They're using the lightsabers in their hands to do as much damage as they can. And hopefully both can bait the boss into the crane hit. CB Iron Box nicely baited the boss with the crane, and the chain following suit. And both are past G2 with 1 cycle. Excellent.
Yeah, really well done.
This is taking forever.
From both runners there.
So you might wonder, you might have seen Speedrunners actually changing graphic settings there a little bit. They're just trying to make sure they hold 120 FPS to guarantee the knife to... basically, the knife does register some more hits per swing the higher your frame rate is. It doesn't do like more damage, but you do more hits per swing. So they're just trying to make sure they lower the graphics for the boss fight specifically to guarantee the maximum damage.
You're gonna be fine.
And with that, we're done with the sewers and heading off to the last part of the run, Nest.
We love Nest. We love labs in this game.
Exactly. So both of the runners are on DA rank 6 at the moment. 7, basically this is kind of the middle point in the difficulty where you are not guaranteed to headshot stagger anymore. It's very likely still to headshot stagger, but it's not a guarantee anymore. If they go to DA rank 7, that's when the game basically turns into hardcore difficulty, where the zombies gain double lunging, they're faster, and all the enemies are basically behave faster, and obviously do more damage as well. So ideally, you want to try to keep your difficulty at DA rank 6 here, because 7 is kind of the scary point, because there's one very scary part in the labs here. But yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of runners basically nickname it Diamond Minecraft helmets is what the zombies get in this area of the game. And once your DA is high enough, is you shoot them once in the head and they don't care. They'll just ignore it, and it'll catch you off guard too, because you can just get lunge grabbed so easily.
Yeah. So and here both are trying to save Sherry and the cure for Sherry. To get started, they both have to. Actually, if you look at this chain, he's gonna be doing a shot manip here on the door. He's gonna be shooting at this door. Actually, he's doing it differently. CBR and Box did a shot manipulation, shooting a door. This chain did not opt to do this. But this is kind of manipulate one zombie here behind this door that CBR and Box is going through here. They're both opting like a bit differently, but both kind of can work the same way. This chain is just doing his shot a bit later. CBR and Box passing the zombie just nicely. And this chain is having to shoot the zombie right here.
Yeah, that zombie can sometimes tank a shot, and he can be kind of scary as he camps that door. So it's good that both runners were able to get through without really getting grabbed or bit there.
Yeah.
Knives are very important, especially coming up to this part of the game. It's super, super important to have knives ready and available. Like we said earlier, Deshane is short a knife, so they will have to pick up an extra one in order to do G3 appropriately.
Actually, no, I'm actually kind of... Wait, do they need to pick up the extra knife? Maybe they do.
I guess it varies on how they do G4, right?
Yeah, I guess it depends, yeah. I guess you can do it a bit differently to not need the knife. It's been a bit since I ran this properly. I'm not 100% sure the exact requirements, but we'll see. Anyway, this lab is divided into 3 different wings. The wing that we entered from, and this is the second wing. The labs, I guess. And there's a scary segment that we call Lab Liquors. This segment has been kind of... This is one of the segments that has changed the most in this whole run. Because it's just gone through so many different variations, but by now it has like a pretty good way of doing the section, but we'll see exactly how it goes, because it can be messy if things go wrong at all. Also in this section we're introduced to these IV enemies. Basically like humanoid plant enemies. If they grab you, you have to use a defensive item or they're one-hit kill, regardless of difficulty. And obviously, we don't want to use any of the defensive items here because we need every single one of them. You can see like in the item box, there's like these orange pastels coming out of the plants. If you shoot them, it will stagger them for a little while, allowing you to pass them. So it's just important to hit your shots.
That Ivy did such a weird turn there when Deshane shot it. He just kind of 90-degree turned right into the wall. That was so strange.
Yeah. And yeah, this room on the first way is fine. It will trigger, if you look, Deshane is triggering that flickers come from the ceiling, but on the way back they can be problematic. We have 2 flashes to kind of guarantee to try to make that segment work out, but we'll see. TP item box is going down the stairs now, heading back for the lab flicker section. And you're probably gonna see this TP item box shoot the floor and look at the ceiling, trigger the lickers to jump on the ceiling, and then throw a flashbang. And when they're on the ceiling, and if you flash them, they will go into a very long animation of like being stunned. And then there's Shane following suit, doing the same thing. CP item box manages to run past the lickers just fine. Luckily, both are still on DA score 6, where the lickers are not hardcore speed, because if they're on DA rank 7, this section can be very, very problematic.
But the way back through, like they're not out of the woods yet. They do have to go back through that area again, and it's again with the assistance of a flash, but it's a bit harder as there's a bit more distance to close to get out safely.
Yeah, CP item box is now heading out. This is like the last pass through the lab lickers. One flashbang. This can be sometimes. There can be the zombies in a bit weird spot, but the lickers can maybe hit you on the exit door, but very clean pass by CB. And there's Chain coming up with his flash, and let's see if the lickers behave or do they turbo. Oh no, this Chain was going for the safety knife or the extra knife in the side room. He got it, but now he has a problem. He lost another knife to this zombie. And yeah, this Chain, oh no, he's getting hit by the lab flickers at the exit. Oh,
that was close.
So this Chain managed to change almost full durability knife to a full durability knife there basically, but
oh no,
this is just going more wrong. Unfortunately, this Chain did not hit the pustule, and yeah, this is now down a second knife. It's gonna be bad because he did not pick up the spark shot either, so he's actually gonna go back and pick up this broken knife he used on the Ivy, but while CB item box just cleanly passing through the whole section.
There's still a lot to go through, though. I wouldn't say it's anyone's game quite yet, because you still have G4, G3 and G4 to deal with, and those are very polarizing fights. They both have like a big margin of error, where if you make a mistake, rather it's incredibly punishing.
Yeah. This Chain just taking a little bit of risk there and running past the IVs. Usually that positioning of the IV meant it was going to be a free pass, but yeah. CB item box is nearing up the G3 boss fight. And this Chain coming up a little bit behind here with less knives, which could hurt him, depending on how cleanly CB item box's boss fight goes. CB item box needs to interact with this thing and run back, and it's gonna trigger the boss fight. And let's see how the fight goes for CB. He's again turning down his graphics just to guarantee the frame rate being high.
For G3, it's super important that CB pops these eyes fast enough and gets good knife swaps while killing the boss.
Yeah, very clean fight so far by CB Item Box. Actually, there's a little bit of trick you can do by swapping your weapons in the menu, so you don't get the knife swap animation when you swap to a new knife. There's a little bit of time and this allows you to get even more damage in. But yeah, this is looking a very clean kill by CB Item Box here. Or is it?
Oh!
No! Almost super clean. He was like 1 health left. During this animation, the G3 boss fight actually cannot die. So you have to wait for him to slam the wall down and then finish him. And yeah, the Chen is starting his fight too, but he has a bit less knives here. I'm not actually sure if the knife is gonna be enough to kill this boss or not.
It'll be close.
Maybe, because his difficulty should be pretty low when he started this, but we'll have to see. It might just... Yeah.
Oh, so close.
I think he's gonna have the issue of him... Yeah, the boss is gonna grab the wall. And yeah. The same kind of kill, regardless of having less knife. But now the Chain is not gonna have the knife for the last boss fight, which is doable. But I don't know if this Chain is actually practiced the G4 boss fight without a knife.
Sherry.
But yeah, CB Item Box definitely in a little bit of a lead here.
We have to go.
There's a last little bit of a elevator ride all the way down, and a self-destruction timer starting.
Hell out of here.
Yeah,
That's
there's the
not gonna
classic
Yeah.
RE game stuff.
Every RE game needs that some sort of a self-destruction laboratory or something like that.
Exactly.
Also, very commonly a helicopter ride to sunset or something like that, but not in this game though.
Claire? Yeah?
There is the extra knife that you get just before G4 at the bottom of the elevator. Yeah.
Right, you are correct. I've been kind of forgot about that. So wait, both are just fine.
Yeah,
Actually
they're both
fine.
gonna have exactly what they need to do the last fight. Now the G4 boss fight isn't really a boss fight that is determined based on health. Since you can't really budge G4's health, it moves a little bit, but it can't really die that way. It's about the amount of eyes that you pop for the last fight, as you'll see coming up in a bit. Is G4 is essentially like G3 and G2 has a bunch of eyes, but there's like a whole bunch of them that you can break and they respawn at a certain rate. So the runners try to kill them as optimally as possible using the knife and the minigun to really one cycle the boss really before it jumps and climbs up too far, and the fight ends up taking significantly longer as a result.
Yeah, there's like an optimal way of doing the last boss fight where you kind of like cycle the eye spawns in a certain way. A little bit of section here, where CB Item Box is a bit ahead. Gonna have to interact with this door and wait for Sherry to open the door. It's gonna be Ivy spawning here. So what's gonna happen here is the game automatically equips the most like broken knife whenever your knife breaks. So he's gonna be breaking all his like almost broken knives away. And this one Ivy will equip his full durability knife without losing any time, basically doing any menu manipulations, basically like swapping the healthy knife in the menu. So this is on purpose, he's just waiting, using the knives here. And now he should be equipped with the full durability knife, not having lost any time doing menuing.
Oh, got a little stuck behind the door there, but
yeah. And There's one more zombie for CB item box. This zombie is low health and should always die to one hit. And yeah, this chain is at the IVs, but this chain only has one knife he can use here. Or like he needs to get rid of only one knife. So I think he's opting to... Well, he was opting to try to shoot all the orange pustules out, but... Oh, this actually looks a bit scary too.
Come on, Sherry.
Sherry, open the door.
There we go.
Well done, this chain. And yeah, CB item boxes now basically picks up the... He's picking up the minigun and starting the last boss fight, so let's see how this goes. So again, this boss fight is all about breaking the eyes. I think on standard difficulty you need to pop like 45 eyes for this boss to start this like dying animation. Yeah, start minigunning, do a knife swing, some more minigunning, a knife swing, and throwing a grenade to knock him off the ball while breaking a lot of eyes. And just doing some more knifing, breaking as many eyes as you can. And let's see if you can get the last kill here. No, not. You could basically kill the boss last swing, but he should be dying right here.
Should be pretty close.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
There we go.
Was the boss is now about to be dying, and now you can just minigun a bit more eyes to speed up the kill. And this chain is starting his last fight too. Minigun in the knife swing. Pretty much exactly mirroring the fight using the grenade. The nice swings. Very nice. Also GG, time for CB item box.
Yep, that was time for CV. And nice fight by the Shane as well.
And this chain is just finishing up this G4 fight. And
time.
GG.
Good job to both runners.
Well
that was a great run.
GG all around.
My goodness, that was just so close the entire way to the end. My God.
That was like... That was insane watching the run like being mirroring exactly each other.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
That was so close.
Back on the mic here.
Wow.
Welcome back to you two. Obviously you two weren't able to watch each other, but like I know like during the Sherry section and probably like until decently into the sewers, it was literally like watching the same run twice.
Wow.
That's so close. And
Yeah,
then
both
my
neck
labs
and neck.
was horrible. Oh my God.
Oh my dude, I messed up G3. I was like one swipe off from before killing him on the wall.
I had to slash him and then shoot him 3 times. Somehow 51-25 for how much stuff went wrong though is actually like super fast. Like that's insanely.
Yeah.
That's like so fast.
Yeah, dude. Those are, and with safety strats and stuff too, these are pretty solid runs, dude.
I picked up like 5 herbs or something. Holy cow.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing on both ends, honestly.
Well, really quick, get some more runner insight here. Let's start on Team Stars. Dash Chain 33. How did you feel about your run?
I'm happy because it's only like a minute and 20 or so off. Actually, it's actually a minute and 20 exactly off PB, which is my goal was to get under 2 minutes off PB to give like a good showcase. And I'm surprised at how fast it was considering how much stuff like went wrong. Like I could not have predicted that zombie being behind that corner in labs. Like it's a rare RNG, but there's like no way to predict that she's going to be there. And it just happens sometimes. And I needed to go that way because that was down a knife because of what happened at Bus Dog. So like, you know, it's cool to showcase these runs because you have to like see runners reroute on the fly because something went wrong. Because 120 is a bit different because you need your knives. But like, I'm very happy with this run. It's pretty fast for how much like bad RNG I had.
Absolutely. As well, if anyone wanted to find you, where can they find you on like Twitch or anything?
So you can find me at twitch.tv/Dashane33. Occasionally we'll do RE, but currently we've been grinding Dark Souls, all bosses, in Prepare to Die edition with the world record level route. So it's been
Heck
pretty fun.
yeah.
All right.
Let's go, dude. That's awesome.
As well, hopping over to Team Umbrella, CB Itembox, you did win this round of the race, scoring Team Umbrella another point here.
Awesome.
How do you feel about your run?
I think that was a good run. I've been practicing like for days and derusting, and it's tough because I'm very much of the school of Claire B scenario. So it's really hard to differentiate, even in labs going to do the keypad codes. I almost did 2048 for like B scenario codes. So it's hard to kind of keep up with it, but I think I did really good. A few spots, I got really good RNG in like library. I got great sewer RNG. I almost got grabbed by a G adult, but for all intents and purposes, it was practically free. Labs was a little good, little sketchy at some parts. I almost thought I was gonna get grabbed and die at the end with the IVs because I changed my strat up there for the last two before Sherry opens the door. Because we have the extra knife, usually we get rid of one of those knives. So I was kind of, again, going with some B stuff of trying to get it, but it worked out. I honestly thought I was going to lose that race with G3 because of the wall incident. My DA was a little high going into it, and that's because I took a lick in the beginning, which isn't a lot of a DA loss, and then I took a missed Rex hit, so I wasn't sure if I should take another hit. I probably should have, and I would have saved that time, but G4 trolled me a little bit. I have been trying to get Super Knife kill, and I messed that up. But I recovered it, so he hit the wall, and I was able to take it. But all in all, I think that was a solid run. I'm proud of it. My PB is a 49.49, so to get a 50.39, 49 seconds off PB, that's more than I could ask for with the way that the RNG can go in this run.
Heck yeah, man.
Especially for a live race environment, you both did really good. We said it earlier. It was pretty much like neck and neck almost the whole time. We were like in sync for quite a while.
It was like insane to watch. Just like, are we watching the same run? If there was like, if you guys didn't have different costumes on, it would have literally been like watching the same run twice.
Wow.
As well, CB Itembox, anyone wanting to find you on Twitch or anything, where can they find you?
I'm at twitch.tv/CBItembox. I'm live multiple times a week, usually doing some sort of Resident Evil content. And I do have a YouTube. I try to post some stuff there as well. And can I give like a couple thank yous? Is that, or we crunching on some time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So first off, I really want to thank GDQ and CatLink, Easy Dices. Thank you guys for inviting me into this. GDQ's been something that I've wanted to be a part of since I started speedrunning, so this is honestly a dream come true. Thank you to all the RE runners, Trans for getting me into it, Mondo Mantra, Lucy Lover, Super King Andy, so many people, Squirrelies, Cursed Toast for giving us the SRT auto splitter so we can actually know how enemy HP works, and thank you, to my dad for getting me into Resident Evil games, my girlfriend for being my support system, and yeah, she's been I was super nervous before the run today, and she sat me down. She was like, "Look, you've wanted this for a long time. You do these runs all the time. It's no different if it's GDQ or your channel." So she really talked me down. And thank you. And the last thing, and I'll make it quick, is I just want to say, if anybody ever wants to get into speedrunning, don't be afraid. Just jump in. Everybody starts somewhere. I was awful. I still think I have a long way to go, but if you want to speedrun, you can speedrun. Anyone can do it. You can really do anything you put your mind to. 3 years ago, I didn't think I'd be able to get a 50-minute pace in this game, but here we are. So if you want it, just go get it.
Cheers to that. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's some wholesome content. We love it.
And I definitely want to say thank you both to Chain and Itembox once again for doing the run and just being good sports all around.
Yeah, thank you, and good job, Des. I thought you had me, dude, because I know you've been practicing that G4. I thought you had me on the Super Knife kill.
Nah, lads, was just bad RNG. Unfortunate.
Hey, I mean, it was still fun all around, and we still have plenty of race left to go. Before we do go to our next game, though, I do want to say thank you not only to our runners, but for our commentators. We did have 7 Ray D and Captain Ezekiel.
Yeah, thank you guys for jumping in and helping us with the commentary on this. It really helps to be able to focus on the run and not have to worry about, describing strats and stuff at the same time, so thank you.
No worries. Well done putting point to the same team as me, eh?
Thank you.
All right. All right. That being said, we do have one more game for you for tonight. We'll be getting that all set up, and we'll be talking more about that in a moment. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a Resident Evil Village. Be right back.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everyone. We are back from the break. Welcome back to the Resident Evil Relay. I am one of your hosts, Icdisis.
And I'm Catlink. Welcome on back, everybody, after that extremely close race with Resident Evil 2 Remake.
We were practically just watching one race twice.
It was literally like watching the same thing at the same time. If they didn't have the same costume, or if they didn't have the same costume, it would have been like watching exactly the same run. It's
like the rerun meme actually being a thing. I can't believe we're playing the same run twice.
I know, right? But that was such an amazing run by both of them. And coming up next, we have Resident Evil Village with Niddle and Nico with a C, which should be very interesting.
Be a fun time going into that as well. Before we do get into the run, so far for the events, Team Stars had to win early, but Team Umbrella has been carrying it away a little bit. Right now, the score is 1 on Stars and 4 on Umbrella. This is 2 days of runs with plenty of more runs coming tomorrow. However, hopefully, maybe we can see a bit of catching up from all this.
Maybe. Who knows?
We still have a lot of runs left to go. There are 11 games in total between the 2 days, and we are hitting the finale of day 1. RE Village is a pretty well run, that being said, so it should be exciting. And I think we're ready to hop on to meet our runners.
I say so.
All right.
Let's start off with Nico with a C. If you'd like to say hi and introduce yourself, come on in.
Hello, everyone. I hope the first hello didn't go through. Hi, my name is Nico with a C. I play a bunch of RE games. I speedrun a bunch of them. And at the moment, I'm playing a lot of DBD. Totally addicted. It is what it is.
All right. And then as well, representing Team Umbrella, we have Niddle.
Hey, everybody. My name is Niddle. I run Resident Evil Village and games like Goosebumps and Death Flush and, totally normal, legitimate horror games. But yeah, I'm really excited for this race and should be a fun time.
Yeah, it should be a pretty close one, I'd say. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen throughout the run, but also with our commentators. If you, Spicy and Captain Ezekiel returning, if you'd like to say hello and everything.
Hi everyone. I'm Captain Ezekiel. I'm former record holder of this game and former runner of it, and very excited to commentate for my 2 good friends, Nico and Niddle here.
Hey everybody, I'm Spicy. I haven't been keeping up with this game too much recently, but I used to play this game a ton when it came out, and record holder for a bunch of RE games and stuff. I'm excited to see this. It's actually a pretty fun race game. So.
All right. We should have a pretty exciting match here. It can really go either way. But we're all ready to go. Runners, are you ready?
Yep. Just
get all ready. We're going to have Spicy or Zeke count it down whenever they are ready, and we'll be good to go.
Go for it, Zeke.
All right. So the run will start when they skip this cutscene and get control. So on go. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Did you say something?
All right.
Nothing.
Now, the intro, a Resident Evil Village. Not much going on right here. It's basically just take Rose, put her to sleep. And there's really not a whole lot that goes into this very first part.
That book's too scary for you.
Yeah, this game has a pretty extensive whole W intro, unfortunately. Gives us time to explain the story, though. Zeke, you're probably more familiar than I am if you want to explain the story. So.
Yeah. So this is the follow-up to Resident Evil 7. You're playing as Ethan Winters again. Essentially, in this one, you are tasked with trying to find your daughter basically gets kidnapped, right? So this whole intro here kind of plays through these cutscenes of Rose, your daughter, gets kidnapped, and it's done by Chris Redfield, shockingly. And he kills your wife, Mia, and a whole lot of stuff happens, and it gets very confusing, very fast. But basically, your A to B quest you have to do here is save your daughter. Because you're under the assumption that Mia, your wife, is dead. So we're here in Europe, or I believe Romania, I believe specifically where we are. And that's what we're doing. And now where we're at right now is we were in a bus being transported that got kind of owned, kind of tipped over, and now we're walking through the snow, which speedrun-wise, this used to have a very, very unfun tech that used to exist. Spicy, you want to explain what Snow Walk once was?
Yeah, so about a month after the game came out, I think it was about a month, we had this whole W part. There was nothing to it. You basically got the same split times at the beginning of the game every time. And then someone came into my chat and they were like, hey, if you just press the button really fast, you go really fast. And it turns out if you just spam W while holding shift, you move really, really fast in this part. So what we would do is you would bind forward to another button like E and W at the same time, and you would just alternate spamming those. And it saved, it was like 30 seconds if you did it really well. But the issue is it was like physically painful to do. Like you had to mash very, very quickly for like a minute and a half straight or something. So we ended up deciding as a community that it just wasn't really healthy for the game, and ended up banning it because it was actually painful to do.
Yeah, after a couple of resets, like 2 hours into your stream or your running session, you would basically feel the cramps in your fingers, and it was so unhealthy. It was cool while it lasted, but we're glad it is since been banned, since runner health is really what matters in this game, or just in general, really. So yeah, it's still another whole W section. It takes a couple minutes while we're basically walking up to meet our first Lycan, which is the primary enemy type of this game. Not really zombies, but Lycans, which are like werewolf, people hybrids. So there's a lot of cinematic stuff going on here. As you can see, they're basically on the exact same frame opening that door. They're very synced here at the beginning. It kind of goes to show how this intro is very linear until we get into what is known as the Lycan Siege, which has a lot of very interesting mechanics that we'll explain as I come up to it. But right now they're just progressing through some triggers, some little cutscenes and everything, some jump scares that the game wants to get you with until we get there.
Yeah, this is pretty short. There's actually, if you see here, they'll get kind of stunned here and have to look up at the ceiling. There's a small skip here you can do. It's really, really hard to do on New Game without the extra like movement speed for New Game Plus. But you can, if you like get out of that section fast enough, you can actually skip that little animation. But it's almost impossible on New Game. It's really hard.
Yeah, I remember when that little animation skip was like found for New Game Plus, and we saw it was possible for New Game, but the risk versus reward of doing it is just not worth it on New Game. Especially like this run is like relatively optimized because there's not very much RNG in casual. Actually, there's close to none. So there's a lot of other than the set puzzle RNGs that can happen. It's very, very optimized. So losing small amounts of time isn't very optimal. So you also see here, if you've seen Resident Evil 7 but not much of Villages, Ethan is really fast in this game compared to 7. Super, super fast. So the pace of the game is definitely different, especially for the first person REs. They're not usually this fast in these games. But as you can see, you zoom in. Normally there'd be retries and stuff we would do, but for a race setting and for RTA purposes, it's not really worth it. So there's going to be a lot of retries that if you're used to seeing, likely won't be done because it's not faster for the traditional timing method of RTA.
Yeah, usually those retries, what they do is you hit a checkpoint, pause, reload the checkpoint, and it just kind of like puts you forward a little bit. What happened? That last one actually puts you forward quite a bit, but it's still not worth RTA, I don't think.
And now we're coming up on the start of our introduction to the Lycan Siege / Lycans in general. There's a couple cutscenes here, but we're going to grab this knife and interact with this curtain, which is going to trigger the cutscene with this fella who gives us a gun. And after we get it, we're going to get basically bit by a Lycan here, and then we're going to juke the Lycan to get in here and get the bolt cutters, the staple of Resident Evil games at this point. And the Lycan will despawn there. And now we're going to go into the Barn Lycan, which is a little encounter that happens before the Lycan Siege, where we're essentially going to go in here and trigger the Lycans to start becoming aggressive once we're up here and we grab this ammo or we touch this wall. After we do that, we're also going to grab that chem fluid to help make a heal later. And once we grab this ammo, a Lycan will spawn, and we want to kill this in as little shots as we can. just like that. And then once that Lycan dies, we're kind of waiting around until Ethan pushes open the door, or he says the dialogue line. I think it's, "Is it over?" Yeah, just like that. Both runners take care of it pretty easily, but now we have the Lycan siege. So, Spicy, if you want to explain all this.
If I could remember. It's been a while, but I know in casual, basically this game utilizes the DA system, which is present in all the modern era games ever since Resident Evil 4. And basically what that is the game gets easier the more you get hit, the more you take damage, and it gets harder the more you kill enemies. It's like a scaling difficulty. And we use this in this game to make the boss fights later in the game, later DMRO, much faster. And this section also is just completely timed. There's like 2 small things you can do to speed it up, which they will be making sure that they're in the right spots to do those. But other than that, you're just on a timer here. So they're going to use the time that they're waiting here to damage themselves. You see Nico just blew himself up with a barrel. And they're just taking bites from the Lycans to drop their DA to a certain point while they have time. You'll also notice, Zeke mentioned earlier, you picked up a Chem Fluid to make heals. Those aren't actually heals that they need to use to heal to like stay alive. Those are also going to be for DA, because if you have low HP in this game and you use a heal, your DA drops a lot. That's another huge part of the DA in this game. So, that's what they're going to be doing while they wait for Urias to spawn over here to end this game.
Yeah, this whole section, like Spicy said, is timed. There is only a couple ways to make it slightly faster, which is standing in certain spots and not going inside the houses. Alternatively, there are a lot of ways to slow it down, which is by what a lot of people try to do when this game first released. It was too hard. You know, a lot of people struggle with this, so we all wanted to sit on the ladders. We thought Lycans can't hit you when you're on a ladder, and nothing can really hurt you. But the timer will pause if you sit on like a ladder to try to cheese the system a little bit. So they thought about that. And not going into houses. Essentially, if you go into a house, a little cutscene will play that lets you know that Urias has spawned. And as fun as that is... Oh. That is unlucky. So Nico...
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Nico took a grab at too low of health. If you're under a certain health threshold, you will die taking a hit.
Yeah, that can happen even on casual in this game. That can happen in Siege, especially if you push your luck a little bit with getting the DA as low as you can. It definitely happened to me when I was running this like a few times. It's definitely something that can happen. Sometimes the Lycans will kind of just go crazy hyper aggressive.
Yeah, it's while taking intentional damage can be super scary. So being careful is still very important, especially on casual, right? So you have to pay attention to your health, and unfortunately there's a mechanic in this game where if you're under a certain amount of health, you will take an auto death if you take a hit or a grab.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a setback for Nico here, but there are some parts in this game where Nico can't catch up. Doesn't over, but
yeah, now you see Niddle kind of running around here as Urias has spawned, taking a couple extra hits. He has his DA down to 29, which is what you want. You want it to be as low as possible. Being at 0 is exactly what you want. So he's basically on his way there right now. If not, he should be there after the siege ends, because he'll just use another heal. So he's kind of running around just waiting for the arrow to hit him in the knee, just like that. And that's the end of the siege.
Very good siege from Niddle. Is that 0 DA too, which is what you want.
Yep. Full health 0 DA is very, very ideal. Now, Nico also still waiting around for the same thing. Urias will be spawning and he will be running around. His DA is also going to be very low. The death will bring his DA down to 0 essentially on its own. The death drops you by about 1,000 points. So he's waiting for Urias to spawn so he can also progress out of the siege. Now Niddle, running through this house to grab this mine. We need this later for a mini boss. I guess you could call her a normal boss, but in casual she feels like a mini boss. As we run to progress through these houses and trigger a few different cutscenes.
Yeah, this part Niddle's at now is kind of just another whole W section between the siege and the start of the castle. And the castle is where the run like really kind of starts picking up. after the siege. Basically just a bunch of cutscenes back to back where Niddle's at right now.
Yeah, so Nico's still running around here in the siege. Urias has spawned, so he's running around waiting for it to end. He's got to pick up a few items in the house, namely like the shotgun. Very important to have, and some resources he'll need to craft later with. Niddle is walking behind. What is her name? Louisa?
Louisa?
Yeah, Louisa sounds right. Basically, Ethan shows up at this place and everything catches on fire. Anywhere Ethan goes, it pretty much goes down the drain like real fast. There is a small tech that the runners won't be doing since it's not RTA friendly, but you would normally see in village runs, where is pause buffering on opening drawers and items. Like if you open a drawer, there's like a 1 second delay or 1 to 2 second delay you have before you can actually pick up the item. You can pause to negate this, but it doesn't save time RTA to do so. So we don't really do that in a race or marathon setting.
Yeah, there's a lot of spots in the game where you do that in normal runs. It actually saves quite a bit of time overall on the LR2. Here you're going to see Niddle grabbing the second crest. I believe he already went through the church and grabbed the first one on the way here. And that's going to be for the gate that he's going to use to get into castle, which is also the first point of RNG you're going to see in the run here. Even though it's a very small amount of RNG, it's like a 1, maybe 2 second difference between best and worst RNG, but...
Alright, now Nico is out of the siege, and he's going to go through the same area as well, pick up the same things. It's a lot of very consistent pickups, very similar routes you'll see probably from both runners, since there's not really, like I said, much RNG in this, and not much deviation from a route. This game was routed pretty fast in this category. A lot of the routing was done actually by myself and Catlink, Spicy, and a bit of Niddle. A lot of us really grinded this game down to get the route that was really formed early, since the route hasn't changed much for casual. It's kind of stayed the same for the most part, except for some boss strats may have changed a little bit since the game was released.
Yeah, it really is quite optimized now. There's like, you pick up like nothing in casual with the current route. It's kind of insane.
Entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can
see Niddle here has been taken by the family. You kind of meet all the lords of the village, which is all 4 lords that we're going to be dealing with. And now he's kind of in another hold W section. This game is plagued with a few of those where you do hold W from one cutscene to the next. The game really picks up around the castle section, which is where Niddle is coming up on. Similar to that of like RE7, where it has kind of like a slower start and then really picks up aggressively once you get into the main area of the game.
You truly are as strong as they say.
Yeah, this game has some weird pacing, kind of has a slower intro, and then castle is like, the castle is maybe the most fun part of the game. And then there's kind of a lull in the middle, and factories also pretty fun, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely has his like peaks and valleys way of progressing. So yeah, now that basically Ethan's set free, all the chains are cut off, Niddle's going to come out from this little hole, and we're going to run into the castle. We're going to get introduced to the merchant as well. The merchant does not get used very often in casual. He does get used a couple times, but not nearly as frequently as you would see in like Village of Shadows, because a lot of the base damage on certain things will carry us for a majority of the run, and we don't really need too much money. We just need it for certain parts of the run. So you'll see the Duke a bit, but we don't really interact with them too often.
Yeah, thankfully in casual you also don't need pro money. In Voss, there's like the section before before Niddle grab the crest. There's like crows that you can shoot and they drop money. In casual they drop such a small amount it doesn't even matter. But also this part that Niddle just ran past, there's 2 crows you have to shoot in Voss also, and they control you pretty hard. Thankfully, you don't have to deal with that in casual. Now Niddle's finally entering the castle. After a few more small cutscenes, he'll be doing a lot more mini bosses and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of introductions that happen when you start this game, like getting introduced to Lycans, the NPCs of the village, and the Bella sisters, which is what happens here when you interact with this door. The Bella sisters will appear, and you are essentially introduced to the 3 mini bosses you have to deal with before you actually get to deal with the main boss, which is Lady Dimitrescu. And over on Nico's side, he is now past the Lord's cutscenes as well. Now in that same whole W section that Niddle was in, so he's essentially just making his way to the castle as well. In these first parts of the game, they're very consistent for the most part, so you don't really deviate very much, and there's not really much of like just small time loss. So it's going to be very similar paces until we get into castle. That's when things start to really like accelerate. So that's when you'll notice strats and inventorying and fights start to change the runners' routes and their paces essentially. So now that Niddle is out of that cutscene where he was hanging, we're gonna grab an eye ring up here essentially. The idea is to get out of this little room, and the puzzle's not really a puzzle. You kind of just walk up and you grab the thing and the door opens and you pull the eye out of the ring. We need that later for another door.
Yeah, all this area around Niddle, like there's so much loot here that he's running by, but like we were talking about in casual, you really just don't need much of anything to get through the game. A lot of that is in part to the DA stuff that they did in Siege to make sure that the bosses die quickly.
Yeah, the DA stuff really changed the routing of this game pretty dramatically. DA plays a big part in, like Spicy said, in all RE games that are current generation for the most part. It's pretty massive when we discovered that we could abuse it in our favor. So see Niddle here running away from one of the Bella sisters and making his way down to the your first real interaction with Lady Dimitrescu. You kind of see her as you're when you have control of Ethan. This is like the first time you really do that. She's also like a tyrant, similar to like Mr. X or Nemesis, where they kind of wander around and chase you throughout your playthrough. However, Lady D is tied to the castle. There's also this little fire puzzle. Niddle's going to shoot the torch. It's going to light both of the braziers up, and the door will open.
You actually got the fast like one bounce there. If you hit the chandelier right, it'll bounce, kind of how Niddle had it there. Sometimes you have to shoot it over with the pistol. That was good though.
Couple important pickups here, like that metal and a pipe bomb here. Metal is a very valuable resource in this. It only has set spawns. It has some RNG drops, but that's only later in the game. We need it to craft pipe bombs. Very, very valuable. The explosives in this game, incredibly strong. Very, very good. So we're going to be using those for a lot of different instances. This mine here, plus being a DA0, you're about to see the example of what we mean by DA0 being really powerful. You are about to see Niddle drop this mine and one shot Bella.
That was a mini boss.
That was a boss. I just realized I've been calling them the Bella sisters, but that's actually an RE4R, a Resident Evil 4 enemy. These are the Dimitrescu daughters, not the Bella sisters, but there is a daughter named Bella. Yeah, look, too many RE games, guys. Just way too many. I've been playing for too long. But yeah, that's the first daughter, Bella, that Niddle just took care of. And after you do that, you can get a couple key items, including the wine bottle you got after her that you put into this to get a key, which is going to let you go out into the courtyard. Nico as well, now in the castle, out of the cutscenes, and that he has full control. He is also going to be going up and triggering the daughter chase scene and getting downstairs to also fight Bella soon. You're going to see Niddle shoot this daughter, even though you can't really see her. It causes her bugs to kind of dissipate. You can't actually damage or kill them. But when you do that, she kind of like becomes intangible and you can run right through her and open the door. If you don't do that, she'll grab you and bite you, and it's a very long, obnoxious cutscene.
Yeah, even though the castle is like kind of, if you're doing a more casual playthrough and you are trying to get all the treasures and stuff, the castle can be pretty interesting, but in a speedrun setting, the castle is very, very linear. So you'll see basically the same thing from Nico and Niddle here in this castle section.
Not too much RNG in this too. Like this puzzle right here, very set. And you basically wait to get dropped down while the door opens.
What the hell?
Nico so just did the fire puzzle, a lot of this stuff. I mean, I guess you could consider fire puzzle a little bit of RNG based on like the shot spread and how it flies to the torches. But Niddle is here in the wine cellar picking up some set shotgun drops that we need. Switching his FPS to 30 because otherwise these enemies are very thick. Like, they don't look thick, but they are. Like, you will not be able to run past them comfortably. So the 30 FPS really makes that easier for us. Running past some enemies, taking a hit is not bad there. That hit barely slows you down, and it's another DA drop. The lower your DA is before getting to Lady D, the better. And now over on Nico's side, he's starting the Bella fight. Same thing, drop the mine, kablamo, he's done. You'll also notice that...
Good.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, another thing we didn't mention when Niddle did it, maybe it was what you were going to say, but Nico, if you notice, Nico shot the sister's body when she was dead. That actually makes her body break apart a little bit faster, which makes the door open faster. So weird.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Yeah, it's when people told us about it when we were first starting the game, I thought I was being messed with, because it's like, yeah, it's like, it's one of those things, it's like, okay, good one, buddy. Like... But it's real, yeah. If you shoot them, they break apart earlier. And now, over on Niddle's end, he's interacting with Lady D in this little chase sequence that's pretty scripted. He's gonna bait her to swing, and we're gonna get our hand back and try to open up this gate that's on a timer. Now, on casual, Lady D is very slow. So Niddle's gonna kind of dance around the pillar with her, and try to get her away from the gate so we can get through the door, and she doesn't body block or own us. Just like that, and because it's on casual, she can't really catch up to you here. On Voss, she can get pretty aggressive, and it's way more, I guess, not intuitive in terms of how you're supposed to deal with her, so she's really, really speedy. But basically done by Niddle, and now Ethan's going to reattach his hand with the magic juice somehow, but we don't really talk about how it makes no sense.
If you saw there, Niddle also picked up a mask here before he started going up on this elevator. We didn't really mention, but the whole point of the castle section is you get these 4 masks. It's kind of shown to you when you first get in castle, but there's these 4 masks you need to open the door to get to the Lady D boss fight. And I think this is the second one he's picked up now.
I think so.
Good.
It's kind of hard to keep track sometimes with these masks. Over on Nico's end now, he's now in the blood cellar as well. Wine cellar, blood cellar. It's up to your imagination what you want to think what it is, but also going 30 FPS to get himself around all the enemies down here. It's very important not to like get grabbed. And getting hit is okay sometimes, especially in casual. You're not really going to take too much of like a time loss or damage, but it's very important to not get grabbed since the grab animations in Village are very long.
That's another one of the modern RE staples is crazy long grab animations that you really want to avoid.
Yeah, it's almost as though Capcom wanted to put a little bit of Street Fighter in every single Resident Evil game, where every grab feels like a 10-hit combo that they really want to play out for. But you saw Niddle just did a little puzzle on the piano there, also a set solution. And as you remember, my Lady D here, she can't hit you, really. She can, you really have to try on casual to let her hit you. She just stands there. She's a little sleeper, staring. But this is the next daughter. You'll notice that Niddle is shooting her with 1 shotgun shot in the shotgun instead of reloading it. It's because this is faster to shoot when there's only 1 bullet in it, as opposed to when it actually has a full stack up until its ammo is full. Just a unique mechanic to this game where just hip firing, or I guess quick drawing your shots is significantly faster.
Yeah, and it's sped up a little bit more if you are also aiming your gun when you do it. So you'll notice Niddle is just holding aim while he's shooting as well. Makes it a tiny bit faster.
Well, you'll notice on Niddle's end here, he's doing the little dance with Lady D. He did unfortunately take a hit from her, which means he's a little bit slow in red here. Not a big deal. Your health here gets set to full when you go back up the elevator anyways. but getting out of there without dying is always good.
Here you'll see Niddle grabs the last mask, but when you grab that mask off the thing, the door behind you closes, so you have to go up here and get this sort of fake animal head that fills the spot of the mask. The door can open up again, which is also where you fight the last daughter.
Nice, 4 shots is what you want to kill her there. You saw Niddle through a pipe bomb. It's to blow a hole in the wall, since lore-wise, or I guess story-wise, if you will, the daughters are made of these flies, kind of like bot flies, that protect them. So you can't hit them unless the cold is exposed to them, or rather they're exposed to it, and the bugs go away. So that's why we have to throw a pipe bomb there.
Here you see Niddle kind of waiting in that doorway. He did that on purpose because Lady D is in the hallway there, and she's kind of thick, so you have to be able to sneak by, and you can't get by her where she's in the hallway if you go immediately. So if you wait a little bit, she goes into like a wider part of the hallway and you can sneak by her.
And now we're getting introduced to the end-all, be-all weapon of the speedrun. We all called it when we saw this game had it in the trailers. We knew it was going to be broken, just like it is in every single Resident Evil game it's ever touched, which is the sniper rifle. This thing is incredibly powerful, even at base, but once it's upgraded, which we will do later, it's even more power. It's like disgustingly strong. So that is the weapon of choice for a majority of this run, is the sniper rifle. And now here on Nico's end, he's now doing the daughter fight as well. And just like that, kills Daniela pretty quickly. Pretty good fight by both runners have had very clean fights for the most part. Their castles have been identically very clean. With just a small hit from Lady D on Nico, but otherwise very good castles from both runners. Nico's doing this bell puzzle. You have to shoot all 5 bells. This room is a nightmare to runners at an optimized level. Like, it's so easy to miss a bell, and the cycle gets thrown off, and it is so upsetting.
Yeah, it's a funny room. Some good clips came out of that from our boy 3D that was on before.
Yes, 7 is a big fan of those bells. To back over to Niddle, he went over the rooftops to get the last mask, and now he's going down to put them in. When you do this, Lady D makes an appearance and kind of body blocks you in this hallway up ahead. What Niddle's going to do is kind of what he did earlier. He's going to kind of wait to bait her to come up a bit, and he's going to loop around her, just like that. And now he's going to put all the masks in to exit the arena. Now, you can, I'm not sure if the runners will be doing it, because I'm not sure if RT8 really saves, but you can go into the Duke's office here, which is like what he's going to do. Trigger the cutscene with the Duke. What this does is it kind of pauses the actual game timer while the door is being opened for some reason. And then you can skip the cutscene and run out here, and the door will be opened, and you're able to just progress without having to wait.
Might have also noticed a small tech that Niddle was doing when he was putting those masks in, where he was kind of aiming his gun as he was putting them in. And that's because if you are running and you go into an item menu like that, you'll get full stopped. But if you aim your gun right as you go in, you can actually just keep moving right after you front of the menu. Stop for like half a second.
Looks like you're outside. You're inside
now Lady D. So the Lady D boss fight, she essentially turns into this huge dragon because we're playing Skyrim. And when she does this, you see Niddle start off the fight by shooting her once, forcing her to basically run away instantly. The whole idea here, what we're trying to do, is wait for her to do her rounds around this pillar. Niddle took an intentional hit there just to keep his DA low, and we're going to do a certain amount of damage to bring her into their death threshold. So the way this fight works is you have to get her under a certain amount of health for her to be able to phase or transition. Her health will reset twice in this fight. So you're kind of seeing Niddle follow behind her and blast her a bit, but there's no reason to try to bring her down to 0. At this point, enough damage has been done. So we're kind of waiting until she gets to the very end here, when she does a full circle around this. And then Niddle is going to time some pipe bomb throws with a shotgun shot and a sniper shot, I believe, to kill her once her health resets. Right here. And she's gonna fly up, and just like that, that's a good phase 1. Now her health is gonna reset again in this next phase. So we're kind of waiting around until it happens. She's already at 0. She's gonna kind of die here in the air and cut herself off. It's kind of jank looking when it happens. So this next part of the fight starts. Her health has been reset again. Now, her health will soft reset back down to 30%. So you can do a bunch of damage here to her if you want, but anything past 30% is overkill, since she's always going to reset back to 30. So we're basically waiting for her to essentially trigger the next part of the fight. So we're kind of chilling until then. So Needle's going to get up, and he's going to get ready because her health is about to be out of iframes. Gonna shoot her a few times with the shotgun and the sniper. One more shot. Oh, 0.3, but there you go. Good fight by Niddle.
No, not bad. Pretty simple fight on casual, as long as you know how to work around. As long as you know how to work around the HP thresholds, because they are very weird and very awkward.
Yeah, that fight, having the SRT really made understanding that fight a lot better. Really helped us, like, it would have been a nightmare to route this without that, because Lady D is a very complicated and confusing fight. Without it. With it, a lot better. But nicely done by Niddle. He's now out of the castle, and now we have Nico coming up to do the Lady D boss fight himself. He's kind of closed the gap a little bit, it feels like, coming through castle here, so definitely props to him for that one, especially for the early death, and the siege is definitely hard to come back from for sure. Nico also starting the fight now. Gonna do a very similar strat to Niddle, where he shoots Lady D to start the fight. And goes and triggers the gate to close, comes back, picks up the items he needs. Gonna do the very similar thing where he baits her around the arena. Nico is not taking the hit early, since it saves a bit more time to take the hit later.
I think Nico took he took a hit from her while he was waiting for the door to open after he put the masks in, which is smart.
Yeah, it gives you an extra DA drop. Nico's got a very good DA for this run because of that. His DA is very low. He's almost back at 0. Like, not rank 0, but 0-0, which is very hard to do this late into the run. So it's going to make his Moreau and boss fights later a lot better. So doing the same thing here, he's going to wait for her health pool to reset. There are 2 pipes. He's going to wait for her to take off. There we go. That was a little close. Looked like he might have had a hiccup there switching weapons, but he still got the shot off in time.
Yeah, his DAs should be crazy low for Moreau.
There we go. Now starting this section of the fight. He shoots her once there. That's something you didn't see Niddle do, but if you do that, it automatically brings her below 30%, which means that when she lands here later, she is going to only be at 30% health for sure, no matter what. No shots are required outside of that. So Nico's just going to wait here, wait for her to land before finishing up the fight himself. If done optimally, Nico may be able to hit just a few shotgun shots. There's the reset. 3, 1 more shot. Or 2 with the pistol, rather. Just like that. Nicely done. That was a really good Lady D fight by Nico, and his DA is set up very well for the remainder of the game. So, as you can see, Niddle's DA is significantly higher. Just due to some, obviously, the death in the Lycan Siege definitely brought that a bit lower. Oh,
Niddle taking a bite here. Helps with the DA a little bit. His DA was actually quite high going into this, so.
Yeah. Not too bad. Don't kill him. Okay. Killing out Lycan would have bumped. He thought about it, yeah. Killing Lycans, shooting them will bump your DA up really high. So, DA really matters if you're going to this part of the game, because until the Beneviento house, you can still gain and lose DA. So you want to not gain too much, because you need to be under 1,000 for Moreau, and we'll explain why later when we get to him. But that bite, that Lycan was definitely trolling. This Lycan also trolling.
They're helping out
Niddle
with the
getting
DA.
Unlucky. Yeah, the Lycans are here to help with the DA. His DA should be more than fine now because he used the heal as well. I forgot he was holding on to that one from Lady D, so that's probably why his DA was a little bit higher. But yeah, in this section of the game, you get told by the Duke, like, oh yeah, there's more than just Lady Dimitrescu, like a whole bunch of other lords that hang out and do stuff. Like Heisenberg, Moreau, and Beneviento Lady. I don't know why her name is escaping me. But the whole idea is it gives you a map, you kind of have to go around and deal with these lords. And the second one is House Beneviento, which is a non-combat section of the game. It's very horror-oriented and very slow and spooky.
Yeah, that's kind of that mid-game lull I was talking about that Niddle's kind of walking into here.
There you are.
In a second here, Nico will be doing a little skip that Niddle did earlier, but we didn't really get to mention it after he puts this flask in. Basically, he's going to look over a gate and see a lock that you're kind of supposed to go way around and get to, but if you look over the gate, you can shoot it from far away, and it actually saves quite a bit of time. A little hard to do. It's kind of hard to see because you're far away from it, but he's going to use this. He's going to use the sniper. Makes it a little easier.
Yeah, that lock is a pain. Some of us may have issues with that lock historically. It's not my favorite lock. I've gotten upset at that lock because it's really hard to see. It's really small. So definitely smart to use the sniper there, because otherwise you can sometimes sit there blasting with your pistol and never hitting it because the bloom is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's the bloom.
Yeah, guys, it's you have to take my word on it. It's definitely the bloom. For sure. It's lag or something. I don't know. I don't know what excuse you want me to say, but whatever one convinces you that it's not my fault. Now Nico here as well, grabbing this and shooting this Lycan to not cheese him like he did to Niddle. Again, Nico's DA very low, so the Lycan should be pretty tame for the most part as he comes through here and gets ready to get to the Beneviento house, which is now also where Niddle is entering. Lore-wise, you're walking through here and there's these flowers that are hanging around, these like herbs that are kind of making Ethan essentially hallucinate, which is kind of what the Beneviento lady does. Donna Beneviento, goodness, I finally remember. Donna Beneviento essentially has these flowers that make you hallucinate.
Oh no.
He did not get it. I would not do that.
Yeah, Nico missed the lock on the other side. This is the intended path here to go around and get to it. I haven't actually seen this area in so long. That's not too much longer to go around.
Nah, I think it's like a 10-second or something time save. Maybe a little bit more than that. Nico DA being as low as it is actually helped him out there. That big dude just AFK'd and didn't actually attempt to hit him or swing at him or anything. You can see Niddle do a little tech here where he goes inside the Beneviento house. He walks out for a split second and runs back in. It's because in the Beneviento house, you're really slow. But if for some reason you step outside and step back in, you get the outside running speed for a small amount of time, which will let you get right up to the elevator almost before it takes it away from you. Nice little time save there. It's not as much time as you might think it is, but it is a nice time save.
Yeah, it's like 5 seconds or something. It's really weird they put another speed check that slows you down by the elevator. This section would be so much nicer if that wasn't there and you like kept the speed the whole time.
Oh yeah, being that fast throughout the entirety of the Beneviento house could really open it up to be significantly quicker, but unfortunately, you gotta be slow for certain enemies that you're gonna see coming up in a bit.
Yeah, this part that Niddle's at now, it's a lot of just kind of running back and forth and picking up items and doing small puzzles. This section actually, when you're kind of pushing like record paces, this section is actually kind of difficult and can be a run killer. There's a lot of small interactions that you can mess up in this game. When you mess up an interaction, you interact with the wrong thing. The game like really, really wants you to know that you messed up the interaction and you interacted with the wrong thing, and just makes you stare at stuff for like 8 or 10 seconds before you can back out of it. Hopefully we don't see any of that here.
Very salt in the wound type of thing, where if you put the wrong item in, they, like Spicy said, Capcom intended for you to sit there and think about what you've done, and you really do. You sit there for at least like 8 seconds, and it won't let you interact with anything. You can't do anything while the prompt is telling you that you failed, and then you're able to do it again after that. It's definitely rough, and House Beneviento is the biggest offender in it because all these interactions are so close to each other. Like that mannequin there, we'll have to interact with it a few times. like with its eye, with its bandages, and they're so close to each other that the wrong one was just nightmarish.
Yeah, it really is kind of a 1 pixel difference between interacting with one thing and interacting with something else.
Little puzzle there Niddle did. That's a very set puzzle. The actions to like change up the dials on that little music box are the same every time. You just have to basically line up the cracks so that it works again, and then you can get the little I think it's tweezers out of it. This is the interactions where you kind of want to interact with the mouth and not with the eyes. You can see Niddle waited a second there before doing that, because there's the interaction with the chest and the interaction with the eye you have to avoid on opposite sides of this, so good not to accidentally interact with the wrong thing.
Thankfully, pretty much all the puzzles in this game are set, and if they are RNG, the RNG is very minimal and doesn't really affect the way that you do the puzzle, so...
Yeah, this puzzle again, set. This one is the worst offender of if you make a missed input, it will literally make you, it'll make you so sad, because you have to sit there and watch the movie fail to play, and then after that, it'll then pop up dialogue that then makes you feel bad for it. It says, hey, you did that wrong. Then you get to do it. That one loses like 15 seconds. It is brutal when it happens. Now, Nico, also in Better House, he did the same speed tech that we mentioned earlier that Niddle did. So he's also going down here to meet the doll, Angie. And when he meets her, she basically takes what you saw it happen a little earlier, but it takes away all your items, your guns, everything in your inventory. And you're basically doing this whole section without any arms or anything like that. You do nothing except pick up and do puzzles, which is what they intended for this area to be, which casually is very, very nice. In a speedrun, not the greatest pace. It kind of feels off-putting a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest like turn-offs of this run is this sort of mid-section lull. It's like 15 minutes long.
What?
And you're getting one of the last puzzle pieces he needs from the mannequin, and going down here into the well area to get a key that we need. And then the Beneviento section this is when the Beneviento section really like turns up. I would say this enemy we're going to get introduced to shortly after Niddle grabs this key is one of Nightmare Fuel. That is for sure. A lot of people's biggest memories of Village, and probably one of the most iconic enemies besides Lady Dimitrescu from Village, is the one that you will be seeing here shortly.
Why is this here?
And also on Nico's side here, doing the puzzles as well. He hasn't had any errors with any of the puzzles. Everything seems to be going well. Very fast, actually, music box puzzle that he just did.
Yeah, that was nice.
Doing that in the very, very minimum amount of inputs, which I think is like 3 or 4, is super valuable. It's not easy, but it starts to claw back time just slowly but surely when you start to do stuff like that. So that was nicely done by him. So far, it's been really good. And now, this enemy, Spicy. Who do we got here?
Got the baby, which you didn't actually see there on Niddle's side because he turned around too fast, but you'll see them soon.
Yeah, the baby. When do you actually see the baby? I guess kind of as you come back through here. We're speed running, right? So it's kind of hard, but yeah. Niddle's essentially being chased by a giant, gross baby thing. That is a one-hit kill if you touch it. It eats you in the most disgusting, horrifying fashion. Very cool for the game, but in the speedrun sense, we can avoid it for the most part. We don't really interact with it until one very crucial skip. Probably one of the most crucial pieces of tech in every category of this game, which is the baby skip, or the baby skip, whatever you want to call it. You'll see Niddle running through here to get a fuse, but when he does this, it's going to turn off all the power and all the lights. When he enters this room, the baby is despawned now, and we're waiting until coming through here, we'll spawn it again. Niddle's going to try to do what's called the baby skip, where essentially he's going to spawn the baby. He's going to get down here and do a lineup and switch his FPS. And he's going to wait till a very specific moment on the baby coming down the stairs to run past it. If this is messed up at all, the baby will kill him instantly.
Very nice.
Just like that. Yeah, very nicely done. Getting killed by the baby there is so tragic because you go back to when you turned off the power. It's about a 40-second time loss or something like that.
Yeah.
But nicely done by Niddle avoiding that.
That was one of the spots that Niddle could have messed up and Nico could have got some time back, but yeah, I got past it.
Yeah, there's still a few more later in the run because we still have factory and everything and Moreau that needs to be done. So still places for Nico to really catch up. But the baby is one of the scariest moments of the run. This right here where Niddle's at, the baby's behind him, but not really a threat at all. You can look at it, you can say hi, you can say what up, but you can just get in without the baby ever touching you. Kind of a fake threat sort of situation.
And here, Nico, on Nico's side, he's now heading up to meet the baby as well.
Yeah, we'll see how Nico handles it.
All things considered.
No, he's definitely... Yeah, I think he's definitely closed the gap. The siege certainly lost him a few minutes, which just happens. But he's closed the gap quite a bit considering that. Oh, now Niddle is doing one of the true RNG sections of the run, which is Angie, or RNG if you want to call her that. This first spawn of Angie is set. You need to find her 3 times so you get the 1. And then there's 2 more after this. So you're going to essentially look for 2 different spawn points in each move here. So she's moving this 1 time, and there's going to be 2 spots you can be. One's close, one's far. So optimally as a runner, you're hoping that it is close, which is going to be either right here on the left, which she is. So Niddle got the first good RNG spawn, and now she's going to move again. And while this is random, you can see where she goes. If you pay attention, you can hear it either audio wise, or you can look at the details of the room. You can see where she goes. I think he got the nearest spawn.
No,
he got best RNG.
Niddle is having a very clean run right now.
Yeah, he's definitely having a very, very good one here.
And Nico is pulling up to the baby skip now. Assuming he's probably going to do the similar lineup to the way that Niddle did it here. He's going to spawn the baby, turn around, get behind the door, and change his FPS here. Or not? Okay, I was going to say.
That looks like he will. I would not do this, not at 30.
Who's behind all this? That makes
sense. Hold W.
And he
nice.
got that.
Clean. The baby is one of the scariest parts of not only just running the game. Like, it's one of those things where it's consistent if you practice it enough, but then you'll be here on pace and suddenly you'll doubt everything in your ability to do it. And or you'll mess it up once and you'll never forgive yourself for it because it's such a tragic amount of time to lose. But yeah, nicely done by both runners. Niddle out of Beneviento now with really no mistakes. And now Nico making his way through. Also, no mistakes so far for him. Now it's up to Angie's RNG to see how his pace is looking coming out of it. But so far, both runners have been doing very, very well. Other than the unfortunate situation of the Lycan Siege, both runners have been playing very, very clean.
Yeah, it's looking clean. I'd say Niddle might be on PB pace if he was doing retries right now. His run has been very good.
I'd be inclined to agree. Like he's doing very, very well. Like I've not seen like a massive mistake or anything from him, other than that one Lycan grabbing him as he turned around. Now we're gonna go into this area here and grab a mine. That mine is important. We need that. It's very important. We have 3 mines and 3 pipe bombs for Moreau. So right now in Niddle's inventory, he has 1 mine, 1 pipe. And when we get to the Duke over here, it's our first Duke stop. You'll see Niddle do some selling and some upgrading and buying some mines and pipes to set them up for Moreau. But on the other side here, we have Nico starting his Angie encounter. So we're praying for good RNG for him too. It'd be really sick if both runners got perfect Angie RNG. So we're hoping. All right, so we'll see what the first RNG is here for Nico. He got good first. Yeah, that's nice. Now we'll wait and see.
Just adorable. Porcelain dolls are very popular.
Here you see Niddle sold some treasures and the shotgun. He bought out the inventory of pipes and mines that the Duke has, and he's going to upgrade his sniper here.
I believe Nico also got good second. Yeah, both
nice.
runners got perfect Angie RNGs. That's actually so nice to get, because otherwise you have to run around the house to the other side, and it's like, if you get worst RNG on both, I believe it's like a 15-second time loss or something atrocious. So it's nice that that did not happen. So great to both runners getting good RNG there. So Nico now leaving Beneviento on a pretty good note as well. Yeah, Nico did all of his, not Nico, sorry, Niddle did all of his selling and buying. So he got rid of the shotgun, got his sniper upgraded, got the pipe recipe, some pipes and mines. Very important stuff that he needs to finish out the rest of the run.
Is there there's only 2 Duke stops in casual now, right? It's just that one and the one at the end. Is that it?
I believe so, yeah, it's just those 2. There used to be more when we were first writing the game, as we were figuring out what we did and didn't need. But usually when it comes to writing games like this, especially games with merchants, the name of the game is how do we route out the merchant as much as possible, since it takes a lot of time to go into the Duke and do stuff.
Yeah, you're talking like, even if you do a fast Duke stop, you're talking like 20 seconds.
And a run like this got pretty optimized pretty fast, where I think twice me and Spicy tied world record for this category due to just the way the time had gotten optimized and the routing had changed to be much more significantly tight.
Yeah. One thing we also didn't mention here before, I just got reminded because Niddle was on that elevator. Elevators in this game are actually hidden loading zones. And something that you won't see the runners doing here because we're timing based on RTA, but you would see in normal runs, you'll see them kind of pausing in the elevators, and that lets the game load so that you don't lose time with the elevator going down.
Yeah, it's a very valuable thing because the for a lot of people, if you don't have a very fast hard drive or SSD, you'll notice you'll be on the elevator for a while. Actually, funnily enough, the way we discovered that was between me and Spicy, where we were comparing runs, and Spicy told me I lost like 7 seconds on the elevator, and that didn't even make any sense to me at all. And then we saw that, yeah, the load times were brutal on those elevators. So
yeah, they're bad.
Definitely rough. That's why pause buffering on them definitely helps that a lot. Anyways, now on Niddle, he has to get a boat key here as we're approaching the Moreau section. Moreau section, kind of like Beneviento section, has it's kind of a to B, do a few objectives, turn things on, grab some things, sort of area. However, just like Beneviento, there is one-shot mechanics. There's a few of them in the Moreau area, including Moreau himself killing you and falling into water. Both very unfortunate. Hopefully we don't see them, but those are things that you'll see as options, really as possibilities come up here.
Yeah, those could definitely be some good opportunities for Nico to catch up with Niddle. Has some incidents.
And Niddle now on a boat. Very short boat ride that we take over to this next area. It's a shame you don't get to do more with the boat. You really only use it to go very short distances, but it would have been cool to have like an RE4-esque situation where you're fighting on the boat, but not here. Just a little short boat ride as you get introduced to Moreau himself, because now he's fully mutated. The Moreau fight that you'll be seeing coming up shortly is one of the better examples of DA, like how we abused DA so much that it really changed a fight. Moreau is something that if done correctly and if done well, will die nearly instantly due to the just immense power of explosives and being at 0 DA.
Yeah, it's crazy. I remember labbing the Moreau fight early on in this game's routing, and once we figured out the strat where you could just kill him instantly, it saves so much time. If you don't kill him instantly, he does this thing where he kind of, he goes on the rooftops and does like the acid rain, and he stays invincible for like a minute or something if he does that. But hopefully we don't see that either right here, because it's tragic when it happens.
Yeah, it's really, really rough. But before that fight, Niddle has to get 2 of these windmills here powered on to restore power to the area. so that you can lift like a dam to let the water bleed out, and you can fight Moreau after that. You'll see him go across these bridges. You'll see Moreau show up a few times. If you go across some of these bridges after this too slowly, Moreau will kill you instantly. Like this bridge here, if you're too slow, he'll grab you and pull you off and you will die. There's some floating lever bridges here. You'll see Niddle do in a specific order where if done incorrectly, or if essentially they're all on a timer after you hit the switch, except for this first one. And you have to hit them in a certain order to get across them effectively without them dropping. And if they do drop, you either have to go back and turn it on again, or if you're on it and it drops, you'll die instantly.
Yeah, there's a crazy fast strat for this. I'm not sure if they're going to go for it, but it is very, very risky. Where you can basically just one-cycle all the levers here, go across instantly. It looks like Niddle did play it safe and he hit the orange lever again, which is smart, honestly, in a marathon. It doesn't save that much time to do the one-cycle strat.
Yeah, you can skip hitting that orange lever, and when you do, it causes that one platform to be very, very short-lived. You have to take perfect lines, but if you do it, it saves a little bit of time, but if you mess it up, you just die. So definitely Spicy's right in a marathon setting, not a bad idea to do it safe.
Yeah, and all the rest of this up to the boss fight now is all pretty scripted. Nothing you can't really die from this point to the boss fight. The levers, the colored levers is the last sort of part of this.
Now, as a runner, there's a lot of time loss that can happen here depending on how well you do this area. If you're a little too slow, there is a cycle you're kind of fighting against right now, which is the windmills. One of the windmills has a ladder on it that you want to be on a good cycle for you, because otherwise you lose time waiting for it to line up. So we'll kind of see it here in a moment when Niddle gets to it. But ultimately, this is a place for a little bit of time loss, but like Spicy said, it's pretty consistent after this point.
Yeah, we'll see here in a second what kind of windmill cycle Niddle gets here. Not a huge deal if you get the slower one. I think it's like, at worst, you can lose like 6 seconds, I think, to a really, really bad cycle. The game does want you to interact with the ladder there before you can actually crank this back.
We'll see where his ladder ends up. Not too bad. That's a good cycle. The less you have to, otherwise, if you don't have to wait at all for the ladder, you got a good cycle. If you have to wait at all, that's when you start to really lose time. You have to wait for that ladder to show up and line up, and it does take a while.
Here we have Nico crossing the bridges now. He'll be on the colored bridges here in a second. Got past the first set easily.
Okay.
There's a pretty huge retry here where Niddle is. After you turn that crank, it kind of teleports you to where he is right about now, but again, not super tier friendly.
Now you see Niddle doing a set puzzle here. It's a set solution. It's 1-1 on the first two colors, and at the bottom left, it's 2-2. To basically change them over to the right color scheme that you need to line up that puzzle little solution sheet that's right there. Now that the water's drained, Niddle is going to go do the Moreau fight. His DA is 0, which is what you need to be able to do this fast. The fight happens kind of quick. So I'll explain essentially what goes on. Niddle gets stuck on Moreau's tail. It's very normal. Everyone just gets stuck there and pulled against the wall. But what you're going to see is Niddle's going to throw a pipe bomb just before the trigger of the fight and run in to start the fight so that Moreau hits it as it lands. So he's going to throw a pipe, run forward, Moreau spawns. He's going to throw 2 more. And then he's going to equip his mines here and drop them on the ground. Now he wants Moreau to step on them. And if he does this correctly, Moreau will take full damage to them and die to it, just like that. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid Moreau fight. Like I said before when we were living this, we were kind of going insane for a little bit because the mine damage was like really, and I'm sure you remember. And you would get here and you would just kind of hope that your mines work. But we figured out if you place the mines like pressed up against the wall there, so it hits like Moreau's right side, they tend to do full damage. it's pretty consistent now.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird explosion mechanics that like we discovered with that fight. Like the mines blast radius hitting them on his right side does full damage, and sometimes you would throw a pipe bomb to the other side of Moreau and he will take like 90% of his health for some reason. A very rare one that we only saw a handful of times. We could not consistently replicate, which would have been nice to like really change up this category a bit, because you could make a lot more happen with the other mines. You would maybe skip a Duke stop if you could.
Yeah.
We couldn't really figure that one out.
There's a little bit of tech with placing the mines also we didn't talk about there that I think Niddle did, but if you crouch when you're placing mines, usually the placing the mines has quite a long animation for a while. You'll probably see Nico do it too when he gets to the Moreau fight, but if you crouch and hold block when you're placing the mines, you can place them really, really fast and stack them on top of each other.
Yeah, that kind of also applies to pipe bombs a little bit, where if you throw a pipe and block, you can interrupt the ending of the animation and throw them really fast. Which is risky, actually. It's actually kind of scary to do that, because if you throw a pipe bomb too fast, like if you try to do 3 really fast, you can do it, but the first pipe will explode, and this game does have physics like that, where one will cause a chain reaction of explosions, and you'll blow them up in your hands, and you can very easily kill yourself doing this.
Here we see Niddle do a little detour to the side here to grab the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher in this game is really, really strong for a few things. For casual, we don't use flashes in casual, do we? I don't think we use flashes in casual.
I think only maybe in factory slightly.
Yeah. The flashes in this game are insane for getting past enemies. Very, very powerful. But the explosive rounds are also very good in casual for damage purposes in casual, but also later in factory they're used for blowing up some lights to open some doors much quicker. It was actually a huge discovery for this category to figure out how strong the grenade launcher actually was.
Yeah. And now we actually have Nico over here coming up on Moreau as well. He's going to do a very similar shot to what Niddle did, I believe. So he's also going to throw a pipe as the fight starts. And then do the same thing where he throws 2 pipes on Moreau. Equips his mines, drops them right here.
Goes out a few shots to make sure that he dies.
Ooh. Yeah, it looks like one of the pipes did not do full damage to Moreau. So he came out at 60% instead of about 40%.
Yeah. Could have been the barrel as well. This strat is pretty tight. Yeah, this looks better.
Yeah, this strat is very tight. Like close to no room for error. There we go. Much better on the second time around there. Now at this point, DA no longer really matters. The fights, you can't really control DA too well. I mean, you could kind of influence it a little bit, but not consistently enough to make sure you have under 1 or at 0 for the boss fights coming up. So at this point, runners no longer really care about taking intentional hits or using heals or anything like that.
Yeah, you actually want to be over 1 DA for the next upcoming boss that Niddle is coming up on now, because you can actually push him over a threshold that you don't want if you're at 0 DA.
Yeah, this next fight, which is Urias, is important to like phase in a certain way, because if you bring him down and then you don't kill him fast enough, he'll jump back up, and if you don't kill him fast enough up top, he'll like sit there forever spawning enemies and being very, very annoying. Oh, Niddle got the very blessed RNG where the Lycan did not drop on him early enough.
Oh, this looks...
Oh,
nice. So that's actually one of... That might be the worst RNG spot in this category, is that zipline right there. When you go down it, there's a chance that as soon as your iframe's in from the zipline, you'll just get grabbed. And there's not much you can do about it. But Nippon got through for free.
Yeah. Now Nico leaving the Moreau area. Very well done for both runners on the Moreau section. Niddle's now in what we call Stronghold, which is before Factory, and now Nico is also on his way to that same area. Again, not too far behind. There are still some areas where Nico can catch up if Niddle makes a mistake, because the boss fights are very punishing if you mess them up. So we'll see how that plays off for him here. And Niddle's doing a little shimmy here through this wall. Normally, if you just hold A, you'll shimmy very slowly, but if you tap A, you'll do it a lot faster. For some reason.
I don't know if you saw that. Nico just got the ultra rare thing where he vaulted through the door. The door was closed and he just vaulted through it.
Oh, really?
I've only seen that one other time before. He like looked back at it too. He was shocked.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's a very that's so rare. Niddle here doing the Urias boss fight where he's basically just dumping ammo into him. Eventually, you'll do enough damage and you will stagger him to come down. So you'll see Niddle kind of dancing around, picking up some items, and he's gonna wait for him to jump down over here.
This is another spot where you really just see the power of the sniper, how ridiculously strong it is. Able to just kill your eyes super fast.
Yeah, and one grenade shot for good measure too to bring him down a little bit lower. But yeah, that's Urias. He's a little bit of a pushover compared to everyone else. He's definitely one of the easier bosses that you can't just like cheese with like an explosive. Very nicely done. I was going to grab a few things. Grab some plate for extra money security just to be safe. You don't necessarily need that, but he's grabbing it just to make sure he has enough money, which is honestly in a marathon sense smart to do. Always better to be safe than sorry.
This part we didn't really talk about, the part that Nico's on right now. We didn't really talk about when Niddle was on it, but basically you just have to pull these two levers and wait for the gates out. But it's really simple and casual. There's no way that they'll really kill you here or anything. This is actually, this part here is actually one of the spots that Zeke mentioned earlier. You can get metal scrap drops later in the game, and right here is one of them. If you blow up that barrel and kill some light goods, you can actually get some metal scrap off of them if you're lucky. But
very valuable in like Voss Village of Shadows versus casual. In casual, we're pretty set on our route. Everything you need to get item-wise is going to be there every time to optimally finish the run. But yeah, in a category like Village of Shadows, very nice to get like metal and stuff dropped like that. All right, now Nico coming up on the stronghold as well.
Oh,
he got the double Lycan drop.
What is this guy doing?
I don't know what that guy is hanging out. Get places to be.
Ooh,
oh, we know cheese. He got the early hit. That's okay. That guy. Okay.
He's getting
you can get blocked really badly there. Yeah, he's getting some crazy Lycan behavior. Lucky no grabs or anything there, so getting through it very nicely. Oh, taking a couple hits there. These Lycans are super aggressive on Nico today.
What's going on?
We have Niddle's just kind of on his way to the factory section of the game now. This game has a lot of this, like, you finish one section and then you kind of just walk to the next one for a few minutes.
Yeah, this is the start of the factory section. Casually, factory was like super confusing. Like at least for me, I thought the factory was like crazy confusing, going up and down different areas, back and forth. Which in RE games is very common to like go through places and go back through the same place and get really confused. Factory is that of this game. Routing wise, we centered a lot of routing around factory, like figuring out how to get through it, using explosives for the doors and whatnot. So. Be interested to see how Niddle goes to open out. Nico is doing Urias now himself. Nico is putting some shots in specific areas to make sure Urias faces at certain points so that he doesn't get any sort of shenanigans where Urias gets stuck up top or anything like that. That stagger is very important to stop Urias from summoning enemies. Now he's going to wait for him to jump down. Again, doing some shots on him.
I didn't think you'd make it past Daughter Moreau, but I suppose you survived worse back in America, hmm? I like you.
And just almost dead. Nice. That was a really good Urias, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Very clean.
Don't worry. It's not a trap.
What are you planning?
Now, Niddle's in factory. We met Heisenberg. Personally, my favorite lord. He's super cool, very interesting guy. He has these like Magneto powers. Oh, and Sturm. We get introduced to Sturm, which is an enemy we'll deal with later, but it's a big propeller head monster guy.
Yeah, you don't really get to look at him here.
A dead end. Damn it.
I actually love Factory in the speedrun in all categories. I think it's the most fun part of the game.
Yeah, for sure. The factory is like really cool in terms of its layout. The enemy types are really, really awesome. You see a lot of like these like sort of Lycan-based enemies. I guess they're like the zombie type enemies, but they're all machined out because Heisenberg built them to be like powerful machine type monsters. So it's very cool to see them here, and really the boss fight that's here is awesome. It's a shame that I would say though that the one boss fight, Sturm, is more interesting than the one that follows.
Nico's now on his way to the factory as well. About to get the Giant's Chalice, and he'll be there soon.
Yeah, you'll notice there's already a flask in the chalice. Both of the runners put this flask in earlier when this when they got here after Castle, because you have to wait for the gate to open. So that's why there's only 3 being put in now instead of the 4. Speeds up this process by a little bit of a time save. And now in Niddle's End in the factory, these are the lights on the doors we were talking about. So Niddle's gonna pop a light on the store. It's gonna be a reoccurring theme in this. You can also shoot this grenade launch or shot to get rid of these guys since they body block pretty hard. Those lights on the doors are pretty easy to deal with. You just shoot most of them once with a pistol shot. There's a lot of different lights on doors and on fans and stuff you'll have to shoot. There's a couple doors that have like 5 on them, so that's where the grenade launcher is going to be very valuable to us, is to blow up all 5 lights at once.
Here he's going to pass some enemies, and I think they did say they're going to use a retry here. And this is just because it resets the enemy positions outside the door so that he doesn't get blocked when he's trying to walk back out here.
Oh, little habitual pause buffer there. It's hard to like break the habit, but yeah, that little pause buffer there would makes the item appear a bit faster. And which way basically what we need here. The objective here is to get these molds, which will let you make a key out of the molds to progress the area a bit more.
You just reminded me when you were talking about the grenade launcher with the 5 light doors. Do you remember when, before we were picking up the grenade launcher, we were throwing pipes at the door?
Yes.
And the pipe just didn't work out.
Yeah, the pipes we were using were they were so valuable too. We just didn't know it at the time. We were like trying to blow them up because we were set on not grabbing the grenade launcher for a very long time. Niddle might need to hit aim labs a little bit. There you go. These lights, we kind of disable these big mallets here, so that obviously you can see Niddle got hit, and it kind of slows you down a bit to get hit. And they have very crazy lingering hitboxes.
Yeah. If you don't get hit on the edge, luckily Niddle got hit on the edge. But if you don't get hit on the edge, you can actually just get like chain staggered by them. You'll get staggered and then try to go forward, and then you'll get hit again on your way out. And it was a lot of time.
Yeah. Those are probably another big area to time loss for most runners is getting through that room optimally. You can take certain lines to make it optimal, but it's really hard and punishing if you don't do it correctly. Now, Niddle you kind of meant to do a loop through this room to get this mold and get back through this area again, make another key and go back down. We're in this whole area, we're grabbing a bunch of stuff, mostly just some mines that we'll come up on later, because we're going to need mines and pipes for Sturm. And there's this enemy type here. I forget what they're called. Yeah, soldats. On casual, they're kind of pushovers, but they do have this thing where they have one of the craziest grab. I think they have the longest grab animation of any other enemy in this game. Yeah. Where if they hit you, they'll kind of sit there and do like a Mortal Kombat drill type finisher on you that lasts for a very long time.
Yeah. Here you see, oh, you just got a 3 explosive.
You got a 3 drop.
Oh my.
I thought we could
That is an RNG drop.
That's
that is not true.
That is very blessed RNG.
Yeah, he's still picking up a
over
few mines here. Mine's still very valuable all the way to the end of the game here.
Over here on Nico's end now, he's in the factory, pushing through this light door. Again, taking a lot of the same routing where using these grenade launcher shots to clear out enemies around the doors and getting to the molds that we need. A lot of the routing you'll see to the factory is very consistent and very similar for both runners, since it's kind of down to a science what you need, where it is, and where you need to go. Very linear section of the game, I would say.
Yeah, routing-wise, all of casual is like quite linear because we pretty much don't rely. Like on Voss, you are relying a little bit on a few RNG drops, but for casual, everything basically you need is pretty
Are the fruits of my power.
Nice Nico getting through these rooms without any grabbing situations or shenanigans. It's always nice because it's always a worry when you go through here, is you can sometimes just get grabbed by these enemies, and even though you're taking the right lines and everything, they can sometimes turbo or be really aggressive for no reason, especially now that your DA is no longer at 0. Okay, that box was really juking for our friend Diddle here.
needs it, damn blobs.
Diddle's a good friend of ours. We love him, but we gotta get in the aim labs there, buddy. Nico here now in the mallet room as well.
My. He just got another 2 drop.
That is insane RNG.
Nico getting griefed here by the arm a little bit.
Yeah, the arm has a very crazy lasting hitbox. Like, it's not even down when Nico gets hit. That's like how bad it is. It's just if you come anywhere near it.
Niddle now in one of the scariest rooms in the game. This fan above that he's breaking the lights for is on a cycle. So if you do the room perfectly and you hit the cycle perfectly, you can get up there really, really fast. And the ladder will be available as soon as you get there. But if not, if you're a little bit slow and you miss the cycle, you'll have to wait for the cycle to come back around for the ladder to be available. Which is really scary because there's these 2 twin soldouts here that, like Zeke was saying, have crazy long grab animations. In casual, they're not going to kill you, but they have insanely long grab animations. Got the fast second though, and a lot of good.
Yeah, really well done by Niddle here. Over on Nico's side, he's getting the second mold here, which means he'll also be coming up on the similar area that Niddle is in. Also, this big fan area. There's this big fan sequence you're about to see Niddle walk into. Basically, is scripted to be super, I guess, worrisome that you're gonna die or anything like that. But it really just doesn't happen. It slows you down so much that you have way more than enough time to just shoot that light one time and you'll get out.
Shit, that was close.
Yeah, you'll notice Niddle actually didn't shoot it immediately, and it's because at the start of the fan, like Zeke said, it slows you down towards the end, but at the start you do actually move pretty fast. So it's a little bit faster to kind of actually wait for the fan to pull you towards it and then shoot it.
Yeah, now Nico coming up here on the light door as well. This area that he's coming through that Niddle did earlier, very important that he picks up these mines like Spicy said, and that these shots that we're shooting with the grenade launcher actually hit the doors with the lights on them, because if they don't, you have to shoot them when you get near them. And when you do that, it takes a while for the door to actually open itself. The door has like a little opening animation that has to play when you shoot it. As you kind of see like this that Nico's in front of here, but he gets through it just fine.
Don't worry. I'll stop it. I'll use Rose to kill.
And now Niddle here has got the last mold that he needs to progress to area, which means that he'll be coming up shortly on Sturm. Sturm is a very interesting boss fight that we kind of went through a lot of different ways of how to do Sturm, but we boiled it down to just put mines down and throw pipes, and he'll die eventually. I know from what I spoke to Niddle about, he has a way of doing this where he will be using pipe bombs very generously on Sturm. So you will see him let it rip for sure.
Yeah, I was curious if they were doing this super fast 3-pipe strat, because that strat is actually really difficult. I know not everyone was going for it for a while.
Yeah, there's a strat to do Sturm that I developed shortly before I stopped running the game, where you would essentially, we talked about earlier how if you threw pipes too fast, you would blow yourself up. It essentially would use that almost as like an advantage. You would essentially put 3 mines down and throw 3 pipes really fast, and it would kill Sturm but damage you a little bit. But if you did it well enough, it would be a very, very quick fight. But we'll see how it'll approach that fight when he gets through. But he has to get through and make the key he needs first, which means he has to go back through this area that he was in earlier, which involves getting around some new enemies that are here, which are these soldats that are blocking the way.
Yeah, getting through this area can be a little bit tricky. It's not too bad. Oh, actually, I was thinking of Voss here. In Voss, there's an armored soldat thing, but not on casual.
Yeah, here on casual, it's just these guys hang out around here. These enemies, kind of non-threatening for the most part. Never mind. Nil just got hit right through the door. Now this guy's gonna kind of body block a bit. Now this is working kind of scary. These guys hanging out here are a pain. But thankfully Nil got really good RNG earlier and has extra grenade launcher shots. Still. Yeah, he has quite a bit. Nico on his end getting through the big fan room, nice and clean. Ooh, the spooky hit.
Oh, that's good.
All right, he gets through alive, and that's what matters. There's one more armored soldat he's going to shoot. He has infinite rocket launcher ammo, apparently, so it's no big deal. But like I was saying, on Nico's end, he got through the big fan room without getting stopped too much. He did have the armored soldats make an appearance in front of the ladder, but didn't really stop him too much, so nicely done by him.
Now Niddle is heading back up to do this Sturm fight. He has the key.
If Niddle really wanted to, he could just rock the grenade launcher this fight. He has so much ammo, it's crazy.
I've never seen drops like this.
Yeah, that's just crazy. So yeah, what he's gonna do here is he's gonna start the Sturm fight, which Sturm's basically gonna bust through a wall. And when he does this, Niddle's going to kind of get close to him and drop 3 mines, and then he's going to craft a whole bunch of pipes, and he's going to make it rain, essentially, on Sturm here in a moment.
Yeah, he's playing it a little bit safer backing up here.
Oh, there's the pipe blowing up in his hand. There's another one. The hard part about this, though, is if Sturm is not taking full damage to these. This can happen if the pipes don't land correctly on him. But there's a backup here where you kind of just let Sturm run into stuff, and you can shoot him. Ammo. He does have infinite rocket launcher ammo, so I don't think he minds too much. He's almost dead. 0.2% health, 22 life. One more pipe for good measure.
And he got through it. That's okay.
He got there. Yeah, see, RNG isn't a big part of this run, but having extra grenade launcher ammo like that, it definitely helps.
Yeah,
for sure.
If he didn't get those drops, he would have been in a tough situation right now, I think.
He kind of is right now with his health being as low as it is. Being at 31% is not great. Though I don't know if you get full. I mean, I think all combat with Ethan is essentially done until Miranda.
Until Miranda, yeah.
I mean, you do have the Heisenberg fight, but
he doesn't actually have pipes for the Heisenberg fight right now, so.
Oh, true. Yeah, he did use all of his pipes.
He's gonna have to sniper him, and I don't know if it probably perma staggers him on casual with the sniper. He'll probably be okay.
Yeah, he does upgrade a bit more of his rifle, so we'll have to see how he does that. Nico here now approaching the last part of the factory that Niddle did not too long ago, where he has to make the last key. Running through this area with the soldats as well. He does this hit, takes this hit intentionally to block it, which is a bit faster to get through without having to wait if you don't want to shoot him. He's going to kind of run around these enemies, do the same thing that Niddle did earlier, essentially where he's going to make this key and kill the soldats that are blocking the door. And now Niddle is in the battle bots section of the Resident Evil game, which he essentially gets in a big tank, and now he's going to go fight Heisenberg here in just a moment.
That's in a Resident Evil game. It is crazy that is in a Resident Evil game.
Yeah, it's not normal. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna see Niddle do a restart here at the start of this fight. It actually just makes Heisenberg spawn an instant instead of having to drop down from the sky. The whole goal with this fight, as you can see, is shooting these the lights on his arms, which stuns him and also does extra damage when the lights pop. The whole idea here is obviously you want to kill him as fast as possible by shooting the lights, but also Heisenberg has a set spot that he has to be in when he dies to phase. If you kill him far away from that spot, he'll do a really, really slow crawl to get into it. It loses a lot of time, actually. The idea is to kill him in a certain spot. I would say this is the hardest fight in the game to do optimally and not lose time on in all categories. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah, it took a long time, actually. It wasn't until, like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something where me and Spicy kind of came back to this game for a little bit, where we developed a strat that allowed us to get him in the same spot. It even wasn't 100% consistent, because there is slight RNG to the fight when it starts on where Heisenberg actually puts his arms, which changes up the fight dynamic a bit. But as you can see, that very slow crawl he just did all the way there took a long time if you're not near, like, the perfect spot. Now on Nico's end, he's doing Sturm. He's dropping the 3 mines. He's got his pipes equipped, so he can wait for Sturm to walk into it. He's going to throw 1, 2, and 1 more should kill. Nice. That was very well done. Now Niddle is doing... Oh, he might get charged if this doesn't stun.
Ooh.
Oh. He is just
scary.
Yeah, he's got to get away from him a little bit. Just one. Nice. Okay, there you go. That was definitely very scary.
Concerning. Yeah, not having pipes for the Heisenberg fight is scary. I think Nico is actually gonna have pipes here for his fight, so it should be quite a bit faster in the second phase.
Mm-hmm. That was very, very close to dying there for Niddle, but he clutched it out, didn't die. But now we have Nico coming up on this section where he's going to get in the very obvious section of RE games that we've all known and loved, which is the Battle Bots Gundam section. Nico might do this thing that I don't think Niddle did, where he's going to turn around and shoot a rocket behind him to blast him into the elevator, which is about a second or so faster. Barely faster, but infinitely cooler than just holding W into the elevator. Considering the numerous, like, small catastrophes that might have happened for Nico, primarily like the Lycan Siege, he has closed the gap quite a bit.
If he didn't have the siege, I think he would have been right on pace right now. I think it would be very close.
Yeah, I agree.
Such an unfortunate thing to happen right at the start. That's really rough.
Mm-hmm. Captain. So now he's going to start his Heisenberg fight. Like Spicy said, the whole gimmick of this fight is destroying the lights.
Share your screen.
And keeping him away from you. You don't want Heisenberg to touch you, really. If he touches you, he like does this like weird clashing animation that does take a while. So you want to just try your best to keep him away.
But thanks to your recon, we know Miranda's plan.
Couldn't quite believe it when I heard you.
So far, so good. So a couple more lights. Now Heisenberg's going to do his like big armor section. Nico successfully has basically avoided the possibility of getting the clashing animation. So just a couple more percent, and he's dead. Nice fight. Over on Niddle's end, he's now playing as Christopher Redfield. He's like shoot canceling so fast that the gun is not even like. You get this blocking, right? You can block to cause. Basically, when you shoot a hip-fire gun in this game, it kind of slows you down on certain guns, like in the sniper and the Chris's rifle. You can pause. You can like not pause, but a block to kind of cancel that. On Chris, if you do it fast enough, like Niddle was just doing, it doesn't even look like the gun's going up at all. So, back over on Nico's end, he's on the second phase of Heisenberg. He's going to throw a couple pipes when Heisenberg loses his iframes. Shoot a grenade launcher shot. One more pipe and he's dead. Nice. Very, very clean. He's going to pick up some resources here to prepare for the last part of the game. And now Niddle here in the Christopher section. He's going to throw some grenades down this hallway to clear out the lichens because there are quite a few. And they like to body block and hit a whole bunch. And yeah, just like this. Very hard to die as Chris here because Chris has 5,000 health. Which is crazy compared to Ethan's 1,000.
Yeah, that section, very hard to die, but very, very easy to lose a lot of time.
Oh yeah. This section too, so we hope we don't see it, but there's this very unfortunate thing that exists with this area. So you have to blow this Megamycete up by shining the laser at it 3 times. The laser has like a 30-second cooldown. What can happen, or what has happened in the past, is you'll be shining the laser on it, but the laser will be on something that isn't actually the Megamycete, but you can't see it because it's far away. And the Lobo will shoot down a missile and hit nothing, and you will have to wait the 30 seconds to do it again. And it is just tragic.
Yeah, the way that Niddle does it here is a little bit safer because it's closer.
That was lucky timing there.
Very fortunate, yeah.
When you get hit while shining the laser like that, you will have to redo the whole thing.
Have Nico going into the Chris section now as well. He really is catching up. He gained a lot of time on Heisenberg as well.
Yeah, that's actually crazy impressive to catch up like that, considering what happened.
I actually think he would be ahead now if it wasn't for the siege.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm inclined to agree. Nice, and that's the 3rd explosion. Now, Niddle's gonna run down here and grab a few things, and he's gonna do the 2nd to Uriah's fight.
Yeah, this fight is pretty funny on casual if we see the correct strat come out here. He's gonna throw some nades in the beginning here, which is gonna do a little bit of damage, but mainly it's gonna add to the stagger bar on the boss. So when he jumps down here, hopefully what we see is once he can get vision on his back, we're gonna see Urias go into a stagger. And on casual, if you have the right positioning and you pump his back here, you can kind of just keep him like this until he dies. So he will likely not get up now. There is a rare thing that can happen. I'm not sure what actually caused it, but there's a rare thing that can happen where Urias will just kind of do a swing out of this. But yeah, we didn't see that happen to Niddle here. But
this will also be another retry that they agreed to use, where it causes Urias' body to dissipate since you can't shoot him like you can like this Demetrius daughters, so they can get the treasure he drops instantly instead of having to wait. Nico now also going down this hall earlier, throwing the grenades. Hopefully we see no lichen shenanigans.
How did Miranda even know Rose exists?
Oh,
interesting. Told her maybe?
That is not as uncommon as you might think, where a lichen will grab you. I did not know that could happen. I didn't know a lichen jumping from the roof could actually hit you. But he got through, not too bad. Didn't really get grabbed too much.
I know it's too late now.
Now, story-wise, in case you're wondering, basically Miranda, or Mia, that Chris killed earlier, was actually Miranda, who is the main antagonist of this game, was like transformed in disguise as her. Chris kind of dropped the ball. He did not tell Ethan anything about this. He just kind of let it happen. And as a result, gets Ethan killed.
What a guy.
Yeah. Now Niddle is coming up on the last part of the game. It waits through this little dialogue cutscene where Evelyn shows up, who, if you don't remember Evelyn, she's from Resident Evil 7, main antagonist. Lets you know that, yeah, Ethan's been dead the whole time. Ethan died in Resident Evil 7. And you've been playing as a kind of like a dead superhuman mold hybrid man, essentially.
Spoilers, man.
Sorry, guys. If I will say though, if you are watching a speed run of a game. You don't want to get spoiled. You are in the you might be in a weird place. Niddle's gonna sell a bunch of stuff here, and he's gonna focus on upgrading his sniper rifle. He's trying to make sure his sniper is very, very strong. He's also gonna grab some pipes. The fully upgraded sniper you're gonna see is gonna do some crazy stuff to Miranda in a moment.
Yeah, there's a couple different variations of the Miranda shot. I'm not sure which one both of the runners are doing at the moment, but both, like all variations of the Miranda fight, they all start with the sniper. Just shooting the sniper for the full first clip at least.
Yeah. Oh, Nico had the thing happen where he came out of the stagger with a swing.
Oh, really?
And now Urias is causing a problem.
Oh, there we go.
And now he's back in the stagger. It's rare. It's almost like there it is. Yeah, he got it twice.
I don't know what.
Very unlucky. That is super unlucky to get like that. Niddle coming up now on Miranda. I think what his plan is he is going to sniper her a whole bunch to phase her. Optimally, what you would like on Miranda, ideally, is to skip her dark phase. So we'll see if Niddle is able to do that here. The sniper, obviously, you can see doing crazy damage to her. Oh. Oh, that worked.
That was interesting. He's not gonna skip this though, I don't think.
Yeah, so now we have to go into this transition phase, which can happen if you don't kill her fast enough. She will go into this phase here. Did skip the dark phase, but did not skip this phase, which takes a minute. Not a minute, but it takes a little bit to end. She has insane iframes during this, even though she's at 0 health. It takes her forever to die.
Yeah.
There we go. Now, when Niddle does these last few shots here, when the cutscene plays is when the game is actually done. We'll call time for him.
Very nice run by Niddle for the most part. His first half was very clean. Up to Benevento.
And time for Niddle. GG's to him for that. Very clean first half. I would say, unfortunately for Nico, like the siege really put him at like a hindrance at the start. But I would say Nico's later half was better.
Nico's later half was very clean.
Very, very good. And now he's just finished his cross section, so nicely done to him. And he's gonna wait now as Ethan for the last part to start. And he too will be going to do his Miranda fight. And we'll see how that goes. All right, so now he's going to skip this last cutscene here, and then he's going to also do some shopping here at the Duke to essentially upgrade, I think, his sniper. I think he might be doing that strat as well. To have enough damage to kill Miranda, as well as buying any pipes or anything he might need.
Assemblage of life and machine. I can feel Lord Heisenberg's essence.
Yeah, like we said, the sniper is just the staple of every strat with this boss fight. It just the DPS is just so insane on it. We're getting through the first few phases of Miranda. You don't even see the phases in this. Miranda has a lot of phases, but you don't even see them in this difficulty at all.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see why you'd be interested in
Yeah, Nico got his pipe bombs, finished upgrading his sniper. And he's going to make his way to Miranda as well.
Didn't mention before, but there's another little strat here. Not RTA friendly because it involves pause buffering as well, so you won't see him do it here. But once you get to like the start of the bridge here where the stairs start going down, you can kind of like spam pause, and for some reason you get out of this slow walking like way earlier.
Out of my way.
Yeah, definitely an interesting little tech, but
oh, is he doing it? Oh, he did do it.
Yeah, a little bit there. Yeah. All right, now Eagle's gonna bring it home with Miranda here. Hopefully, we'll see if he's able to skip the phases on this fight.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Nicholas. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with treats. So now,
He's doing it a slightly different way. He does skip the ending phase, though.
Nice. Yep. And just like that, you got it. That's actually really, really clean. Miranda got eating it any of the transition phases. Didn't even start the dark phase at all. So time for Nico will also be coming up when the cutscene triggers. Honestly, Nico really brought it back after the death in the Lycan siege. Like, he played very well throughout the rest of the run.
This would have been very
just
close.
just an unfortunate start.
The deaths don't count for IGT in this game, right?
No, it doesn't. I think it rolls back.
I'm curious what his IGT is going to be here relative to Nicholas.
Diddle did watch a bit of the ending cutscene, so it kind of plays against him in that regard, but...
That is true.
But yeah, GG's. That's time for Nico. Sorry, we forgot to call it. 134, 37. I mean...
IGT,
But it would have been... So it would have been super, super close.
Yeah.
But that was a great race.
Oh my god.
GG's, guys.
We have our runners
guys.
back on the mic.
GG's, dude. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a little unfortunate on that siege death.
Yeah.
But you pulled through all the way to the end, though. Honestly, you had a lot of really clean fights.
Thank you. I don't know what happened at the last Urias fight. The guy did not want to stagger for whatever reason.
Yeah, he got up out of it twice.
Yeah, that was
he got
super rare.
Out of it instantly every time, and I was like, I don't know what to do. I just have to keep shooting him.
Dang, and here I was thinking I had the worst run.
Oh no, I died at Siege, brother.
Yeah, you died really early.
It was a rough early game going into the rest of it.
I don't know if anyone noticed who knows Village, but like I got smacked around. Like when I was trying to walk away from them, they like hit me like 4 times
They go
in a row.
crazy sometimes. They
I
go
don't know
hyper
what
sometimes.
happened. They never do that usually. They have like a cooldown usually. The Lycans. It was crazy. That was really, really, really unfortunate. But yeah, when I died there, I was like, well, I hope Niddle dies at every boss or something. I hope he throws.
Yeah. We will say though, throughout the run, especially in the mid to late game, you were coming back.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, you had a lot of really good moments.
Thank you.
Your in-game time was faster than Niddle's by a minute, a little over a minute. Niddle did watch a little bit of the ending cutscene, but like, ultimately, if you hadn't died in Siege, me and Spice, you're pretty convinced you guys would have been like neck and neck at the very end.
I think it would have been really, really tight. Because the rest of the fights went pretty well, honestly. The Moreau one, I don't know why he didn't die to the mines, or he didn't take full damage to the mines for whatever reason.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens with that fight.
Yeah. Unlucky. What can you do?
Well, really quick, Nico, I do want to say thank you again for doing the run. We pretty much got the general idea of, I guess, of how we feel about your end. That as well. If anyone wanted to find you on Twitch, where can they find you?
They can find me at twitch.tv at Nico with a C. I primarily do DBD stuff these days. I do tend to go back to speedrunning as well. So if you do enjoy speedruns and DBD horror adjacent stuff, that is definitely the place to be.
All right, and then checking in on the other side for Team Umbrella. Niddle, how do you feel about the run? Also, now with your win, it is 5-1.
Team Umbrella,
team
baby.
is throwing, bro.
I told Niddle to throw the game in the beginning.
Yeah, sorry. Man, I thought I had a really rough run, but apparently...
He didn't take the time. I can't believe it. But seriously, though, so how do you feel about it?
Nico, that was a really fun race. I was the whole time in my brain, I'm replaying like you on world record pace, just like like in my head, I was like, oh man, he's nailing everything. He's getting everything perfect, and I'm getting grabbed by Lycans left and right, dude. But yeah, thank you, Ecdysis and Kat, for organizing this. This was
absolutely
this was a lot of fun.
Thanks
Super
for joining.
Yeah,
you did
it was
good.
Super fun. Thank you so much for inviting us.
Yeah. As well, Niddle, if anyone wanted to find you on Twitch, where can they find you?
Oh yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Niddle. I speedrun a lot of games. I also play games casually, usually in the spooky variety. But yeah, if you liked it, come hang out. We'll chill.
All right, as well, I do want to say thank you again to our commentators. We had Spicy and Captain Ezekiel.
No problem.
No problem.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I know we'll be seeing more you two tomorrow as well.
Oh yeah, I'll be doing the RE4 remake run tomorrow night. It'll be fun.
It should be a fun time. As well, hopefully tomorrow we can see Stars getting some more points. Hopefully
Really?
Umbrella just doesn't take it all the way. Let's go that much.
I'm sorry, team.
You know, I might be a
It's
little
all
biased because
good.
I'm on
It's all part of
Umbrella,
the exhibition.
Umbrella all the way,
though.
baby.
So,
sabotaged.
I do want to thank you all once again. If you did not check out our runners, you can find Nico the Sea and Natal at their respective Twitch channels. We did link them in chat. And I do want to say thank you all for watching day 1 of the Resident Evil Relay. I've been one of your hosts, Dick Dices.
And I've been Catlink, and also our other host here, Zoe.
We had a Cooper earlier. Now we have,
Yeah,
now
we
we
had
have Zoe.
Koopa, now we got Zoe.
Of course.
Gotta
but
end
yeah.
the speedrun marathon with something fast.
It's definitely been a fun day 1. I hope that you all enjoyed
yeah.
everything. We had plenty of highlights from some of the sillier Resident Evil games going all the way to the end of today's show. Tomorrow we will have 5 more games in store for you. Should be a lot of fun ones. And yeah, we'll be starting around the same time, 4 p.m. to about midnight EST.
I'm very excited to see us. We have so many more runs tomorrow. I definitely say come on in tomorrow to come check it out and follow the Games Done Twitch channel if you want to come see some more awesome Resident Evil Relay Race madness.
That being said, we are going to be wrapping up today's episode, or today's, I guess, day of the Resident Evil Relay. So hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day and or night, and take it easy.
Bye.